Okay, we should be good if you can confirm on your end that the YouTube live stream is up.
Yep, I see it there. See me dancing on the screen.
Hey, we got it this time. I'm excited.
Woo!
All right.
I will
So,
go update the links with the specific live stream.
all right, 10-4. Yeah. So we just have to let everybody know we're live. So, you know, language and stuff like that would probably be something we don't want to go too crazy with. So YouTube doesn't strike anything for some odd reason.
Hmm.
And don't play any background music that might be copyrighted. All right, I'm going to keep myself muted for a bit.
Okay, sounds like a game plan.
Anybody joining us on YouTube on the live stream, just hang out, keep watching. The meeting will start in about 20 minutes.
Hi, Golden Plains.
Hello.
We are currently live as a heads up. Um, but I'm about to post the live stream announcement. But looks like your tech check went through great. So,
Sweet.
Hey, Revna. Glad you're joining us today. Um, if you want to use this next 20 minutes for any tech checks or setup, that's what we have it for. So feel free to take it away, whatever you need. Um, we'll probably put in our chat the same thing real quick as people start joining in. If we could have everybody use the kingdom that they're representing first in their name tag, and then followed by their name, which Revna, you already have that GP Revna, so you're good. But if we could have everybody just do that for us, that would help us out a lot as we're kind of walking through stuff. Many volunteers for AI, let us know what position you have first and then the name. So, like I said, I'll put that in our chat and everybody hopefully can see that too. And we'll use everybody's persona names for AmpGuard for this one.
all right. And then as everyone comes in, please set your name to your kingdom and then your persona name if you are a kingdom representative.
say something so I make sure that my voice is working, or not my voice, my audio.
I'll do the same thing. I just heard you just fine.
I can hear both of you.
Amazing.
Yep, y'all are both coming clear.
I went ahead and shared our YouTube link for our live feed in our message chat down here. So if anybody needs that or needs to share that, by all means, take it, copy, paste, and share it to your kingdoms if that's a need for you. Just for an update, kind of as you guys come in, we probably will be muting your mics just to start off with. So you may be like, why is my mic muted? Trust me, that's us. If you need to unmute it, go ahead. We're just making sure that we have those capabilities. In about 3 minutes at the 55 mark, I'm just going to go through our list of participants that are here in the feed, joining us for the meeting. And I just want us to do some quick mic checks just to make sure that everybody that is present, that your audio and mics are working. That way we can do that 5 minutes before the meeting actually starts rather than taking up meeting time with that. So just be prepared for that. Like I said, probably about here in about 3 minutes, we'll make that happen. Also, please take this free time that we have at the moment before the meeting starts, that if you do have any questions, technical questions, or anything pertaining to that, this is a moment that you can ask that so we don't bog our meeting down with it. Please understand as well that during the meeting, right at the beginning, I will be explaining what we're going through, some of our procedural things, and what the expectations are for us. So if those are your questions, just wait till we start the meeting. I'll get to that. Okay, guys, I'm going to go ahead and go through mic checks, long story short. And so as I look at the participants on the right of my screen, I'm just going to go down that list of everybody that's here. We have 22 participants currently sitting inside of this Zoom meeting. And also on top of that, if you've kind of just joined us or you're trying to figure it out, what we've asked everybody to do is if you could put your kingdom name first or the initials of your kingdom name first, if you're a senator or a monarch sitting on the AICoM and then your name, that will mentally help me. Sorry, it's just how my brain works. So if you don't mind doing that, I'd appreciate it. Also, if you're a volunteer for AI on the AI BOD or a chair, the RO, anything like that, please put those functions that you have first if you're representing those things. So I'll know who I'm talking to in that regard. And if you're a candidate that's going to be elected for something and you have no other role here except just being here for that piece, you can just put, CAN, which should make all the Canadians happy, and then what position that you're running for. And that would help me understand who you are if stuff comes up, just in case I don't have a video feed for you. So if you could do those things, I would greatly appreciate that. So we know who everybody is. And so now we're going to start our mic checks. So I'm just going to go down to the next one, which is Vidalia. Is your mic working?
Mic is working.
I did not hear you, Vidalia.
Is my mic working?
No. Nothing.
I can
I
hear
can
Is that
Vidalia.
me?
hear
It's probably
Vidalia.
me. Give me a second. Let me check my end of stuff.
It's good that you guys can hear
Yep.
me, but can you see my
That-
cat?
You can see your cat. Yep, that was
I
all
can,
me.
yes.
So I like the cat. All right. Vidalia, your mic's good. Our technical assistant, Kismet, is your mic on?
My mic should be working.
Sweet. Looks good. All right. Dagger, is your mic capable?
I do believe it should be.
You're kind of soft on your sound there, but I can hear you.
I will talk louder.
All right, solid. Thanks, Dagger. Appreciate you. Let's see here. Mount Blades Monarch, is your mic working? And also tell me how you pronounce your name.
Lacris.
Lacris. All right, awesome.
Yeah.
Because I was going to totally mispronounce that.
All good.
Thanks, man. Let's see here. Who do we have next? Black Spire. That's you're running for positions, and I can never pronounce your name correctly because I'm really bad with those names. Bahamut. Is your mic working? From Black Spire?
Yeah, I'm working on getting my headset. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Okay, perfect.
Awesome. That works out good. So Bahamut is good. Phoebe, is your mic working?
I certainly hope so.
Yay. If it's not, I'll just run into the other room and get you. Oso, is your mic working?
Yep, I'm here.
All right, perfect. Let's come on down here. Strider, is your mic working? Strider, next check. Is your mic on?
It was muted. Now it should
Yeah.
work.
There you go. Yeah. So just remember, for everybody else that's also coming in, I forgot to mention that as you come in, if you're just now logging in as I'm going through all this, we are muting everybody's mics. So as I ask, you will have to unmute your mic. I apologize. I forgot to tell you that. Solid. Where am I at now? Let's see. Is that the awards committee chair and Cash? Is your mic working?
Testing. Can you hear me?
Yep. Perfect. Sounds great.
Fantastic.
Awesome. Richard from 13 Roads, is your mic working?
We're all good here.
Yay. Crystal Groves Arrakis, is your mic working?
Sure hope so. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah, sounds great.
Wonderful.
Meliodas, one of our newest knights and also a very weird person, but we like him kind of. Is your mic working?
Present and accounted for.
Present accounted for. I love it. All right, Checkers, is your mic working?
This is Checkers.
Perfect. Is our executive director's mic working? Jennifer, you there?
Hi there and hello.
Yay, perfect. I love it. All right. And our AIBOD president, are you there with us?
I am, but I'm driving, so this is the last time I'm talking.
Yep, 10-4. You sound good. All right. Forge, are you, is your mic working?
To the best of my knowledge, it is. Confirm?
Yep, well, got you, buddy. Thanks, brother. Let's see here. Gigantus Wetlands. Do I have that name right? Gigantes? Check 1, 2.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep, gotcha. You're good.
All right, thanks.
Revna, I think we've already done a check on you, but do you mind doing one more?
Yes, sir. My mic is working.
Perfect. Revna, thank you. Let's see here. Pix, is your mic working?
I hope it would be.
Yep, you're good to go. Iron Mountains. Iron Mountains, are you here with us?
I am here.
Perfect. You're kind of soft on the mic. You might need to speak up just a little bit at times. Just give you a heads up. All right.
Is that any better?
Yeah, it's a little better. Yeah. Thank you. All right. Let's see here. Let's see. Jennifer Stood. Are you there with us?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Cam, I believe she officially has the record of one of the longest tenured AIBOD members in existence. We're very proud of you.
Thank you.
Let's see here. Oh, the wonderful, amazing, fantastic, magnanimous individual known as Milk from the glorious, wonderful place, Bunches of Words, Rising Winds.
I appreciate the fine honors and honorifics with the esteemed Rising Winds here, and hopefully my microphone is working.
You're good, Milk. Thanks, man.
Thanks.
All right, let's see here. Let me come to Neverwinter. Gaius, am I pronouncing that correct?
That is correct. Thank you.
All right, thanks, guys. Appreciate you, man. You're good to go. And Northern Lights, Kodiak, is your mic working?
Yes, my mic is working, and Heron is currently trying to connect on her own device, but if not, she will be on my device as well.
No, I'm here. I just got my laptop set up.
Sweet. Well, now we know Heron's works and yours works, so we're good to go. Thank you both. Northreach, Damian McNubbs. That's a great last name. Is your mic working?
I do appreciate the compliments. It's a proud clan. Yeah, I'm here.
Solid. Just to let you know, you're a little soft on my end, and so you might need to speak up just a little bit, but you're good to go. Elf Greenleaf from West March, is your mic on and working?
Yep, it should be working.
Wonderful. Now we come to Rivermore. I'm going to assume that is Brognar Stonepaw. Did I say that right?
All right, trying that again. Rivermore mic check.
Yep, you're good, Rivermore. Thank
There
you.
we go.
Taldagore, Dante, are you good?
Mic check.
10-4, you're on. Viridian Outlands. You're going to have to tell me how to say your name because I'm going to butcher it. I apologize.
Vasco here. Does my mic work?
Yep, you're good to go. And thank you for the clarification. I'm going to mess that up later, though. I hope you know that.
All good.
Thanks, man. And last but not least, Winter's Edge. Is that Fib?
Fib, that's right.
Yeah. All right. So it looks like everybody's mics are working. All right. We're already past the hour, so we're 5 minutes in. So unless there's any objections, I'm going to go ahead and call our meeting to order and kind of get us started. So let me go ahead and start the recording for all of this as well. Yay, look at that. And here's the video. All right. And so just so I can freak out some of you, I did shave everything off. So no mustache today.
Oh my gosh.
Crazy, right? I've been holding it a secret for 3 days now, so you're all welcome. Okay, if there's no objections, I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. Let's begin our annual meeting for Q3. We are going to conduct a roll call for all members that are present. I do want to let everybody know, for the sake of brevity and try to keep this meeting moving along and going as quick as possible, what I'm going to have us do is that whenever we start recognizing people from the floor, we will only be recognizing those who are kingdom representatives or kingdom monarchs, depending on how your kingdom has had somebody placed onto the AICoM. AmpGuard International Board of Director members, the AmpGuard Executive Director and Assistant Directors, committee leads, rules revision organizers, the rules revision organizer, candidates, and then later for candidates that are up for elected or appointed positions whenever it comes time if we have questions for them. If you do not fit in those categories, you may be in this meeting, but you will not have the ability to speak or be recognized from the floor unless there are special circumstances allotted for that. So please just keep that in mind. So if you're on a committee and your committee is working together, please take all your information to your committee lead and make sure that they understand what to try to present on the behalf of that committee. Same thing for any other volunteer positions that has a group attached to it. I can verify some semblance of Smiley. Yeah, I think today I'm just going to play like I'm frowny and it'll be fine. So we're going to go ahead and do our roll call. And Vidalia, can I hand that off to you real quick so I can fix something on my end? Is that
Sure.
okay?
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
no problem. I'm just going to go down the list real quick. I'm going to use kingdom names just for the sake of clarity for those watching. Blackspire, are you present?
Blackspire is present.
Burning Lands, are you present?
Present.
Celestial Kingdom, are you present?
Present.
Crystal Groves, are you present?
Present.
Desert Winds, are you present? Dragonspine, are you present?
Present.
Emerald Hills, are you present? Golden Plains, are you present?
Golden Plains is present.
Golden Vale, are you present?
Golden Vale is present.
Iron Mountains, are you present?
We are present.
Neverwinter, are you present?
Neverwinter's present.
Nine Blades, are you present?
Present.
Northern Lights, are you present?
Present.
Northreach, are you present?
Northreach is present.
Polaris, are you present?
Present.
Milk, are you present?
Yes, present.
I'm sorry, Rising Winds.
Nope, close enough. I am the Rising Winds. No, not really. That's a joke for legal reasons.
Rivermore, are you present?
Present.
Taldegor, are you present?
Present.
13 Roads, are you present?
13 Rose is present.
Viridian Outlands, are you present?
Present and accounted for.
Westmarch, are you present?
Westmarch is present.
Wetlands, are you present?
Wetlands is present.
And Winter's Edge, are you present?
We sure are.
All right, perfect. Does anyone have maybe direct contact information for the missing representatives so we can try to get them in the meeting?
The CK is currently trying to contact RMEC in the Emerald Hills
Okay.
as their company member.
Perfect. I will message Sage.
And Desert Winds is also trying to get theirs.
Okay. I heard news that the Desert Winds is not able to make it.
Out of curiosity, if anybody has contact with Desert Winds, what we have done in the past is they can appoint and try to send somebody to represent them for this meeting. And so we've had things like that happen in the past to where it's even been people from other kingdoms. I believe it might have been Chewie at one point in time that represented another kingdom because he was on site and their kingdom representatives physically could not make it. And that's when we were doing in-person meetings. So I have no problems if that is also there, if the kingdom is okay with that person casting their votes on their behalf. I'm sure you would have. So, okay. So roll call has been made. And with that, I already see a couple things that want to be done quickly, which in our chat that has been asked. And so for everybody that may not be watching the chat and everybody watching online for YouTube on our live feed, it has been requested and asked, is it possible for us to take our elections, those who would be elected to the AIBOD, Doran Avatar, et cetera, and move those to the very beginning of our meeting? So those individuals that are running for those positions that have no other aspects in this meeting or other responsibilities for this meeting don't have to wait until the very end to be here for the whole meeting. That is possible. The question that I have, and you can clarify this in the chat, is do we want to move that even above the discussion items? Those are the things that you would have to understand. And for us to do that, we would need a motion from the floor and we would need a second, and then we would have to take a vote for us to move that. And I would hope that we would have a unanimous vote. So if you want to make a motion, I know I see stuff in the chat, but I want to go ahead and make things to where everybody can see it too. So please just raise your hand. I have Revna sitting up there first, but do that function so we can make motions and add seconds, please. The floor recognizes Revna.
I motion that we go ahead and move that forward, even above the discussions.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to take all elections, to move them above the discussion items and handle that first in our meeting. Revna, did I state your motion effectively correct?
That is correct.
All right. So Milk, I see your hand raised. I'm going to go to you.
I would like to second Revenant's motion.
All right. We have a second. I'm going to assume the other hands that were raised were also for seconds. And so we have a motion and second. So that does put us to the floor with the meeting already being called to order. So now we've done all the mic checks and then the roll call. Jennifer, thank you for pointing that out in the chat. I appreciate you. So now that we have that, I'm going to ask our executive secretary if she is ready to be able to take such a vote. What I'm going to do very simplistically is I'm going to try to make her job a little bit easier to where we don't have to mark down every single person's vote one by one. I'm going to ask for an audible roll call. And so what that's going to be is everybody will have a chance to unmute their mics. And I'm going to ask for all those in favor say aye. And you can do that. And then I'm going to ask if there's any nays. If there's a nay, then we are going to go to a line by line vote. Does that make sense? All right. So this is where everybody that can vote that is on the comm can unmute your mics at this moment. All those in favor of this motion, please say aye.
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 And that sounded beautiful. All those opposed, please say nay. All right, seeing as there are no nays, I'm going to assume that is unanimous consent. We will move those items to the very forefront of our meeting. I'm going to kind of read here through some stuff real quick. As you guys hopefully should have access to the agenda as well. Please understand we have discussion item 1, that is executive director report. We're going to be moving all of those things just right above that. So I've got to scroll down to get to those items. So give me just a second, everybody. Let's see. Is it the Doran Avatar that is the first? Would be the first one in voting item 8. Vidalia, do I have that correct?
Correct.
All right. Are you ready?
Quick point of clarification as we move forward. The representatives that are absent, how would we handle their votes since they have to be here to confirm them?
Which representatives do we have absent at the moment? Is it just Desert Winds and Emerald Hills?
Correct. Looks like Desert Winds abstained on this.
Did they do pre-balloting?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry about my
simply put-
tardiness. Emerald Hills is here now.
Excellent. Let me update the attendance really quickly.
Armek, do you mind putting Emerald Hills right in front of your name, like Emerald Hills, then Armek? I would appreciate that.
Yes. Let me try to learn how to work this.
If you hover over your own image, you should be able to find those 3 dots and then find rename somewhere in there somehow. Heron, I appreciate that. So as I have that there, let's go through some policies and procedures and things that we're going to do since we're going to have our very first voting items. How we're going to be taking votes is we did a pre-ballot. So all of our kingdoms should have responded to that pre-ballot. I believe, Vidalia, we have 100% response on the pre-ballot.
Correct.
Okay. So what I'm going to be asking first is this. The pre-ballot has already been cast. It's already there. I'm going to ask if there are any kingdoms, given the voting item, if they want or need to change their vote. I'm going to allow the individuals that are running for these positions, if they are present, to have the floor for a minute to be able to talk about why they're running so everybody can hear that from their own voice. We will then go to taking the vote, and I will ask if there's anyone who wants to change their vote from the pre-ballot. If no one wants to change their vote, that pre-ballot will be locked in as the official vote from your kingdom, and we will move on. If somebody wants to change their vote, then we will ask everybody to get into the queue that wants to change their vote. We will change those votes accordingly, and then we will affirm the votes that are all there, including the pre-ballots and the ones that were changed, just to make sure we're all clear and we have everything accounted for. Is there any questions to that process? Okay, awesome. Let me see here. Looking at stuff, blah, blah, blah. Amazing. Amazing for everyone. I'm hustling to find someone else, but I think that the pre-ballot is the safest option in the meantime, in case I can. Sounds great. All right. I'm reading that there. No problem. Heron, you're recognized for the floor.
Hey, just a quick question, which is not immediately relevant for these ones, but is relevant for future ones. If a motion fails, is there going to be a time for rediscussion of that, or is that after we get through all of the pre-ballots?
No, we will start with discussion first, and then we will go to the vote, which will be the pre-ballot, and that will lock that in. And so at that time after discussion, this is where we allow people to change their votes if they so see fit or want to.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem. All right. Is there any other questions before I move on to voting item number 8? Seeing as there is none, this is for the appointment of the Dora and Avatar manager. And with that, I believe we have 2 individuals that have declared for that, and that is Dagger and Forge. And so seeing as I said Dagger first, Dagger, I'm going to give you the floor for 1 minute or less. You don't have to take the whole minute to present yourself, let people know who you are, and let us know just why you're running for this position. And after that, Forge, I will also do the same for you. So Dagger, if you are ready, you may take the floor for 1 minute.
Thank you very much. Well, good morning, all. I am Dagger, the current rules rep from West March. I was a pretty leading voice on changing Monster. I guess for like 4 years now, we've been trying to help clean up monsters. I currently serve on the door committee. I have a wealth of knowledge about how the current version works, and how the rules rep system works. And for this position, since those are kind of the most important parts of what this job does, I think that I bring in all of that experience already, and I hope that I get all of y'all's votes. Thank you.
Dagger, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Forge, you may have the floor for 1 minute if you so choose to let everybody know who you are and why you're running for the Dora and Avatar manager.
Okay, so where I stand, I've been doing this for about 30 something years, started out in Austin, and alongside people for whom the Dora and Avatar was very critical. And just looking at how the monsters themselves inform people's personas and engage them and bring in people who want to play as this mythical creature, it occurred to me that it might be a good idea to see what I could do to help enrich that particular process. So that's my bit.
Awesome. Forge, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Now, unless there's anybody opposed to us affirming the pre-ballots, or if there's anybody who would like to change their vote, please raise your hand at this time. And just for clarity's sake, if someone doesn't know how to raise their hand, feel free to unmute your mic and say, I would like to change my vote.
The CK would like to change their vote.
All right, Meliodas, please let us know how you would like to change and cast your vote.
Change vote from abstain to Forge Stormburn.
Vidalia, do we get that one? All right.
Yes, it's updated.
Thank you. Sorry, I have my screen literally with our agenda and notes in front of it, so I'm not seeing our vote tally. I do apologize. Is there anyone else? I see Revna, you have your hand raised. Would you like to change your vote or have an objection or motion?
I would also like to change DP's vote to Forge Stormborn.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to change their vote, have objections, or have a motion?
I just want to point out, sorry, I think Vidalia accidentally just changed Golden Vale's vote rather than Golden Plains' vote.
Aaron, thank you very much.
Thank you. Good catch.
All right. Arrakis, was that what you were pointing out to?
Yep.
Thanks, man. All right. Would anybody else like to change their vote or have a motion? All right. With that, if there's no questions, no motions, and no asks, unless anybody objects, I'm going to move to affirm the ballot as is. So that means now I'm going to ask anybody if you have an objection the way the ballot is and you believe we need to go this kingdom by kingdom, line by line, this is your opportunity to raise your hand and make that declaration in motion. Seeing as there is none, give me a second. Yep, that's my apologies. That's on me. I have been informed and I have done one thing that I should have done first. So please accept my apologies. I do need to correct this action. I did say that we were going to allow discussion to take place before we confirm the votes, which also means that allows you to have discussion and questions for our candidates. So I'm going to move to that real fast. I'll reaffirm after that the votes that have been taken. If anybody would like to change them again, and then we will go ahead and solidify that. Again, that's my apologies. I ended up going out of order. So the chair is finding themselves out of order, however you want to put that. So is there any discussion or questions for our candidates? Just feel free to raise your hand if you have any. All right. Seeing as there's none, I'm going to go ahead and move to the confirmation of the vote. Is there anybody else who would like to motion for us to have this line by line? Okay, with a simple looking at it then, the votes have been cast and we are going to assume we're going to lock those in unless anybody objects. Seeing no objections, Vidalia, would you let us know how the vote has come out?
Dagger has one.
Yay, Dagger. All right, Dagger, you have won the election for the Doran Avatar. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
And to Forge, thank you for putting your name in and running as well. I see a hand raised. The floor recognizes Milk from Rising Winds.
Vidalia, could you highlight what the threshold for each of these votes are as they come along? This one obviously pretty straightforward, is a simple majority, but when it's not, can you highlight which one we're shooting for?
Yes, and I actually set up the sheet this time to automatically calculate the threshold. So say, for instance, we'll just pick a random rules, whatever. It will show here the thresholds, and then if you look at the outcome, it picks the cell threshold and will pull from that. So I can highlight the row though to make it clear.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. All right. If we're ready, if there's no objections, I'll move to voting item number 9, the election of AIBOD at large members. And can we get away with clap reacts? This is a beautiful spreadsheet and agenda. This is true. Please everybody understand. I told Vidalia I was going to do this, and I'm going to, I guess I'll do it now with the spreadsheet wizard over there. I hope you all understand the AICoM would not function in any capabilities right now if it wasn't for Vidalia. Not only has she been amazing on doing her job, but she has definitely even done things that should have been my job. So I'm only here to moderate the meeting, but to be honest with you, Vidalia is the one who has made sure we've been successful and the AICoM has functioned in any capability. So please make sure everybody, congratulate her, or somebody DoorDash her food, whatever. So
thank you, Smiley.
all right. let's see here. Election of AIDBOD members at large. And so our current candidates for that are Arrakis, Forge, and Kismet. And I will take those in that order. And so, like I said, I did mess up last time, so let me fix this now. I will recognize Arrakis, then Forge, then Kismet. They will all have the floor for a minute to speak of why they're running and what they have. Then I will also open the floor for any questions or discussion to have with that candidate. All right. We're not going to have anything that's disparaging. We're not going to try to name call anybody. So please keep that in mind too. I don't think anybody's going to do that, but I feel that always needs to be said. So to begin with, I'm going to start with Arrakis. Take it away.
Hey everyone. So I've served on the COM since like September, since Q4 of 2024. And my second senator term in a row is coming to an end here at this fall. And I was looking for other ways to serve. And I've really been focused on this idea of growing our game, increasing the number of people playing our game, seeing how we can support the various kingdoms in their efforts to grow their population. And I was thinking that DoD seems like a good position to work on something like that front. So I'm really hopeful that I get the chance to support the Kingdom of Vanguard from a sort of simple position on the DoD. Thanks.
Arrakis, thank you for that. Is there anyone who has any questions or discussion for Arrakis? Phoebe, the floor recognizes you for discussion or questions for Arrakis.
You said that your term as senator ends in the fall. How far into the fall? Because I've had issues in the past where we have senators and board members serving at the same time because it's kind of a conflict of interest situation. So I'm just curious as to how long you would be playing that double role. Would it be into the Q4 meeting, or would there be somebody that would take over for you before that time happened?
Yeah, so because I'm making sure I had the timing right. So we turned senator over at our Kingdom Fall coronation, and I was on the COM for the Q4 meeting 24. So it should turn over before the Q4 meeting this year. And I can make sure that it does because our terms are approximately 12 months. So we can always run it ahead if we need to.
Awesome. Thank you for the question. Is there any other questions for Arrakis? Seeing as there's none, I will move on to Forge. You have the floor for a minute, sir.
Okay. So I kind of got to confess, a lot of my motivations are much the same as Arrakis declares, that I've served at anywhere from freeholder shire all the way to kingdom level BOD, and want to kind of expand my footprint, expand my knowledge and ability. And I kind of really feel like this is something that would be good opportunity both for the AIBOD, get some more somebody in who's in other areas or has different background than some of the previous members, but really trying to expand my own skill level. I've done it in corporate settings, but volunteer levels or volunteer organizations are much different, and that's kind of why I threw my hat in the ring.
Forge, thank you for that. Is there any questions or discussion for Forge? All right, thank you. Moving on to our next and final candidate, Kismet. You have the floor for 1 minute.
Hi. Mic should be working. We already did that check. Yeah, my name's Kismet. I'm Augustus, also known in Nine Blades. I've been doing a lot of technical things in AppGuard since around 2015, apparently, maybe even longer. So I recently joined the Nine Blades board of directors as well, just in June, and I'm looking to increase my knowledge of AppGuard projects, the interactions between kingdoms, the interactions between the board of directors, kingdoms, and the board of directors with AppGuard International. I've really enjoyed my role as the assistant technical director. Believe I've done a pretty good job of bringing our technology forward. Still lots to come. And like the others, I think we have a really good game here that we can grow, and the technology is there. And I think we just need to all work together and try to find a way to promote this game so we can grow the population.
Awesome. Kismet, thank you for that. Do we have any questions or discussion for Kismet from anyone? Raise your hand if you do. All right. Seeing as there is none, I will now move to where our pre-ballot sits. Is there any kingdoms that would like to change their votes? And I know we have kind of the ranked choice voting that is going here. Do we have any kingdoms that would like to change their votes given what they've heard at this point? Rivermore, we recognize you for the floor.
Yep, just needing to change mine because I have that as a stand-in prior to hearing from the candidates. How do we want to handle changing the rank choice?
Honestly, just looking at there how it is, you can take that entire piece and just say Rivermore's first choice is so-and-so, second choice is so-and-so, third choice is this, so-and-so, fourth and fifth. And so you can just name all that out as it is, as you see on Vidalia's shared screen here. Does that make sense?
Yep. Okay. Rivermore, first choice, Kismet, second choice, Arrakis, third, Forge, 4, abstain, 5, no confidence. Thank you.
Rivermore, thank you very much. Is there anybody else who would like to change their votes at this time? Rivermore, I still see your hand up. I'm assuming that's just because you haven't put it down yet. Perfect. Thank you. Okay. All right, we're looking at accepting the ballot as is from the pre-ballot. I see that there hasn't been any other, and anybody else has raised their hands to change the vote. Given that, are there any objections to accepting the pre-ballot as is? All right. Seeing as there is none, we are going to lock in these votes as the official vote for our AIBOD open seats. And that looks to me, and Vidalia, correct me if I am wrong, that, yep, Kismet and Arrakis both have come out as the winners with the AIBOD seats at large. So congratulations to Arrakis and Kismet. I hope you guys enjoy the craziness of the AIBOD. Any questions, concerns, or comments before we move on to the next one? Okay, seeing as there's none, I'm going to move us on into that should be item. Where did I go? Item 10, the election of the AICoM chair. And so we bring this screen down. Perfect. So we have 2 candidates, and we have, again, I apologize. I know I'm butchering your name. Bahamut, if I mispronounce that, please correct me. And Madeline, if I mispronounce that, please correct me. And so we will do this the exact same way, 1 minute for the floor, and then any questions or discussion for those candidates. Bahamut, you have the floor for 1 minute.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I'm Bahamut out of Blackspire. I'll run for this position because I've been wanting to get into the national side of things for a while and kind of, get this some experience doing more of this executive administrative type role and just learn more about the inner workings about how the actual organization works versus the game.
Awesome. Bahamut, thank you very much for that. Do we have any questions or discussions for Bahamut? The floor recognizes Burning Lands, Phoebe.
Hi there. So in my attempt to research the candidates and stuff, I did come across the fact that you just come off of a suspension and that it looked a little sketchy. Could you possibly speak to that disciplinary action? And I have issue with putting people in leadership that might have anger issues and things like that. So if you could just give us some clarification on that situation, I would appreciate it.
No, yeah, absolutely. Earlier this year in January, I did come under some disciplinary action for some on the field actions where, in a moment of frustration, I made a decision that was not the best and said some things in anger that were not the right thing to say at that time. Throughout the process of the appeal and the suspension, there were some dealings in bad faith with the people that were in charge of the administrative side of my appeal and everything like that. And it got dragged out to a really bigger thing than it was. Since then, I have done a lot of personal work. I've engaged in a lot of mental health recovery type stuff, and working on it. It's an ever changing or an ever working process. And I think I'm coming out on the other side a better person and working to be better, and still volunteering for the game that I love and everything.
I want to thank you for filling that question. I know that probably wasn't comfortable for you, man, but I do appreciate you. Do we have any other questions or discussions for Muhammad? All right, seeing as there is none, I will move on to Madeline. You have the floor for 1 minute.
Thank you so much, Chair. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Madeline Fay. I'm a knight out of Rivermore. And the reason I decided to run for this position and put my CV and resume out there is I've served both at my park level in all positions. I've served at my kingdom level in all positions, except for Regent. I haven't done Regent yet, maybe someday. And I've also sat on the Circle of Monarchs before, as well as my kingdom BOD as well. I believe so strongly in service to the game that I love and that everybody in this room loves as well. And I feel that I'm able to bring a particular mundane set of skills to chairing meetings due to my professional and hobby life that I have on the side. I have a mastery of Robert's Rules of Order, as well as the ability to carefully follow agendas and run meetings of numerous different types with many strong personalities. Herding cats is a mundane skill that I possess. And in looking at AIBOD, after serving on this great board with all of my friends on the Circle of Monarchs, to me, I would like to take those skills and do everything I can to help out on the professional side of AmpGuard. I'm looking forward, if you guys choose to elect me, to serve everybody and to be an excellent steward of meetings, and to make sure that everybody's voice is heard respectfully and ethically, and that the business side of this runs smoothly. I do want to take a moment to thank anybody who's choosing to run for offices today. I know how hard it is for candidates to step up sometimes, and I think it is wonderful for everybody who chose to step up today. So thank you.
Madeline, thank you for that. Is there any questions or discussion that you would like to have for our candidate for Madeline? All right, awesome. Seeing as there is none. Oh, Black Spire. Oso, you are recognized. You have the floor.
Yeah, I had a question for both candidates, if that's okay. There's not really
That is
one.
okay.
Anyone would ask one that wouldn't ask the other. So the a lot of what the XCOM does, at least like from my perspective as someone who hasn't done it but has worked with a couple, ends up being a sort of liaison between different groups, whether that be, the Circle of Monarchs and a subcommittee, or two subcommittees, or AIBOD and a senator, or something like that. and kind of a lot of the time being a middleman or coordinator between different groups. So I wanted to ask about experience and approaches, or what a relevant experience to helping groups work together like that. Do you have as kind of a liaison middle person, and what sort of approaches, um, how to say, what, um, hmm, sorry, I probably should have wrote this question down to word it better, but what, as far as like availability, I guess is the real question.
Oh, so if I can step in for a second,
Yeah.
are you asking what is the available time commitment that they have to such
Yeah,
a role?
exactly. That's it. Thank you, Smiley. Yeah.
I got you. No problem. No problem, man. So with that, seeing as Madeline had the floor last, I'm going to go ahead and direct this to her first, and then after that, Mohammed, as he said, it was for both of you. I will then give you the floor after Madeline is done.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question, Blackspire. I would say as far as time commitment goes, I had assumed just from what I remember from Circle of Monarchs, as well as participating in these meetings for a few years, I honestly am expecting probably a weekly time commitment of 1 to 2 hours, which I am very comfortable in doing. I have a very flexible job schedule, so I am able to go ahead and provide AmpGuard International with the time commitment that is needed in order to succeed in this position. And I'll also speak to the philosophy that you brought up when it comes to facilitating between different groups. In my mundane life, I'm a union organizer, I'm a thug. So it's very important for me to, in my professional life, I work with elected officials from the state of Montana all the way down to some of our local elected officials, and having to coordinate groups and move people around in those spaces while maintaining professionalism, ethical and legal obligations, as well as making sure that a mayor is feeling heard and that a union member is being felt equitable at the table, are all things I'm very comfortable juggling. So thank you. AFS me. Yay, Council 9 is me. I'm a field rep. Oh my God. So sorry about that. That was great. I'll mute.
No, thank you. Mohammed, would you like to address and try to answer those questions that Blackspire has put on the floor?
Yeah, as far as time commitment goes, from what I've asked other people and some other friends that I have in the Harbingers, like Oso and Heron and Kodiak, and what they've said about the time commitment, it doesn't seem like a problem to me. I start work early in the morning and get off in the afternoon, and although I'm a parent, I still have time and other help to make things work. As far as the communication goes and being a liaison between two different groups, in my mundane job, I'm a section leader at Trader Joe's, and so I'm often having to work and set standards and be the middle person between like the evening people that close out the section and the people who open up the section and make sure standards are kept across. And although it's not as extreme as two different viewpoints, there's often conflict and miscommunications that happen through games of telephone that need to be straightened out. And communication and being open and clear is a big priority of mine, and one that I would strive to maintain between the different groups that the AICoM chair oversees.
Oh, so does that answer your questions for you? I'm hoping I didn't add any confusion for you, but
thank you
I
both.
think everything was answered pretty well. All right. So I just noticed your hand was still up, so I want to make sure we're good. So, all right. Are there any other questions?
Just not used to.
Not a problem. You're doing okay. Is there any other questions for our candidates? Discussion? All right. With that, then I will now open it for, we have our pre-ballot that is there. Are there any kingdoms that would like to change their votes from what they have on the pre-ballot? The floor recognizes Golden Plains Revna.
Yes, Golden Plains would like to change their vote from abstain to Madeline Fay.
Thank you, Golden Plains. The chair now recognizes 13 Roads. Bridget?
Yes, 13 Roads would like to change the vote from abstain to Madeline Fay.
Awesome. Thank you, 13 Roads. The floor recognizes Emerald Hills Armet.
Emerald Hills like to change their votes to Madeline Fay.
Awesome. And the chair recognizes Neverwinter. You're on the floor.
Neverwinter changes their vote to Madeline Fay.
Sounds good. And the floor now recognizes Wetlands.
Yeah, changing to Madeline Fay as well.
Are there any other changed votes? Seeing as there is none, is there any objection to locking in the pre-ballot as the official vote? Seeing as there's none, we will lock this ballot in as is. Madeline, you will step up as the new AICoM chair. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mohammed, thank you for
my opponent.
Absolutely, Mohammed. Thank you for running. I hope it was I enjoyed to put your name in and kind of go through this stuff. But thank you both for just your willingness to participate and try to give more to our game, as we all hope that we can do. Okay, so with that, now I'm going to move us back to the top of our agenda. Let me get myself there. All right, so is there any objection for us to go to the top of our agenda? Everybody's still good to go with where we are. Okay. Seeing as there's no objections, I'm going to go to our discussion item 1, which is our executive director report. And I will grant the floor to our amazing executive director, Jennifer Palmer. It is all you. You have the floor.
Thank you so very much. I am stealing screen share. Can everybody see a screen? It says AmGuard International on it.
Yep, you're good.
Fantastic. I thought I'd change it up a little bit from our usual format where you get a report just kind of in text. And I went with a slideshow. So get a copy of this slideshow afterwards, just because that's helpful in case you want to see any of these face cards. But honestly, my drive for this particular meeting is to explain that we've grown an awful lot over the last year since we last met. And I wanted to show you some of the faces because you may not actually know that they're in your kingdom. There's not really necessarily, they don't have to go through you as the Circle of Monarchs. So I just wanted to call out some names, some helpful hands, and with the brand new features on the org, please make sure that you're putting in award recommendations for these folks because they spend a lot of time wearing multiple hats and they save some space on their hat racks for us. So I wanted to start out with member services. This team incorporates contracts, also rulebook management, chapter engagement as a brand new team as well that's getting off the ground. And in this role for assistant director, we currently have Bowen out of Golden Vale. Our contracts team coordinator is Murin out of Crystal Groves. Wearing 2 hats for AmGuard International alone, in addition to being in this meeting as a representative, we have Kodiak, who serves as our rulebook management coordinator, as well as a co-coordinator for chapter engagement, alongside Goravan, also from Golden Vale. Oh, sorry, Kodiak, you are from Blackspire, I believe.
No, I'm from Northern Lights.
Oh, shoot. I'm very bad at geography. With that, I wanted to take a small moment on kind of a little bit of a personal note, but to say that Bowen is stepping down from the role of Assistant Director of Member Services. I want to take this moment to thank Bowen for all of his time and service to AmGuard International. For those that are unaware, he's not only been Assistant Director of Member Services since its inception, but he has also been the longest running ombudsman for AmGuard International at approximately 7 years of service in that role, longest tenured. He has an amazing job opportunity that is going to take him overseas along with his family, and just because of the time difference and logistics, it is not possible for him to stay on. So if you see Bowen in the wild or you happen to be friends with him on Facebook, please send him a message of thanks and congratulations on his new opportunities. But I did want to say that applications will be opening up for this role, and just please be very aware that they are very large shoes to fill, but be on the lookout for more details for that. Moving right along, technical resources. I'm sure everybody has seen and very much enjoyed the org improvements that we've been seeing over the last year. They're coming fast, and I love every inch of it. And I wanted to make sure that you guys had a face to go with all of the different names that you might see attached to that. We, of course, have our Assistant Director of Technical Resources, Kismet, who's in this meeting, and welcome to the Board of Directors also, Kismet. But Brother Tobias out of Crystal Groves, I cannot say enough about Tobias and the wonderful work that he has put into the org and really the direction and the roadmap and the steering. It's just been amazing. And we would be entirely remiss if we did not also thank Mendigo for all of his work on the org, maintaining it, keeping it propped up with baling twine and duct tape as time has gone on. So this is really a dream team, and I couldn't be more thankful. I actually made the comment in an assistant director meeting that I feel like I've been very good and I've worked very hard, and I'm finally getting all of the things I ever wanted when it comes to the technology of AmpGuard, which is, I think, almost a competitive advantage of ours. The most growth that we've seen in terms of team this year is on outreach. Outreach is going to be things like our social media outreach that you're seeing a lot of posts on, and all of the pieces that support that. At leading this team, we've got Mythic from Desert Winds, more specifically Crimson Sands, that principality there. On our social media team, leading that up is Emmering Rook. Emmering is on a bit of a hiatus right now, so I did want to make sure that Clippy thanked Tobias yet again, stepping in and handling a lot of our social media stuff while he has stepped away. Cognito has stepped in as our video content editor. We have a Twitch. We're going to be running classes on Twitch, kind of bringing the game together on an ANS front. So please, please, please be on the lookout for those volunteer surveys to get some classes going and to get some engagement there. We have Mila from, I believe, Rising Winds. Yes, who is our resource coordinator. Mila did put together our AmpGuard press kit, and we're looking to pull out all different types of resources for things like Food Fight, for things like Amped Pride, for things like Muster, so that representatives on the kingdom level have a direction to work with. So that's coming down the pipeline. And then, of course, Serotonin, who is our product coordinator, really kind of, I consider all of our different engagement points, whether it be the Red Bubble, any fundraising efforts, all of our engagement programs, all of those are different products as far as I'm concerned. And Serotonin definitely works all of that together and gets things moving in the same direction. On our graphic design team, we have Medzec and Wind. So a lot of the Clippy featurettes that you're seeing right now are all generated by them. But I do want to make a special thank you to Vidalia for refreshing Clippy into his current form. And as always, a thank you to Casca for mothering Clippy through his formative years. Tamisan and Kristanka are our copywriters because words are hard sometimes, and these folks make it so much easier for everybody involved. As you can see, we've got ourselves a nice little infrastructure working to kind of put many hands to make little work. And it is so exciting to see what's coming out of this team. Engagement-wise, we have our Assistant Director of Engagement, Enfina from Winter's Edge, who is absolutely delightful if you've ever had the pleasure of meeting her. And she is works with our coordinators for Muster and Amp Pride, that's Avenay, out of Wetlands. Also Olympiad, our coordinator there is Sir Finley, who is also from Desert Winds, Crimson Sands. And freshly named, this is hot off the presses, Dame Ziogen out of Northreach will be our Food Fight coordinator going forward. Food Fight, of course, will launch September 1st. So be on the lookout. We should be getting our reps into place and that call out all throughout August. So get hype for Food Fight. It happens every year and is part of the zeitgeist. Olympiad. Bids are open. We'll have our bid parameters are linked in this presentation so you can follow it, but also there will be links posted and announced throughout. We are treating this like the Olympics kind of going forward. We are looking for kingdoms to host. You tell us what event that's going to be at, but we want to make sure that we are aligned with our kingdoms, whether it be their board of directors, their event committees, whatever that looks like. We want to make sure that we're aligned with them. So take a look through, get those bid parameters underway, bring the challenge to you. Had a really great Olympiad this year. Very excited to see it persist on through. Finley does head up that team with the support of Brodar, Gemini, Little Spicy, and Lenolin in those specific roles as well. And very excited for this to keep on growing. This year for 2027 will be 31 for Olympiad. So, woohoo. And kind of wrapping that up, data science and process strategy. That's going to be Xantos out of Rivermore and Ellis Riel out of Golden Vale. Xantos is fantastic in that he makes sense of surveys. That is what he does for a living, and he shares that talent and knowledge and expertise with AmpGuard International to give us some excellent data. We would like to move forward with data-driven approaches as much as humanly possible in the future. And Ellis Riel keeps me sane and keeps, I believe, actually, they said in an earlier statement that behind every good chair is a good secretary, and Pix is that for me. The final piece that is linked into, this is the big image is a link. I'm not going to pop over to it because it makes a mess on my screen. But this was the player listening survey that was at the beginning of the year. All of the data from that is collected into a report. Right here is just a capture of the respondents, kind of a heat map of where those respondents came from across the US. Just kind of giving us an idea of who's paying attention to the links being thrown at them right now. But there is some really interesting data about what brings people to AmpGuard within this report. What brings people to AmpGuard, what keeps them there. And also it touches on a couple of interesting notes that I found particularly comforting, which is when people invest in the game, they're more willing to stay with the game, which I think is something that we all knew at its core, but it's nice to see it in numbers. So with that, I'll take any questions. I don't want it to eat up everybody's time, but I'll give you about 5 to ask me any questions that you might have for me.
Is there any questions? Please raise your hand for our executive director. Awesome. Seeing as there is none, I will simply say for some reason the name Jennifer means you're going to serve with AmpGuard International for a long time. I don't know why you two have that, but you do. So, Jennifer, thank you for your time and all the work you've done. I know I'm the outgoing chair after this meeting, but I want to make sure you understand for all my years from being on the board and now here, I couldn't appreciate you enough. You hold us together a lot. Thank you. All right. With that, I will move us to our next discussion item if there's no objections. All right. Our next discussion item is the award committee report. We will recognize Admiral and Cash for the floor, given our award committee report.
Hi, folks. I'm Sir Grand Admiral Ann Cash. I am the award committee chair. So I wanted to give a quick update on what we are currently working on, where we are in that process, what our next steps are, and what we would like to do in the future. Just real quick, can everyone hear me okay? I realize that was fantastic. Thank you all.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Fantastic. So currently what we're doing is a full audit on all the awards in the ROP currently. This is a very lengthy process, but we are now going to be in survey 3 going forward. The previous 2 surveys were done by what was the previous committee. Now we have 75% different members, and obviously I am now the chair of that committee, which I was not previously. So we are continuing the work that that committee started. So we're not doing any sort of backtracking in that work. The first 2 surveys were a very general sort of things so that we could get a little bit closer to what we wanted to go, and then it's just going to get more detailed as we go forward. The main goal of that is to find out what the populace of AmpGuard wants to remain the same, what they want clarified what they want expanded on or reduced, what they want completely rewritten, and what they want to be created. So those are our main aspects of what we are researching currently with that audit. Survey 3 is completed. We are waiting for this particular meeting to be done so that we don't interfere with all of the super important rules changes that are being done in this meeting and all the surveys that have been going on for that. So we will be posting that to your kingdoms in the beginning of August. So get ready for that. These will have far more detailed questions having to do with specific awards. Some awards we already have enough information that we can start making proposals on. There's some things that we still need a little bit more clarification on, a little bit more direction to see what people really want us to do. So that is coming forward. We will also be doing town hall meetings. So that's going to be the next step for us after we get survey 3 out. We want to do town hall meetings. So there's certain questions that we feel would be better served with discussion instead of just a random survey question. We want to make sure that we're fully understanding the cultures of awarding in every kingdom. We have representatives that are covering every region of Amtgard, and what we've learned from our research so far is the differences, even the terminology that we use is different, and we want to make sure that we are representing all of Amtgard in our decisions going forward. So that is our focus at this point. So we will be doing town hall meetings. Our next meeting will be going specifically over the questions that we will be asking at those meetings. So those will be coming out shortly as well. Survey 4 is going to be more direct language of what you're actually going to see in the proposals. This is going to be direct wording, especially in cases of terminology that currently exists in the rules of play, but do not have any definitions, such as Jovius and Griffin and Mask. They are mentioned, but there is no definition whatsoever of what those awards are. So we are going to make those happen. And again, we want to make sure that we are getting what is most preferred for those. So we'll have actual verbiage in Survey 4 for folks to essentially vote on for their preference of what we will be bringing forward to the COM in those proposals. So Survey 4, we already have a jump on it. Our amazing administrator has done so much work that she had these prepped for Survey 3, so they're already ready to go for Survey 4. As soon as we get the data from Survey 3 and the town hall meetings, we'll be able to finish off Survey 4. We'll get those out. Once Survey 4 is done, we will be bringing proposals to the COM for actual changes that we will be recommending for the ROP for awards. In addition to this, we want to make sure that we are available to the COM to answer any questions and make requests for any particular awards that they would like to see created. We know that there is a lot of favor for a ranged award. We are working on that currently as well. So I've created a Google form so that the monarchs can contact us directly. We'll have a shared document amongst the committee, and it will be something where beyond us, there will be a collection of things in case there's something we don't get to, or if all of a sudden I'm booted from the committee or perish some terrible accident, who knows. There is somewhere where all of the requests that are being made will exist, and that can be passed on from committee to committee in the future. Hopefully, we'll just address all of them in our terms, and that will not be necessary. But we want to make sure that there is a direct line from you guys to us, and you have somewhere that you can put those questions and those requests. So I will be sending that to Vidalia, and I'll be making those posts on the Discord as well to make sure that folks have that readily available to them. So currently, we would also like to request that we consider the potential of the award committee being able to do award clarifications. as of right now, for us to be able to clarify awards, the process due to the very general mandate that we've been given previously, because everything is data driven, you could want to give somebody an award this weekend and ask us, hey, according to my understanding of this, is this person qualified for this award that I would like to give out in 2 days? We would not have the authority currently by our mandate to answer that question. What we would have to do is do research, get data, make a written rewrite of that, then make a proposal, send it to you guys, and say, this is the clarification we would like to propose, but that's not going to get you a quick and easy answer for Sunday. What we would like to propose for the future, well, we are still working on getting a mandate and a charter made for our committee, which we will be working with the AICoM on. We would like to be able to make rules clarifications for awards only, obviously, so that we can give quick clarifications. Any clarifications that we make, we would then present to the COM and then have them vote on that wording going forward. But just so that we can give quick clarifications so that we can better serve this committee. We feel that there's more that we can do to serve the COM with the individuals that we have and the knowledge base that we that exists amongst us. We don't feel that we, with the current mandate that we have, that we can serve you best, and that is our main goal, is to serve you as best as we can in this game. Okay, I think that's pretty much what we have currently. So I look forward to updating you folks with more information as we get it. Does anyone have any questions?
Awesome. All right. So if we have any questions, please raise your hand and get yourself in the queue. Phoebe from Burning Land, you have the floor.
Can you just remind us of who all is on that committee with you? I know that since the committee started, there's been some changeover with representatives and stuff. So if you could just remind us of who's been putting all this hard work in with you, that would be greatly appreciated.
Absolutely. I have my notes. Our committee administrator is Shroudstar. We also have Kismet, myself, Starchild. We had Horace, but they unfortunately have just needed to step down from the committee. But we have a replacement that just joined. We have Rook, we have Sir Finley, and we have Serotonin. Let me just quickly... Vidalia, do you have the name of the individual who literally just joined us offhand?
It's Gallimar of Winter's Edge.
Gallimar, thank you. So that is currently all of the members of our committee.
Do we have any other questions or discussion that we have for Anne? All right, sounds good. And thank you so much for the work you guys are doing and the detailed report. Definitely looking forward to how everything kind of turns out. And I appreciate you guys working to try to make our game better.
Thank you all for your time. Okay,
so with that, unless there's any objections, I'm going to move us forward to our discussion item 3. For note, just in case anybody's wondering, once we get past discussion item 3, I will be putting us into a small recess. So anybody needs to get food, hit the bathroom, stuff like that, we'll be able to do that. Kodiak from Northern Lights, you have the floor.
Sorry, my hand must have went down. I had a question for Cash for the awards committee. You said that there might be Q4 proposals coming in. Do we have any previews? You said maybe ranged.
Oh, sorry. Survey 4 will be the verbiage that we will be inevitably making into proposals. So no, it would not be in Q4. We're still in the data collection process. Our next survey would have actual verbiage, much like how the rules reps put out a survey ahead of time before the proposals are presented to the COM to get sort of an idea of if the populace is for or against certain things, where there's also options, where if we take mask, for instance, if we have maybe two definitions that we like, one's more wordy or something like that, we can present both of them and ask the populace, do you like version A or version B better? Or would you like something completely different from what you're seeing here? Do you want us to completely go back to the drawing board? That's what our survey 4 is going to be, is the options that will inevitably end up being proposals once we know which ones the populace like most in that direction. After that point, we will be making proposals directly to the COM. But unfortunately, yes, this is going to be a bit of a process. There are a lot of awards, and there's some drastic things that folks are actually, we have data on now that they want to see, especially like they want to see, for instance, double titles being a part of the ROP. And as you probably know, each kingdom has different noble titles. They have them in different orders and for different things. So we would have to find the best method of doing that, finding the most similarities, and again, make sure that everyone in AmpGuard is on board with what those suggestions would be for that to be entered. So we have a bit of a process, but we are here for the work. We're excited for it, and we're going to do the best that we can for you guys.
Thanks. My kingdom's really excited about archery, so just wanted to check.
We are very excited about Range Award. Yes, we're very hyped for it. There will be questions specifically on that in Survey 3, which will be coming out next month. So everyone, please do the survey. Help us. Okay, wonderful. Again, thank you all very much. Were there any other questions?
Thank you. Thanks for the questions.
Before I head out? Everyone good? Okay. Thank you again.
Awesome. Kodiak, I'm assuming your hand's still raised just because you haven't taken it down yet. Sweet. All right. Sounds great. All right. I'm going to go ahead and move us forward to our next item, our discussion item 3 of the AmpGuard International Annual Budget for 2027. And so the floor is granted to the one, the only, the amazing, the fantastic Genocide. I hope you're ready for all this. Take it away.
So I don't actually have it pulled up here. Are you going to be able to share it on the screen?
Let me see here. Vidalia, do you have that accessible?
I can grab it if you give me about a minute.
Okay, that'll work.
It's pretty much just a list of what our budget looks like coming into this next year. Just showing y'all where your contributions are going when you are paying that AI fee.
I still want juice boxes.
Yeah, I took the line item out for the Gathering of Kingdoms, so that's going to have to be a donated item, which I'm happy to do.
That was a fun year.
It was a lot of fun.
Meliodas, and I wanted nap pads too. I wanted us to be able to have an in-person meeting with juice boxes and nap pads.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we also had Advil because you never know.
That is true.
I will second every bit of this.
It was great. In person was great. It had its perks. It also had its not so fun parts, but
yeah.
I wanted on record, I told him to get juice boxes at Walmart last night. He chose flavored water.
I believe I am now screen sharing the budget.
Perfect.
All right. Genocide, it's all you. Take it away.
So we have the 2026 is right there in column B, and then what our proposed is in column C. A lot of where this money is coming or going to is our harbor compliance, our MPO filings and registration agents. So you can see that a lot of it is also our tech stuff. So pretty straightforward. Does anybody have any questions about any of the line items on there?
If you have any questions, please raise your hand and take it away. All right, Phoebe, Burning Lands, you have the floor.
There's a $2,000 jump on the harbor compliance. Do we have a justification for that?
Yes, so it seems over throughout the years it's been increasing. What I put in the 2027 is actually what we actually paid this year. So yeah, it could, I mean, we have that little wiggle room there where the unanticipated expenditures line item for the $1,000 kind of keeps us, you know, if we do have jumps in things. Some of those line items haven't changed at all. So I'm not sure why it increases every year for harbor compliance. I'm guessing that's just, you know, something on their end.
Awesome. All right. The magnificent milk from the wonderful Rising Lands.
There's a $150 increase on the website and domain, line item 3.
On 3. Yes. So again, that's that was our actual expenditure for 2026. So you can kind of see that there was a little bit more, and we did not anticipate exactly how much that was going to increase. So some of these things, they just increase over time. Cost of things increase over times. That stuff typically, the more we use, we also, some of these line items do increase as well. So we saw like the AWS, Amazon Web Services, that stuff is really hard to predict because sometimes if we're using that more, it's the price of that increases as well. So it's a kind of a guessing game in some of those.
Gotcha. We recognize our executive director. You have the floor.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak real quick to the increases on the technical front and also slightly to the harbor compliance kind of things as well. Increases on technical stuff. Kismet could probably speak to this or with better, more technical words than I can, but basically more usage, more traffic on the website, the org and whatnot does increase our usage through web services. So that does hit us as an expenditure. However, that being said, Kismet has partnered with, I think it's TechSoup, in order to get us I believe it's like $1,000 credit from AWS in order to make sure that we can keep that affordable and keep that under reins. Also, Kismet's and never-ending bot fight, I think is the way to talk about it, and the way that he's locked down certain permissions via Cloudflare to make sure that our data isn't being pulled and therefore charging us money from like data scrapers and things like that has been very effective as well. So that increase could have been a lot more. I think that 150 is really just kind of a nice little cushion just to make sure that we're not getting any unexpected surprises. In terms of harbor compliance, they are billing slightly differently, wherein you have the cost for their services and then you have the state fee costs. Every different state has different filing fees, registration fees, all kinds of different overhead amounts that are in the industry typically referred to as pass-through fees. They're passed through to us at no additional markup or cost because they're just access fees, registration fees. In the past, they've billed for those things separately. So you had your usage fee, like the service fee, and then you had the pass-through fees at different times of the year. And that was very hard to just manage overall, I think, for everybody. Nowadays, they put it all into one. So it's all in one big bucket. So it's honestly the same-ish number, adjusting for like cost inflations and whatnot. Same number, but just combined into one. Hope that makes sense.
Thank you so much. You explained that a lot better than I did.
Well, are there any other questions, comments, concerns? We will recognize Kodiak from Northern Lights.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask about this budget. I don't see in coming into us, I only see going out to us, but I do know with Olympiad and the Kingdom fees every year. I can't do math in my head very well, so are we in the black?
Genocide, that's all you?
You got that, Jen? The other Jen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we still are working at a little bit of a deficit budget. Olympiad did help quite a bit this year. The Olympiad, for those unfamiliar, does have a surge charge associated with it. So for hosting, there's a per head fee that comes from the hosting kingdom to Amgard International for hosting the event. It's very nominal, not a huge impact, but that I believe it was referred to in the PayPal transfer as a tithe. But that amount there does seek to grow the Olympiad event so that eventually it can be its own standalone and can do some more amazing things and expand beyond just the Marshall tournaments, turn it into more of a symposium and Amped Con, if you will. So there's a future plan for Olympiad there that isn't reflected within the budget just because it's outside of scope of the budget itself. It's not actually spending money. We're still in a growth mindset there.
Awesome. Thank you for the clarification. I do appreciate that. Any other questions, concerns, comments? All right, sounds good. Jennifer, thank you so much for the report. I appreciate the work you're doing and the longevity that you've had on our board. And so I'm glad that you don't have a full head of gray hair because of it yet. So congratulations.
Thank you. Just a few.
Just a few. It's fine. It's fine. It's not a big deal. So with that, I believe, let me get back over here. We are going to be moving on to voting item 1. But before we do that, I'm going to go ahead and put us into a small recess unless there's an objection to that, and we will gladly power through everything if you want. But I was looking at a small recess probably for about 10 minutes. Is that enough time for everybody to maybe get food, use bathrooms, do all those things? Sounds good. All right. Then we will be in recess for about 10 minutes. So I have on my time 11:24. So we will come back at the 34 mark. So, all right. Thank you all. Go get food or do something cool. All right, I'm back. I'm going to assume everybody else is. I'll give us a grace of about another minute, and we will hopefully get ourselves going. As I'm seeing next on our agenda is going to be AMP Rules Play Revision Package votes. And so, Heron, I'm assuming and hoping that you're ready for all that as well.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Sounds good. For everybody that's here, as we do the voting items, we'll be doing the same as we did with the elections. We will be going item by item. There are a couple of things that we will be looking at that will have some special considerations, but as I've talked to some individuals before this meeting on some things that they would like to address and do, and I'll try to handle those as best that I can. But we'll be doing the same thing. We'll be going by the pre-ballot. And so we will start with discussion. And once discussion closes, we will allow people to take the floor to change their votes if they want to or need to. Once those votes are changed, then we will look at the pre-ballot document and take those votes as is, unless there's an objection. If there's an objection, then we will vote on it we'll vote on it one by one or kingdom by kingdom. We'll go from there. So I hope everybody understands all of that. Also, I did forget to mention for any of our candidates that didn't run and you're like, I don't need to stay in this meeting. When can I leave? We appreciate you being here. If you're like, I got to go, and that was the only thing that you were here for, by all means, you are more than welcome to leave. I think that may have happened, but I did forget to mention that. I do apologize for that. So, but with that, I'm going to go ahead and get us started unless there's any objections. All right. Just to confirm, Vidalia, you are back, and Kismet, you are back. Is that correct?
I am back.
I am also back. I am setting up my screen so that I can dual share the exact rules text alongside the voting. So give me like 30 seconds.
Yeah, no, you're gravy. Absolutely. We can give you the 30 seconds.
This is why you're the best, Vidalia.
This is true. I'd rather us get things right than try to rush through it. So I'm happy with that. But you just give me the thumbs up or scream at me whenever you're ready.
All right, I should be ready.
Sounds good. All right, I'm calling the meeting back to order. We are now out of recess. Let us begin. We are looking at voting item number 1, the 2026 AmpGuard Rules of Play Revision Package votes. I'm going to go ahead and give the floor to our rules rep organizer as may be needed as we go through each item and allow the opportunity to discuss each one. Unanimous consent to confirm the pre-balance is what we're going to be looking at. I went through how we're going to be processing that. People need to change their votes, we can, and then we will accept that as is. If there's an objection, we will then go kingdom by kingdom. So with that, let's see here. Honestly, Heron, if you're okay with it, I think I'd just like to give you the floor so you can kind of walk us through these things. I know there might be a lot of questions. And so I'm just going to kind of let you have that floor and we'll walk through those questions and discussions as we can. Is that okay?
Yes, that would be fine.
Right. The floor is all yours.
Okay, so obviously there are a lot of items here. I don't know if we're going to be doing this similarly to the last Q3 meeting where if something's like pretty far from passing, I don't think we need to spend a whole lot of time discussing it. If they are Oh, I saw you question Milk. Yes, the threshold for all of these ROP changes is 75%.
That is correct.
So there are a couple items in here where they're multiple changes being proposed for the same thing. For expediency's sake, they've got notes on here in the ROP agenda here, where if both of them pass, one of them is just pre-designated as the one that will be implemented because that's the one that the rules reps preferred. Looking through the pre-ballot, I don't think that there's any situations where that's going to matter because only one of them is likely to pass. So that's very unlikely to come up. If it does wind up coming up, just be aware of that. But all of those will be marked.
All right, sounds good. Then I'm going to start with our first item here of the accelerated leveling A. Currently by the pre-ballot, it is failing. So I'm going to open the floor for any discussion. If you would like to discuss this item, please raise your hand. If not, we will move immediately forward to accepting the pre-ballot as is, trying to get a unanimous consent. And again, if we don't get that unanimous consent for the pre-ballot, then we will move to roll calling each kingdom of their vote. Okay, so if there's any discussion for the RLP 1A accelerated leveling A level squared one that we see here, please raise your hand for comment or discussion. Rivermore, you have the floor.
This is less a comment on my end and more a question for folks, but wondering where we see the value in leaving the system as is, since from my viewpoint, it seems that making the game more playable by allowing people to get access to classes and class abilities at an accelerated rate would be better for engaging newer players. So I'm not seeing where the value is in maintaining the status quo, and I was hoping someone who is voting no might be able to speak to their thoughts on that.
Absolutely. So seeing that and how we're going to operate this with road rules, we have you as Rivermore essentially talking with this in the affirmative, that the vote would be yes. So that means the next person that I'm going to allow to have a discussion must be on the no side, must be on the negative side of it. And so I'll be going back and forth. I might ask some questions of where are you standing? And if you're like, well, I'm affirmative too, then I'm going to move to the next person that's negative, and then we may come back to you for the affirmative side again. So I hope all of that makes sense. If it's confusing, I apologize. Hang with me. We'll get through it. CK, you have the floor. I am looking at your vote. It looks like your vote is no, so I'm assuming you're talking for the negative side of this.
Yes, I am negative, Smiley.
All right, you have the floor.
As regard to your comment about, yes, giving new players their abilities and everything is awesome, and the engagement is awesome. However, because we did away with rules or with level testing, and we've taken out all of the quote unquote learning opportunities for new players, and the constant rules changes that we seem to be perpetuating ourselves within, it is wild that we want to increase or fast track people through these levels. If we don't take the time to learn people the rules, the grammar there is horrible, but the point is made. If we don't take the time to have people learn the rules and learn their abilities and go step by step, then what kind of becomes the point? And we just end up in a place where nobody really knows what anything does, and then we all crutch the rules clarification page because nobody really understands anything. I would also like to point out that 2 rules votes down, Vidalia, if I can steal your cursor and scroll down for a second, on the voting side. The bonus credits per month being now 16 instead of 12 seems to be a much easier way to accelerate people through leveling, through engaging with kingdoms and parks and everything else, rather than lowering the entire threshold for everybody. And I think that's it.
All right, Miletus, thank you very much for that. Seeing as our RRO does have their hand up to be in the queue, and this is coming from them, I'm going to go ahead and give them the floor for any clarification, and we'll get back to discussion again. Heron, you have the floor.
Okay. I don't want to cut in line because most of what I'm going to say is basically the Rules Committee's reasoning for both this proposal and accelerated leveling B. Would that be appropriate to do now, or I don't want to cut in line? So
no, we can do that. That would be considering in the affirmative that you're looking at this being a positive thing rather than a negative thing. I'm assuming, is that correct?
Yes.
Yep. So then that would allow you to speak to the affirmative. Meliodas, your hand is still up. Is there a reason? Thank you. All right, Heron, you have the floor for the affirmative.
Okay. So basically, the perspective of the Rules Committee is that AmpGuard is a very challenging game to get into. When a player is new, they have a lot of systems to learn. There's a lot of abilities to learn. People are casting abilities at them. And they're coming in with substantially less experience than the veteran players at their park. But they also simultaneously have access to fewer abilities and tools to counteract them. So even a very knowledgeable, very skilled player coming in is kind of gated by time in a way that it will take them, in some cases, up to a year or so of constant attendance to match parity on abilities with players at their park, even if they are somebody who knows all of the rules. So, excuse me. So while bonus credits are an option, or attending park multiple times a week are an option for players in some parks where that's available, players in isolated parks are not as able to do that. But more importantly, players in freeholds, which do not have access to Kingdom bonus credits, which are our new parks, our growing parks, the parks that we are adding to AmpGuard, they don't have access to that method, which means that it takes a very long time for players at freeholds to gain full access to the abilities, which kind of stunts their growth as they move towards trying to join a kingdom and become part of wider AmpGuard. So while accelerated leveling A, this level squared one, does accelerate things quite a bit for all of the levels, we think it's appropriate for players to be able to gain access to their abilities more quickly. B, which is, I guess, kind of inevitably part of this conversation, even though it's not the item we're talking about right now. That one is basically the only ones it changes, I believe, is it changes level 5 to be 2 credits faster, and level 6 to be, I think, 9 credits instead of 19 credits, something like that. 10 credits instead of 19. And basically that's just to stop people from running into that wall where they're like leveling and leveling and leveling, and they're up to level 5 and they have almost all of their abilities, and they really want to do that archetype that is locked behind level 6, but then they have to play for 4 months, which is far longer than at least the Rules Committee believes that they need to learn like the one ability that they get at level 5 in order to successfully play the game. So that's basically the spread of why the Rules Committee believes that. We have survey data now that backs up that newer players, especially, or players with less credits, are much more in favor of this than established players, which I suppose most folks could have predicted. They're the people most affected by this. But yeah, sorry. That is all of our things, quick as they can be, and I'll let folks get back to it.
Awesome. Heron, thank you very much for that. Milk, I do see and understand that you are in the affirmative, and seeing as that would be 2 affirmatives back to back, I'm going to put you on hold. Do we have anybody for the negative side of this that would like to speak again? Rebna from Golden Plains, I'm assuming you're on the negative?
Yes, I am also on the negative.
All right, you have the floor.
So basically, to counter Karen's point there about how the newer players coming in are getting basically bombarded with the amount of older players who are more experienced in the game, and also not quite understanding the rules. With the way the leveling is now, especially echoing what Meliodas was saying, with us doing away with the leveling testing, it is much harder for we as the populace or monarchies of those newer players to gauge where they're at as far as understanding these new abilities, these abilities that are like higher tier, for lack of a better word. Without any way of gauging that is like approved through ROP and just through Kingdom processes or freehold processes, there's really no way to implement the accelerated leveling, because it would just make things harder for the newer players who are like, cool, I got this new ability. What do I do with it? And I know that's why we have the older players, the veterans who are there to explain. But honestly, this does not seem like a beneficial change as the things stand right now. And that's where I'm going to say that I agree with my kingdom, saying that we do not need to make this change as of yet.
Right, thank you for that. Milk, with you being in the affirmative, I will now give you the floor. We are currently at the 50-minute mark. So to let everybody know, after Milk is done here, unless there's a motion for us to add another 5 to 10 minutes for discussion, we'll close discussion after Milk's response. Milk, you have the floor.
So in terms of learning, there are still plenty of tools available to gauge whether a player has graduated to the next level. They're just not available asynchronously. You can't do them on paper. You can't do them across a wide spread. You have to be there. Somebody has to be there looking and watching and paying attention to new players. In terms of learning overall, though, credits in my view don't impact that. Having somebody who is level 2 and has been there for a month and change, going up against another team chock full of level 6 players is insane for learning in terms of experience. The experience we have found is that somebody being level 1, level 2, level 3, and their first few days, weeks, months in a class, or as a new player, real specifically, going against everybody who has, or veteran players who have had the tenure and had the experience for years of progress and multiple level 6s in a lot of cases, it's just not a fun, pleasant experience. They're already not going to know their levels, so again, why would we hamstring them to not enable them to allow them to play with those higher level abilities? The way we get around that, or the way we fix that, or fix that learning process, is to have different mechanisms in place. For instance, as an example, but far and away not the only, is to run games that are all level 2, level 3, level 4 in whatever is necessary on the day-to-day when there are new players where that would be applicable to. Now, most of the time, most parks aren't running new player games like that, or don't have new players that would specifically impact. They are running veteran players who are learning new classes, in which case, sure, a level disparity is not a huge issue for a tenured player who's already got a level 6. So then that might not be applicable, and you can run, a little bit of a disparity. But even then, the game is not balanced until level 6. A level 3 of every class is not nowhere near as balanced as a level 6 of every class. So there's 2 points there. The initial point of learning, I don't think is a strong argument. It is an argument, but I don't think it's necessarily strong. And then the other part is the parity of levels and classes, that we don't reach our closest parity, our best parity, until all classes are level 6. Thank you.
No, thank you for that time. We have now heard the affirmative and the negative on this item. And at this point, I'm going to move us to the pre-ballot and the voting as we've done before, unless there is anybody who would like to make a motion believing that we need more discussion on this item before we move to that. We'll give us a second just in case there is anybody. All right, seeing as there is none, I'm going to go ahead and move us past the discussion into the voting room. Remember how we're doing this is we already have the pre-ballot as it sits. You can see that hopefully in the shared screen there from Vidalia. We're going to have that as is and now ask, is there any kingdoms that would like to change their votes from what they had now? And do remember, we can change the vote and then we will go to accept that ballot as it is with the unanimous decision. If we have a unanimous decision, that will be the locked in vote and we will move on. If we have an objection to that, then we'll go kingdom by kingdom, recording their votes. And then from there, that'll finalize the vote and we'll move on. Any questions on the procedures? All right, seeing as there is none, are there any kingdoms that would like to change their vote on this voting item at this time? All right, seeing as there's none, do we have any objections to accepting the ballot as is for our official vote? Okay, then this will lock in the ballot. And from what I'm seeing, this voting item does fail. It does not reach the threshold that is needed for it to pass. So there we have it. I will move us on into our next item. So we have voting item 2. Where are we at? What do we got? Sorry. I got myself lost for a minute. All right, so we got ROP 1B, accelerated leveling B. 45 credits to 6. I really need new glasses here. All right, so with that, I'm going to give the floor to our RRO. Heron, you have the floor.
Okay. So obviously this item is very related to the previous one. As I mentioned before, the difference between the last one and this one is that it mostly changes things at the higher end. You see the only differences in credit allocations are level 5 is at 32 credits instead of 34, and level 6 is at 45 credits instead of 53. So all of the people who basically this proposal was made with the conception in mind for those kingdoms where they're really worried about new players being overwhelmed by leveling up too fast when they first show up. So it doesn't change their progression for the first like half year or so. So that obviously this is very similar to the last one, so I'm not going to reiterate most of the points. I did want to bring up for discussion and ask, I noticed that Burning Lands and Dragonspine were 2 kingdoms that voted yes on the 36 credit option, but no on the 45 credit. And I was curious to hear why, or if there's, well, I mean, from the perspective of somebody who wants that to pass, I feel like this is a good compromise between the people who want leveling to be faster and the people who don't want to overwhelm new players. So I'm curious for your perspective on this one.
With that perspective and ask if there's no objections from AICoM, I would gladly give the floor to Dragonspine and then to Burning Lands for 1 minute each respectively to answer that question as it was directed directly to them. Are there any objections to the chair doing that? All right, seeing as there is none, I will recognize Dragonspine first to answer that question. We're not going to go into discussion of the affirmative and negatives just yet. I'm just allowing them to answer the question that was referred to them by the RRO. Dragonspine checkers, you have the floor.
Dragonspine would like to change its vote from no to yes.
All right, so as we're not officially voting yet, we will get there, but that does let us know that you have changed your mind. I think that answers the question from Heron. Burning Lands, you have the floor for 1 minute to directly respond to the question from RRO.
I'm going to apologize to Heron because I don't know the answer to that question. I put the poll out to my people, and frankly, I'm just excited that 20 of them actually filled out the stupid thing because that's more engagement than I ever get from my kingdom when it comes to rules, because the long and short from Burning Lands 9 times out of 10 is leave my effing game alone. So I don't know why they liked one over the other. I would be willing to have some in-person discussion. Thank you, Jennifer, for laughing at that because she understands. I would be willing to have conversation, Heron, and then you and I can try and do like a private back and forth thing at some point. I mean, it looks like this one's gonna pass anyway, so that's Burning Land's answer.
It currently is not passing. Two kingdoms would have to change their vote for it to pass.
Well, we know one kingdom has changed their vote already, and it's really small on my screen and my eyes suck. But anyway, like I said, I still would be willing to try and have conversation with my people as to why they chose differently and have that discussion. Other than that, there you go.
Awesome. Thank you for answering those questions. Now I will open the floor for the discussion. First, starting with the affirmative. If you are in the affirmative and you would like to speak to this in discussion, we're at 12. I'm at 12 o'clock my time now. So we will open discussion for the 10 minutes as we had similar to last time. So I have Northern Lights, Kodiak. First, I'm assuming you're in the affirmative. If you're not, please let me know, and I will move to somebody who is.
I am in the affirmative. I like this proposal, and I like this proposal better than the level squared, even though the number squared really itches I like the math part of it. I'm not sure what the math is here for patterns. But that's beside the point. I like this one because it splits the difference of letting players take a little bit of time to learn, give you the options of giving them bonus credits. And I do think the bonus credits are pretty valuable as an engagement tool. And if we lower the amount of credits needed to reach level 6, the bonus credits are not as exciting as an engagement tool anymore. So that's why I like 45 instead of 36.
And 4. All right. Now we will give an opportunity for the negative. Crystal Groves Arrakis, I'm going to assume that you're negative. If you're not, let me know, but keep your hand up and we'll get back to you.
Sure. I'm actually in favor of this proposal.
All right. Do we have anybody in the negative that would like to speak on this? If you're voting no and you would like to have that side heard, please raise your hand. All right. Seeing as there is none, we already have the affirmative spoken for, unless there is a motion given that I should allow Arrakis also in the affirmative to also speak. We're gonna go ahead and move on to the vote. Arrakis, I do apologize for that. I want to make sure we have even sides, if that makes any sense. Is there any objections to moving to then the vote? All right. Arrakis, I'm going to go ahead and move forward, sir. I apologize that I wasn't able to give you the floor, but we will take it as advisement and understanding that Crystal Groves is in a favor, and this is an item that is positive for them moving forward. So now with the vote, if there is anyone who would like to change their vote on the pre-ballot, please raise your hand and put yourself in the queue, and we will go from there. Rivermore, you have the floor.
Rivermore would like to update from abstain to yes.
All right. Rivermore updated to yes. Thank you. Dragonspine, you have the floor.
Dragonspine would like to change their vote from no to yes.
Awesome. Dragonspine has changed their vote to yes. Wetlands, you have the floor.
Sorry about that. Let me change to a yes as well.
Sounds good. Okay. Now, to be fair, because I know there's been quite a bit of discussion, we are currently still sitting at a failed vote with 16 yeses and 6 nos. Is there anyone else who would like to change their vote? All right. Is there any objections to accepting the ballot as is and having us move to roll calling each kingdom for their vote? Dragonspine, you have your hand raised. You have the floor.
Dragonspine would like a roll call vote.
Understood. That means we will not be able to have a unanimous consent on the pre-ballot. We will now move to roll call voting. So, Ladai, can you make that just slightly bigger because I'm stupidly blind with old glasses, and I will roll call us through. Okay. Black Spire, how do you vote?
Black Spire votes yes.
Burning Lands, how do you vote?
Still no.
Burning Lands, no. Meliodas, how do you vote?
Still no.
All right. Crystal Groves Arrakis, how do you vote?
Crystal Groves votes yes on this.
All right. Desert Winds, whichever one is here. Did we lose Desert Winds? Tournament.
Can we
All
check the list of attendees in the Zoom meeting to see if Corbo is here?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and pull that up. If everybody doesn't mind me taking a second to do that.
Point of order. If they are in fact not here, would that be an abstain?
Yes, that means their vote would not change.
If they had a vote on the pre-ballot, would that be an abstain?
That is their vote on the pre-ballot is abstain.
Yes, but we're no longer going by the pre-ballot. We're now voice voting.
Oh, I understand what you're saying, Milk. Give me a second to double check. Madeline, are you still in the chat? Are you still in this meeting?
I sure am. I'm still here.
Awesome. Can I steal you as my parliamentarian for a second?
Absolutely. Unless there are bylaws that say otherwise, we are currently operating under a quorum, which means people must be present for the vote. If you step out even to go potty, unfortunately, you will not be counted when the vote is called. So unless we have bylaws that state otherwise, that's the prevailing rule.
Right. So it would be a non-vote, to my understanding, not necessarily a
Yes.
no vote.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. None of the three.
Thank you very much. So, Milk, that is where we're sitting at with Robert's rules. It would be a non-vote, not an abstention, and not a no. It would just be a non-vote. I'm still going through our participants real quick just to make sure they're actually not here. And I'm not seeing them here at all. Okay. I'm going to continue on with the roll call vote. If by chance they come back in, somebody please let me know. All right. Dragon Spine, Checkers, how do you vote?
Dragon Spine votes yes.
Thank you. Emerald Hills, Armac, how do you vote?
EH votes yes.
All right. Golden Plains, Revna, how do you vote?
GP still votes no.
Golden Vale, I will always mispronounce your name. How do you vote?
Pix is fine, honestly. Half of Amgard thinks my name is Pix. Golden Vale still votes yes.
I understand that. My actual persona name is not Smiley. So hint, hint, there's some trivia for somebody later. All right. Iron Mountains, here, how do you vote?
We still vote no.
All right. Neverwinter, how do we vote?
Neverwinter maintains no.
All right. Nine Blades, how do we vote?
Still yes.
Northern Lights, how do we vote?
We vote yes.
All right, thank you. Northreach, how do we vote?
Northreach votes yes.
Thank you. Polaris, how do we vote?
We vote no.
Thank you. Rising Winds, the amazing illustrious one, how do we vote?
Rising Winds votes yes.
Thank you. Rivermore?
Rivermore continues to vote yes.
Taldagore, how do we vote?
Talagore votes yes.
13 Roads, how do we vote?
13 Roads votes yes.
Thank you. Viridian Outlands, how do we vote?
Viridian Outlands votes yes.
West March, how do we vote?
West March votes yes.
Wetlands, how do we vote?
Still yes.
And Winter's Edge, how do we vote?
Yes.
All right. With that, the votes are in, and having a one non-vote, we still see this item fail. So, Milk from the Rising Winds, you have the floor, sir.
The Rising Winds would like to motion for discussion and revote.
We have a motion on the floor for discussion and revote. Is there a second? Crystal Groves, I'm assuming, Ruckus, you are seconding?
Yes, Crystal Growth will second that.
We have a second on that. Vidalia, can we pull up a tab to take a vote? Guys, this was one that
Yes.
we have no pre-ballot for it, so we will go for that as well. So we'll open discussion. If this passes, we will open discussion again. And with that discussion, we will use the same format. And from there, we will then move to we will end up revoting the item one more time. Milk, you have the floor again.
Rising Winds in favor. The question is I have a question for the dissenters here. Is it within your...
Let me put you on hold for just a second, as we have to have the vote to actually open discussion again.
Oh, sorry.
And then do a revote. So I have to declare it out of order, but we'll bring you back for discussion. All right. Are we ready to vote on this motion? Remember, this is for us to open discussion on the item again, and to also have a revote after that discussion. So, all right. Black Spire, how do you vote?
You have a point of order in the chat.
Where am I at on the chat? Sorry, I don't see it. Where's my point of order? A Robert's Rules of Order mandated by the COM bylaws. That's not an actual point of order. I think that would be more of a point of, Madeline, help me out, clarification, personal privilege. But seeing as we have ran with Robert's Rules of Order since I've been the AICoM chair, I also believe that that is our default as we go from it, and also what the previous chairs have used before. Past precedent alone also sets us by running by Robert's Rules of Order. Aaron, does that answer your question?
Yes, it does.
All right. Thank you. Okay. I'll move to our vote for this motion. Blackspire, how do you vote on us opening up discussion and then after discussion revoting this item?
I'm gonna abstain.
Abstain. You got it? All right. Burning Lands, what is your vote?
No.
No. CK Meliodas, what is your vote?
Hard no.
Hard no. Fair enough. Crystal Groves, Arrakis, what is your vote?
Sure, yeah.
Yes? Okay.
Yes.
Desert Winds, again, if you are back in the meeting, what is your vote? I'm going to assume Desert Winds is still absent. Dragon Spine, Checkers, what is your vote?
Yes.
All right. Emerald Hills, Armac, what is your vote?
No.
Thank you. Golden Plains, Revna, what is your vote?
A resounding no.
Resounding no. All right. Golden Vale, how do you vote?
Golden Veil abstains.
Abstains. Iron Mountain, how did you vote?
We vote no.
No. Neverwinter, how do we vote?
Neverwinter votes no.
Nine Blades, how do we vote?
Yes.
Nine Blades votes yes. Northern Lights, how do we vote?
Can you come back to me?
Sure, we will come back to you. I have no problem with that. North Reach, how do we vote? North Reach?
Sorry, Northreach votes no.
Okay. Thank you. Polaris, how do we vote?
Vote no.
No? All right. Rising Winds, how do we vote?
Rising Winds votes yes.
Thank you. Rivermore, how do we vote?
Rivermore votes yes.
All right. Tal'Dorei, how do we vote?
Tal'Dorei abstains.
Abstains. 13 Roads, how do we vote?
13 Roads votes no.
Thank you. Viridian Outlands, how do we vote?
Viridian Outlands votes yes.
All right. West March, how do we vote?
West March votes no.
All right. Wetlands, how do we vote?
I'm still going to keep my yes.
And Winter's Edge, how do we vote?
No.
I want to come back to wetlands real quick. Wetlands, you do know this is for us to reopen discussion and then re-vote the item again, not necessarily for the item itself.
I'm sorry, man. I'm bouncing between y'all and I'm actually working my job right now. No, no
Okay,
more
awesome.
discussion. Sorry.
All right. No problem. You said it in a way that I wanted to get confirmation. All right, coming back to Northern Lights, how do you vote?
I'll abstain. I think it's a fail anyway.
Abstain. All right. And I will do one last call for Desert Winds. Desert Winds, are you available to vote? Seeing no response, there will still be a non-vote. It appears that this motion will fail. So that means the item will stay as is. The item, voting item has failed, and we will move to our next item. Thank you all for going through that process. I appreciate you. Madeline, I want you to understand I'm probably going to use you as our parliamentarian for the rest of the meeting. Congratulations. I'm glad you're here.
Check your chat, please.
Getting there. Let me just pull this out here. Since when news, let's see, combined notification. What's your touch video? Let's see it. Sorry, I'm reading through all these things real quick. Okay. All right. I'm assuming, Phoebe, you're talking about Milk's comment from bylaw 6.3, the vote shall stand unless a motion for discussion is heard and seconded, in which case the vote shall be discarded and the second vote held after discussion is complete.
Yes.
Correct. So the motion itself for the discussion failed, which means that motion did not carry through. So there was no way to complete it. So the previous vote still stands. I will refer to Madeline if I have that wrong, according to what I know about Robert's Rules of Order.
In this instance, we're referring to the existing bylaws, which in this case actually override Robert's Rules of Order. If your bylaws are silent, then Robert's Rules will define.
Right. Here, as far as I understand, our bylaws are silent, so Robert's Rules take precedent.
Yeah, but in looking right here, it looks like what Milk pointed out is correct, that you essentially call for a vote. The process here is that AICoM facilitates a vote without discussion at all. You just vote, then we have a discussion. We have a vote to have discussion, and then that vote is discarded. So we might need to actually change up the order in which we're currently doing things. Milk, am I getting that right?
Is that where you're coming from, Milk?
Yes, along that line.
10-4.
However, that is for in-person. As a note, that is for in-person procedures specifically, and the next section does define video teleconferencing procedures. However, since we are no longer doing in-person meetings.
Right. So I think the clarification here is, let me open this back up. So I think the clarification here is that I I'm going to agree with Madeline. I believe I need to change the order of how we're doing things. To where we need to vote, do discussion, and then vote again, because I think that would still take precedent of how we even need to do it, because it's still silent on both sides, and I think there's enough area here that we would want to keep that format given our bylaws.
Yeah.
Madeline, would I be off on that?
The thing is like, I honestly think, especially with our pre-ballot conversation, Winter's Edge just brought up a big note saying, would the pre-ballot not be considered a vote? And so you may
Yes.
have the option for, as each of these, as we approach them. So as we approach the next one, you could say, do we need to have discussion on this, or will pre-ballot stand? And if there's discussion, they would vote to open discussion. Is that your intention with your comment, Winter's Edge?
Yeah, I'm just interested in, saving a little bit of time here, because it feels like the pre-ballot is a vote. And if that's the case, and you're trying to go according to this order, then you're opening a chance for discussion, and then a chance for people to change their mind, which is what we've been doing this whole time. So I'm down to keep it that way rather than drag this out more than it needs to be.
Yeah, I mean, that's how I'm looking at the pre-ballot, is that we're already looking at a vote in an online sense. And so the vote's been cast. If anybody's changed their vote after discussion, then that's where the revote is sitting, with that changing of votes. That's my assumption. Madeline, am I in the operating procedure doing this wrong?
Um, I think there is some confusion here, and I think Milk brings up a good point in their comment that the pre-ballot was not presented to us as the initial vote, and Rising Winds at least did not treat it as such. So in this case, what you might want to do is basically ask everybody, is this pre-vote going to stand? If not, are we voting to open discussion? And if we open discussion, then there will be a revote at the end of discussion. How do people feel about that?
That makes sense.
Someone-
Is our com okay with what was just explained? In other words, I'll bring out the pre-vote and say, are we okay with it the way that it stands? And if not, then we'll open discussion.
That we have a quote from Tal DeGore: to help streamline the annual meeting, we will once again be conducting pre-voting on the meeting agenda. This allows us to significantly reduce the time spent collecting votes during the meeting while ensuring everyone has the opportunity to carefully review each item. Please complete this pre-ballot with the same weight and consideration as if you were casting your vote at the annual meeting.
That's fair. So yeah, at that point with that language, we said pre-voting. So I would say the assumption is the same of what I originally had, was that ballot was our votes, and the aspect here was to affirm those votes, discuss, and allow people to change them if they needed to under that discussion.
And the body has every right to bring up discussion for any of these items if the body chooses.
Absolutely. You can always have a motion from the floor to make sure we're discussing anything. I hope everybody understands that. Like, you guys are the body, you have a whole lot more control of this meeting than I do, with the exception of certain things that would be out of order for various reasons. So.
And you can always remind them, Smiley, that the parliamentarian or the chair can be overrode at any time with an appeal, and it's only a 50% plus one.
Correct. We will actually probably be discussing that later with another certain item, because we're going to be looking at a way for certain parliamentary procedures to be known, and that means I'll have to let you guys know that you do have the right to appeal my decisions. And so that can always be something on the floor. Madeline, I think we're on the same page. I think. So if I move forward and have missed something or messed it up, stop me real quick as our parliamentarian, and we'll correct that. So let me do that. Okay. So with this item, where are we at? So the previous item I would say failed. I think we've covered all those bases pretty extensively. Moving forward, I'm going to take our pre-ballot. We will be going with, are we willing to accept this pre-ballot as it is? And then we will move into discussion. Is that fair, comparable, and okay for everybody? That's the decision your chair is making to move forward. Again, you can appeal that if you want. All right. I'm going to have us move forward then. And let me pull up so where are we at we're on,
We're on ROP2 bonus credits per month. I have it pulled up
there
on
we
both
go.
sides.
So we've got ROP2 bonus credits per month. We have our pre-ballot to the left of your screen on the share from our executive secretary. Are we okay with accepting the ballot as is as our vote? And with that, I'm going to take an audible vote just with ayes and nays. So if I hear a nay, I'm going to assume that that is somebody saying I'm not. I need us to go through discussion, and we will do so. Is that fair? All right. So all those in favor, please unmute your mics with aye of keeping the ballot as is.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, Captain.
Aye.
And all those opposed say nay. Hearing no nays, I'm going to take that as unanimous consent to accept the ballot as is. And I should be able to move on without discussion. All right, seeing as there's nobody moving for discussion, we will accept that vote as is, and I believe that one did pass. Is that right, Vidalia?
Yes, that is correct. And you make an excellent point. I will note that in the ruling.
Thank you. All right, ROP 3 credits levels rewrite. We have the pre-ballot at currently passing with yes being 20, 1 being no. Again, we're going to do all the ayes, and I love it because it sounds silly and crazy, and for some reason just fits. So feel free to unmute your mics. I'm going to ask for the vote to accept the ballot as is. We're looking for unanimous consent, and then we'll go to the nays. So all in favor say aye.
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 All right. And anybody who is nay, please unmute your mic and say nay. Seeing as there are no nays, then I'm taking that as unanimous consent to accept the pre-vote as the vote to stay as is. Thus, the ROP3 credits and levels rewrite passes. Give me 1 second. I want to look into the comments here of what Milk has shared. Okay, awesome. Thank you. Milk, I hope you understand. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. All right, moving on to the next item. We are on ROP 4. Unlock Paladin / Anti-Paladin. Currently, as it sits, this one with our pre-voting ballot is failing with 15 yes and 8 no. So moving into the same thing, all those in favor of accepting this pre-ballot as our votes, please say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. All right, I will take that as unanimous consent to accept this pre-vote as our official vote for the ROP4 item as it fails. So ROP5, Reeve identifiers. Yeah. Sorry, I was looking at the message. ROP Reeve identifiers. Currently, the pre-votes are having it pass with 21 yes and 1 no. So with that, all in favor of keeping the pre-ballot pre-vote as is, say aye.
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 Aye,
Aye.
Zingard.
You guys are all having way too much fun with this. Any opposed, say nay. All right, the vote RP5 Reeves identifiers passes. With that vote, we'll be moving forward. RP6, the Helm bonus. Joy, can you scroll down on the right side as well for everybody? Perfect, thank you. Currently, this is passing with 18 yes, 3 no, and 2 abstain. So we are looking at this. We're going to do the same thing. So all those in favor of keeping the pre-vote, say aye.
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 Hi, sir.
All
Aye.
those opposed, all those opposed say nay. All right, seeing as there's none, I'm going to take that as unanimous consent. Madeline, I have a parliamentarian question as the chair. Can
Okay.
I ask for the vote with nay first instead of aye?
Usually all votes are done first by a voice vote, unless you guys want to change otherwise. If you want to just change it as chair without objection, as long as the body doesn't object.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, kind of going through.
Yep.
If I just ask for nay votes
Any
first.
opposition.
Yeah, and if there's no opposition, we'll take that as unanimous consent. Could I can make that decision as chair and ask
Make the decision
ask
if
the
the
body if
body,
they'd be okay with it.
if they want to overrule you, they'll overrule you.
Yep, 10-4. All right, guys, we're gonna move forward with that. If you don't like it, feel free to overrule me and appeal as well. We're gonna start with the nays first, moving forward, hopefully to kind of make the process a little more streamlined and going quicker. Sound good? Wonderful. All right, RLP, we're on 7. Ring rule for weapons. But can you pull that up on the right side as well? I think it's RP7, right? Yeah. Okay. All right. So with this one, is there any opposition? Is there any nay votes? Say nay. Awesome. Seeing as I have no nay votes or opposition at this time, I'm going to take that as unanimous consent that RLP7 item passes. RLP8, magic items rewrite. This is passing currently 21-0 with 2 abstentions. Is there any opposition or nay votes? Please voice that now. Seeing as I hear none and see none, we will take that as unanimous consent. RLP8 passes. RLP9, magic staff limitations. The vote breakdown is 18 yes, 2 no, and 3 abstain. Currently, this is passing. Is there any nay votes or opposition to this RLP9 item? All right, then I will take that as unanimous consent to accept the ballot and pre-vote as is. So RLP9 passes. RLP10, specialty arrow labels. Currently we have 15 yes, 7 no. This item is currently failing. And so is there any opposition to accepting this ballot with our pre-vote as it is? If there is, please say nay now or raise your hand in opposition.
Just to
Seeing
clarify,
yes.
Just to clarify, Smiley, if we do not agree with the posted pre-ballot vote, we say nay.
Correct.
Nay.
We have one nay, which means we cannot have unanimous consent. So we will open the floor for discussion at this time. And we will do this the same way as we've done before. We will have the affirmative and the negative, and we'll have those represented equally. And right now it is 12:32 here. And so we will have that for about 15 minutes or less, depending on how much discussion is needed. And remember, you can always make a motion request for more time, and we can vote on that if that is something you guys want to do. So I'm now opening the floor for discussion on item RLP10, specialty arrow labels. Let's start first with the affirmative. Is there anybody who would like to speak in the affirmative for this voting item?
The CK will vote or will voice in the affirmative.
All right, Meliodas, you have the floor. Take it away.
I'm mostly just curious what the opposition seems to think there is an issue with this proposal. When an arrow is flying at you, who can read it? It only matters once it's on the ground and you can read it. Otherwise, it's purely based off of the head cover. And for those who are colorblind, I understand that, yes, this is probably for accessibility options. But how are you reading that if it's flying at you? And that's kind of my question to everybody else.
Meliodas, thank you. Chair recognizes Crystal Groves Arrakis. If you're for the negative, I'm assuming.
Correct. Yeah, I can answer, at least for me, why I voted no on this.
All right, take it away.
I was discussing this with some of the battle masters and with my rules rep in my kingdom. And the conclusion we came to was that the cost of leaving it as it currently is that anyone making a head cover or a strip for a specialty arrow has to take 10 seconds and a Sharpie to write the name of the kind of specialty arrow on it. And the cost to removing the labels is that people with various kinds of color vision impairment can't then look down at the ground and see the arrow that just hit them and figure out what it was in like a dense battle jamming situation. They have to try to look around and see who shot it and yell, "What was that?" and try to listen for the response. And we thought that the cost of keeping it the way it currently is was just too low to bother changing it.
Very good. Marcus, thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in the affirmative? All right, seeing as there's nobody in the affirmative, I'm going to go ahead and close discussion unless there's anybody who's opposed to that at the moment. All right, we'll to close discussion and we'll move to vote. We will call out each kingdom and go kingdom by kingdom for this vote. Is there any opposition to moving forward? All right, I'm going to start a roll call vote. Blackspire for specialty arrow labels. How do you vote?
Blackspire votes no.
Burning Lands. How do you vote?
Yes.
Celestial Kingdom. How do you vote?
Still yes.
Crystal Groves. How do you vote? Arrakis, you there?
Sorry, did that work? No, sorry.
Gotcha. Okay, still no. Awesome. Desert Winds, are you present to vote? Desert Winds is currently a non-vote. Dragon Spine, Checkers, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Emerald Hills, Armac, how do you vote? I'm going to assume that was a yes, Armac. Is that correct?
Yes. Sorry.
No problem. You're good. Golden Plains, Rona, how do you vote?
Golden Plains votes no.
Thank you. Golden Vale, how do you vote?
Golden Vale retains their no vote.
All right. Iron Mountains, how do you vote?
We maintain our yes vote.
Neverwinter, how do you vote?
Neverwinter stands by yes.
Let's see here. Nine Blades, how do you vote?
Still yes.
All right. Northern Lights, how do you vote?
Still no.
Northreach, how do we vote?
Northreach votes yes.
All right. Polaris, how do we vote?
I'm switching to no.
Polaris will be switching to no. All right. Rising Winds, how do we vote?
Oh, hell no.
Every time. Rivermore, how do we vote?
Rivermore will maintain its yes vote.
Talagore, how do we vote?
Talagore maintains its yes vote.
13 Roads, how do we vote?
13 Roads is staying a yes.
All right. Viridian Outlands, how do we vote?
Viridian Outlands continues its yes vote.
All right. West March, how do we vote?
West March votes no.
Wetlands, how do we vote?
We vote no.
Wetlands is a no. And Winter's Edge, how do we vote?
Yes.
Yes. All right. Looking at the results here, we have 13 yes, 9 no's. That does not break our threshold, so this item does fail. All right. Is there any motions or want for further discussion? Please allow me to move on. All right. Seeing as there is none, I will move us forward to ROP 11. Remove add-on spell strips. Looking at our pre-vote with the ballot, this item is currently failing with 16 yes and 7 no. I will start first with the opposition. Is there any nays that for us to accept this ballot as is? Again, remember, if you do cast an A, that will push us into discussion.
I would like discussion.
All right, so Northern Lights is casting essentially an opposition vote for us accepting the ballot as is, so we can move into discussion. All right, let's go ahead and move into discussion. Again, we'll do the same thing, starting with the affirmative. Do we have anybody who would like to speak to the affirmative for remove add-on spell strips? All right, Crystal Groves Rackus, are you in the affirmative?
I am.
All right, you have the floor, sir.
Sure. So this is for the single use stuff. We don't have a requirement to remove spell strips after you use them up. You're just kind of supposed to. And so, I mean, I don't know how it is in everyone's kingdoms, but like assassins always have a red strip affixed to their sash. I play anti-paladin. There's never not 2 red strips and a white strip affixed to my sash, just because that way when I need them on, they're already on. And especially for stuff like poison and blessing against wounds, it's usually only up for, I don't know, a minute maximum. And then you maybe have to recast it. If the spell strips are supposed to give me some information about should I be hollering for somebody to come dispel this person, is that the wrong
Rackus,
voting act?
I think we're on the wrong. I think you're looking. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, add-on. My bad.
Yeah.
Sorry, I can see them both on the screen there, and I thought we were on the. Sorry, I'll move my cursor up. There we go.
There you go.
Oh, the ones that are always alongside their stuff. Yeah. Sorry, this one's it's similar logic though. If they're already going to be wearing a tassel, a braid, a whole fistful of spell strips, because they're wearing golem, essence grafts, and a bunch of other junk. I don't need the extra yellow strip. I can see that they have like 6 strips on. I'm going to tell my scout to dispel them. So it doesn't really give me any information, I don't think, personally. And it's just one less thing to have to give back to a caster or pick up off the field and figure out who belongs to it after the game. Sorry for getting the order mixed up there.
Not a problem. So I'm going to take that as the affirmative. Meliodas, are you in the negative?
I guess so.
All right, take it away. You have the floor, sir.
Sorry, getting thoughts together, apparently. The only reason the Celestial Kingdom looked to vote no was and I guess this is a cultural thing, but we still have a lot of problems with declaring enchantments and just visualizing what is going on. So having them there is still mostly necessary. I will agree, though, in the affirmative that it is not only clutter that is left on the field, but can be confusing to other people. And that's all.
All right, we have the affirmative and the negative until the very end become the affirmative again. Do we have another affirmative that would like to speak? Rising Winds, Milk, are you in the affirmative?
I am indeed.
All right, so you have the floor.
I think the Rising Winds has the opposite problem, not problem, but the opposite feature than the Celestial Kingdom is we are well more abundant about requiring that declaration upon engagement, that the actual strip itself becomes near meaningless. It is, again, clutter on the field and things like that, but also we rely more on the verbal exchange of information for so many other things, this being one of them, that I think the last time anybody in the Rising Winds looked at strips and said, oh, there's an enchantment and I need to act accordingly, it was probably in the 1980s, I would guess.
With that, do we have a negative in response? Northern Lights, are you in the negative or the positive?
We're in the positive. I just had a question of the RRO if she maybe has the information.
Heron, are you back yet?
I am back.
All right. I will allow a question to our RO. Absolutely.
Do you recall offhand if we remove these yellow strips for add-on spell strips, what is left in the yellow section?
I I can find that information. If somebody else wants to make a comment, I can get back to you in a sec, if that works.
I believe these should be the only 3 items left of the yellow strip.
Undead Minion.
Is Sleight of Mind yellow?
All right.
Yeah, Sleight of Mind, Amplification, Attuned. Battlefield Triage would be the one, and Gift of Water.
Undead
And Heart
Minion.
of the Swarm. Yeah, there's a fair few that are still left with yellow, but this is a good chunk of them. Oh my goodness. Kismet in with the save. Shout out Easy Guard.
Yeah, if anybody's wondering, if you look in the messenger chat here for the Zoom meeting, Kismet did put in all of those wonderful things with an image.
I can't screen share
so you can reference there.
the image, unfortunately, so I'm just going to read it out loud for the people watching. It's Amplification, Attuned, Battlefield Triage, Essence Graft, Gift of Water, Heart of the Swarm, Mass Healing, Regeneration, Silver Tongue, Sleight of Mind, Undead Minion, and Vampirism, for the record.
Can we amend the proposal? No, unfortunately we are past the amend the proposal stage. I think we've surpassed that part. Unless I have a correction, I have that wrong. Somebody please feel free to correct me on that one. Dragon Spine, checkers. You have the floor.
Dragon Spine's voting no, because this would just increase the situations where some spells act one way, other spells act a different way, just increasing the complexity of the game. It has to be an all or nothing thing.
Fair enough. All right, with that, we are now at 12:46. Northern Lights, are you in the affirmative?
Yes, I am, and I wanted to.
With that, give me just a
I
second.
just wanted to.
Northern Lights will have the floor last. That will end up closing our discussion after Northern Lights, and then we'll move to our roll call vote. Northern Lights, take it away.
While this is an exception to our rules, it's an exception that already exists, as Bard songs already count as enchantments and don't require a strip. These would be the same thing.
Fair enough. All right, seeing that we have heard discussion and sides for affirmative and negative and getting some clarification, unless there's opposition or a request to lengthen our time for discussion, I'm going to move us to our roll call vote. I'll give everybody a second in case anybody needs to make a motion or feels we need to do that. All right, seeing as there is none, I'm going to move us to a roll call vote for ROP 11, remove add-on spell strips. So we will start with Black Spire. How do you vote?
Yes.
All right. Burning Lands. How do we vote?
We retain our yes.
Celestial Kingdom. How do we vote?
We retain no.
Crystal Groves. How do we vote?
Still yes.
Desert Winds. Are you in the room? Able to vote? All right. It appears that Desert Winds will be a non-vote. Dragon Spine. How do we vote?
Dragon Spine votes no.
Emerald Hills. How do we vote? Armec, please tell me you're alive.
I am alive. My phone ended up playing weird tricks on me, but we stay yes.
All right. Golden Veins? No, that's not it. Golden Plains. How do we vote?
Golden Plains maintains their no.
All right. Golden Vale. That's what happens when you put Golden Vale and Golden Plains together. You get Golden Veins. It's weird. All right, Golden Vale. How do you vote?
I'm pretty sure that's what Fiona's veins are made of, golden veins.
Golden
But
veins.
Golden Vale retains their yes.
All right. Iron Mountains. How do we vote?
We maintain yes.
Thank you. Milk, I appreciate that. Thanks. You should make a belt favor. Let's see here. I'm blind. Neverwinter. How do we vote?
Neverwinter votes yes.
All right. Nine Blades. How do we vote?
Still yes.
Northern Lights. How do we vote?
Yes.
North Reach. How do we vote?
Yes.
Polaris. How do we vote?
Still yes.
Rising Winds, how do we vote?
You betcha.
Rivermore, how do we?
Rivermore
vote?
maintains its no vote.
Tal'Degor, how do we vote?
Talagor votes yes.
All right. 13 Roads, how do we vote?
Maintaining the no.
All right. Viridian Outlands, how do we vote?
We continue yes.
West March, how do we vote?
West March votes no.
Wetlands, how do you vote?
No.
And Winter's Edge, what is your vote?
Yes.
Okay. That we have 15 yes and sorry, going back to it, we have 15 yes and 7 no. This item still fails. All right. Unless there's any objections, I'm going to move us to ROP 12. All right. Let's go to ROP 12. Remove single-use spell strips. Remember, I'm starting with the nays first to accept the ballot, the pre-vote with the pre-ballot as is, as our official vote. If you are opposed to that, you will vote with nay, and we'll move into discussion. Are there any nays? All right, seeing as there are no nays, I'm going to accept that as unanimous consent to accept this ballot as is, which means this item does fail with 13 yeses and 10 nos. All right, unless there's any objections, I will move us to the next item. All right, we have ROP 13, the Afraid State. Joey, can you give us the wording on that one on the other side too? In-person meetings. Who needs in-person meetings? Gosh. That was sarcasm, in case anybody missed it. All right, so ROP 13, the Afraid State. The ballot currently is sitting at 9 yeses with 13 nos. Thus, this item is currently failing. We will do the exact same thing. If there is a nay, I'll ask for that first. And if there is, that means we won't have unanimous consent. We'll move into discussion. So is there any nays to us accepting this ballot as is, as our official vote? Seeing as there are none, I will take that as unanimous consent to accept the votes as is. And so ROP 13 Afraid State does fail with 9 yeses and 13 nos. And we will move on to ROP 14 now. Okay. This is codify spawn protections. Currently right now, this is passing with 20 yeses and 3 nos. Is there any opposition to accepting this ballot as and pre-vote as the official vote for this? If there is opposition to it, we'll go to discussion. So are there any nays? Say so now. All right. Hearing no nays, we will assume that is unanimous consent to accept this as is. ROP 14 codify spawn protection passes 20-3. So we will now move to ROP 15. So I think we will.
Sorry, I'm here.
No, you're fine. I mean, mentally, I'm not sure if I'm here, but it's okay.
I am responding to messages while also doing this, so
I understand fully. I promise. So, okay. So that we are in ROP 15, the pink sash. Currently, this item is failing 16-6. 16 yeses, 16 nos. Are there any nays to us accepting this ballot with the pre-vote as is as our official vote on this item? If there's a nay or opposition, please say so now by saying nay.
Nay.
All right, we have Northreach saying nay. And so with that, I'll move us into discussion. I see that our RRO has raised their hand immediately, so I will give the floor to our RRO.
Okay, this is slightly a procedural question. And it is also sort of a question for the folks that are voting no. One of the notes that we have on here is that, like, because in the past we've had this proposal come up and some of the opposition to it has been concerns for like AmpGuard's like legal liability. We put a lot of effort this year into making sure that the text is a recommendation, that it's like absolutely not a guarantee of like anybody's like personal safety. They're still taking on all of the normal risks of doing AmpGuard combat. Unfortunately, despite a couple months of trying, I have not really been able to get in touch with Medrin about this. I don't know if that's something that has been brought up. I've tried a couple avenues, but if that's something that is like specifically a concern for people, I wonder if this might be something where it needs to be tabled until like the next meeting to address that concern. But that's only if people are having concerns for this one specifically for the possibility of liability and whether that would apply to the text that we have here. So yeah, a little bit separate from the discussion, but yeah, that is a concern that I want to bring up in case anybody has that as their reason for voting no.
10-4. That is fair. I would need to double check stuff on tabling it, as I'm not sure. I think there's a certain way we'd have to do that. Now, I'll check on that just to make sure we get that right if that's what we want to do, Aaron. But I understand what you're saying. Meliodas, you have the floor.
Let's see. I'm speaking in the no's.
Yes.
Firstly, a question for Heron. What was the reason for this specific wording versus like something that was like proposed in, say, the Project Phoenix write-up of a pink sash? There seems to be a lot of wording missing between the two of those. And I'm kind of wondering what the process was that got you to this wording specifically. And then secondly, per I think what you mentioned, Heron, Smiley, if we get there, the CK would like to motion to table once we get to that point.
10-4. Like I said, I'm double checking Robert's rules to make sure we can do that properly. And I believe Madeline's on a break real quick. As soon as she's back as well, I'll get confirmation on that, which means we may go into a slight recess for just a minute, just to make sure we get this one right, okay?
Yeah,
but Aaron, I do give you the floor to respond.
Okay. So unfortunately, while I have skimmed through a lot of the Project Phoenix rulebook, I'm not exactly familiar with a lot of the details of that one and how it differs from this. I can speak as to why we have the text for this. Basically, the compromise that we came to with this one was that a lot of kingdoms are using a pink sash as an identifier, and they're largely meant to represent the same thing, or the same category of thing. Somebody either doesn't want to be hit in melee, they shouldn't be hit in melee, or they're not participating in combat like they're an NPC sort of thing. But a lot of them are doing it in very different ways. Like, for example, if I travel down to Blackspire, they do a thing that is similar to what's described here, where somebody comes up within melee range and says, "Thou art dead." Whereas in Northern Lights and at my home park, people just take a death if you come within 10 feet of them, things like that. So the intention here is to give examples and recommendations as to how to handle it, but not to be overly prescriptive, because while we want it to be a consistent symbol, because it is used in a lot of kingdoms and we want people to understand what that symbol means, we still want game runners to be making clear to the participants what it means in that specific game. So that way people aren't traveling from kingdom to kingdom with like very different expectations of what that is, and just assuming that the one that they're familiar with is what's going to be happening. And it's also something that's a consideration for different sizes of games, because it's I play at a park of usually like 30 to 40 people in a lot of our battle games, and we're able to handle a couple pink sash people pretty easily, but that's because we know all of the people there. At small parks, it's very easy because you say, oh, like one of the three people on the other team you don't hit. But at a larger interkingdom event where there are a lot of people who are unfamiliar with each other and each other's like physical capabilities, it may not be appropriate for a pink sash accommodation to really work in the same way. Where like at a local park, you may say, "Oh, I'll take shots to hit my legs or whatever. Like you can aim for my legs with a bow. That's fine." Whereas a larger event, they want everything to be consistent, so they might say, if you have a pink sash, you must die if somebody comes within 10 feet of you, just to keep things simple. So the intention here is to be consistent in what the symbol means, but still like allow for that flexibility in different game types and from kingdom to kingdom.
Okay. All right, Dragon Spine, you have the floor.
The main issue that Dragonspine found with formalizing this in the rule book is there's a lot of stuff flying through the air. There's arrows, there's throwies, there's spell balls, and they just didn't like the gameplay described in it. Just walking up and saying thou art dead. I mean, it's all Reeves' discretion, and we do allow some people with issues into our games, but that's decided on field, and we don't really need the rule book to say it spelled out.
And with that, I will look at Northreach. They will be our final. After this, we'll be closing discussion unless there's a motion to keep discussion going longer. Northreach, you have the floor.
Much appreciated. So I wanted to put out a bit of a clarification because we saw this in the rules reps channels as well. The proposal that we put forward here, the one that we're looking at, is not necessarily a requirement that those players not be hit. It is a visual signifier. Just to let folks know, like, hey, this person may not want to be hit. You can figure that out. It's all discussed at the game with the Reeve at the beginning of it. This was really about getting that out there so the players knew that this existed. I personally know quite a few players that have walked away from our sport entirely because they believe they're going to be hit no matter what.
That's a fair point. Okay, so to go through some procedural things, because I know it was asked, and Heron, I want to make sure that you understand kind of procedures which you can do given this. If this is an item that you do want to see tabled, there can be a motion made to table it, but we want to make sure that that motion is made to table it into the Q4 meeting. It must be the next meeting after here, given how everything structures for the rules revision process and dealing with rules changes. Seeing as it has been brought up and discussed inside of this meeting, it can be defined as meeting the requirements that it is done in the Q3 meeting. But that vote to make sure we get all the languages right and concerns taken care of, then we'll vote on it in its finality in Q4. We can't table it indefinitely or just do a generalized table because that means we could look at Q1 of next year, Q2, which is then would put it out of the scope of what our own bylaws and everything else says of us dealing with it when we're supposed to. It has to be dealt with in the very next meeting after this one, or it can't be dealt with until Q3 next year. Those are the procedural things to be looking at here. Heron, does that make sense?
Yeah, and as long as we can get in touch with Medrin by then, I don't think it'll be any issue to like have it happen at Q4 and still manage it under the normal rules revision process.
That makes sense. So what you can do in this one here, because the motion has already been made and seconded, and we have discussed it, so therefore it does belong to the COM itself by procedural standards. You can request as the RO to the COM for this to be tabled until Q4. And then if a kingdom wants to go ahead and make that motion and get a second, we can vote on that and move it to Q4. For just this one, the ROP 15 pink sash. Burning Lands, you have your hand up. I recognize you. You have the floor.
I was just going to make the motion for Heron that we table this till Q4.
Awesome. Heron, is that what you're requesting?
Yeah, I just wanted to check just to save everybody time for future meetings. I wanted to check in first whether there were any people who were currently voting no who wanted to vote yes, because if somebody does want to change their vote and this would pass, then we don't need to spend time at another meeting. But if there aren't, in the CK, like I know that they at least mentioned having that concern, then I think we should go ahead with tabling it. So I just wanted to ask that of the people who are currently voting no before we move on to tabling.
I believe, Madeline, are you back in the room?
I am.
I believe the request from Heron would mean there would need to be a motion to poll the organization, which wouldn't be a vote, but would be able to give understanding where we stand. Is that correct? Do I have that wrong on Robert's rules?
If you guys want to take just an informal vote or discussion on something, you have every right to go ahead and do that. Especially if it's something that we're trying to figure out in that regard. And I did just double check on everything again. Moving it to the next meeting would be the option of the body.
Okay. I'm glad to know I didn't mess that one up. Yay. Okay. So the request is from our RRO to our COM. Is there anyone that is currently sitting there where they would have changed their vote to the affirmative for the pink sash? If that's the case, please raise your hand and put yourself in the queue real quick so we'll know that. I'm assuming Checkers, would you change your vote? Is that there? Or are you just trying to put your hand back down for a second? Got it. Solid. All right, Heron, I'm not seeing anybody saying that they would change their vote at this time. So with that, I do see in the chat that somebody moved. That was Burning Lands. Said they would move. Is that correct, Burning Lands, for the tabling until Q4?
Yes.
All right, and with that, we have Meliodas from the CK saying they would second. Meliodas, is that correct? Are you seconding that motion?
Yes, the CK will confirm the seconding.
All right, with a motion and a second to table, I will go ahead and move us to a roll call vote for that motion. Remember, this is for us to take ROP 15, the pink sash, and move it to Q4 for voting. And you can only move it to Q4. If it moves past that, you're going to have to come back to this again next year, is where we're looking at. Does that make sense? All right.
Understood.
So, Black Spire, how do you vote for this motion to table? Black Spire votes
yes.
All right. Also, thank you. Burning Lands, how do you vote?
Yes.
Yes. Let me put a pause. We have a hand raised. Is there a point of order, anything, Checkers?
I wanted to discuss tabling before we move to the vote.
Sure. So you're asking for some clarification?
Yes. Are we going to be voting to table all the items that are close in the future till the next one?
That is honestly sitting in this aspect. That would be a choice that the COM would have to make themselves. And if all of you guys were to vote on something like that, if it's close, you can, but by how everything structures, it would have to be done by the Q4 meeting because all of this stuff has to be brought up, done and dealt with in Q3. So to have that vote move forward, as long as it's brought up here, you can move it to Q4 for clarifications, for word usage, for updates, all those things of where people have concerns. I would say that you cannot do that if it's just to be, it's close. I want to see if I can convince enough people to vote on it my way. We'll move it to Q4. I would say that would be disingenuous, and I don't think that would fall under the scope and the rules that we would want to have here. That's kind of how I've had to run things in the past. Madeline, am I correct on what I've said there? Like we can't have anything malicious intent just to move it to 4 just because we want to.
In general, the body has the power to do what they wish to do. As far as again moving things and tabling things and moving them to the Q4 meeting if they so choose, they have the right to do so. The other suggestion I was going to make is for things that would require a simple majority, you don't have to do every vote as a roll call vote if you wanted to. For something as simple as tabling, you can just ask for a verbal vote on that one and then make the call as chair.
Okay.
In order,
Sounds
again,
good.
to simplify and move things along in an expedient manner. And you also do have a hand raised.
Gotcha. Heron, I see your hand raised. You have the floor.
Yeah. I just wanted to bring up the reason that I want to table this one specifically is because there is that potential like liability concern. I would actually ask that the COM not table other things if they possibly can, because we did have a lot of issues last year with changes happening in both July and October with people feeling that the rules were changing too much. So if a vote's close, like that sucks for the folks who wanted it, but like I don't think it is worth the extra friction of doing that at an extra time for most things. So just obviously the COM has the ability to do that, but just please be really judicious if you're considering that for any future items. That is
awesome.
what I wanted to say on that.
Aaron, I appreciate that, Milk. I do see your point. I do not find it in favor. I'm looking at these things as clarifications for us to move forward, not necessarily for us to have discussions to keep it or to lose it. So that would be my ruling on your point of order. But I do appreciate you, Milk. Thanks, man. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and move us to our vote. I've already started the roll call, so I'm just going to continue that. But from moving forward, I will probably do the ayes and nays, and then we'll keep moving. All right. So CK, how do you vote on the
Yes
motion?
to table.
All right. Crystal Groves, how do we vote?
Yes to table.
Desert Winds? Non-vote. Dragon Spine?
No to table.
All right. Emerald Hills?
Yes to table.
Golden Plains?
No to table.
Golden Vale?
Yes to table.
Iron Mountains?
Yes to table.
Neverwinter?
Yes.
Nine Blades?
Yes.
Northern Lights?
Sure.
Northreach?
Yes.
Polaris?
No.
Rising Winds?
Sure thing.
Rivermore?
Rivermore votes yes to table.
Taldagore? Taldagore?
My bad. Yes to table.
13 Roads?
Yes to table.
Viridian Outlands?
Sorry, mic issue. No to table.
West March?
Yes to table.
Wetlands?
Yes to table.
And Winter's Edge?
Yes.
All right. With 18 yeses and 4 nos, the motion to table till Q4 for ROP 15 Pink Sash does carry. Thank you all for us getting through all this stuff and procedural things. I do appreciate you. All right. I'm going to move us on to ROP 16 then. We're talking about projectiles must travel their own length. Okay. So I'll wait for Vidali, just make sure we have everything well. Okay, so we have the pre-ballot with pre-vote sitting at 10 yeses and 12 nos and 1 abstain. So this item is currently failing as is with the pre-vote. Again, we're doing the same thing. We're going to start with the negatives here. So if there's anybody who does not want to accept this ballot as our vote, please signify by saying you're in opposition or voting nay. And if you do, we'll go straight into discussion. All right, seeing as there is none, we'll accept that as unanimous consent. ROP 16, projectiles must travel their own length, fails. Okay, ROP 17, no accidental self wounds. All right, I love this one. Currently, it is passing 21 yes to 2 no's. Again, we're doing the same thing to accept the pre-vote as is. If there's anybody that is opposed to accepting it as is, then we will move ourselves into discussion. So are there any nays or opposition to accepting the vote as is? Seeing as there is none, ROP 17, no accidental self wounds, does pass. All right, ROP 18. Accessibility in charge and can't repetitions. With that, currently it is passing with 21 yes and 2 no. Is there any opposition to the ballot staying as it is with the pre-vote? If so, please signify by saying nay or you're in opposition now. All right, seeing as there is none, I'm going to take it as unanimous consent to accept the pre-votes as is. Thus, ROP 18 passes. All right, ROP 19, resting incantation. Currently, it is failing with 14 yeses and 8 nos with 1 abstain. So in that context, we're doing the same. Is there any opposition to the pre-vote as is? If so, we'll move to discussion.
I oppose.
Same.
We have multiple oppositions, so therefore we cannot have a unanimous consent. So we will move ourselves into discussion at this time. So the resting incantation, remember this is ROP 19. If you look on your screen to the right, the resting incantation, you can see that there. We will first start with the affirmatives, those who are in favor of it, and then move back and forth, and we will keep that for about 15 minutes. So do we have anybody who is in favor of ROP 19 resting incantation that would like to speak to it? All right, Rivermore, you have the floor.
Yeah, so my thought process on this is largely that as someone who has played classes and play styles that require lots and lots of charging, in the midst of a battle game, it can be very much a necessity to literally have an opportunity to catch your breath without substantially interrupting play. And this gives especially those that have less stamina and ability to continue playing the game without needing to completely step out of what they are doing. So I'm curious what the reasoning is to not allow for that.
Okay. Heron, I recognize you. You have the floor.
Okay. I don't want to cut the line in case anybody is in opposition. What I would be saying is the reasoning for the change from the rules committee. Is that okay?
Is there anybody who would like to speak in the negative first or is opposed to the RO taking the floor at this time for those clarifications? If I don't see any oppositions, I'm going to grant Heron the floor.
Okay.
Seeing as there is none, Heron, it's all you.
Okay. So what was just mentioned about accessibility is, of course, a very important reason for this proposal. We've had proposals to this effect, some like easier but less efficient way to do charging for a number of years now. I think the Rules Committee is generally on board with the consensus that there should be an option. Like, obviously not everybody is unanimously in support of this, but those who are believe that there should be an option that is easier on people's like vocal cords, on their breath, to let people actually rest in games, but it shouldn't supersede, it shouldn't outshine the charge incantation, because people do like the ability to like excel at that and to have that form of skill expression. So what our idea here is, like, this is obviously the starting point for a playtest item. So our goal with it would be to make sure that it kind of follows those design tenets. So for anybody who is concerned about this like replacing charge entirely, that's not really the goal with this one. I think that the goal is to just make the game more accessible and give people more opportunities to drink water and rest in battle games and like stay healthy, in exchange for not being as effective on the field. So we're aiming for that balance. If you don't feel that it's currently there, that's something that we can definitely tweak during the playtest year, but that is the goal for this one.
Aaron, thank you very much. With that, do we have anybody on the floor for an opposition to ROP 19? Milk, are you in opposition?
I will be voting in favor, but I personally am in opposition and can talk about why.
Yeah, I'll allow that. Go ahead. You have the floor.
So the concern I have is, or largely because just standing and counting on the ordinary average player is fine, but there are a significant portion of those that would use this to quote unquote game the system by not counting a full 5 seconds. And then in the heat of battle and all the other things, this would be very easy to abuse. Not that this needs to solve any problems of cheating or anything like that, but this would contribute to that. Potentially.
Okay. All right. Do we have anyone else in the affirmative? All right. Seeing as I have no one else raising their hand, and if Arrakis, there you are. All right, Crystal Groves, you have the floor.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to mention that in terms of like timing, I see the concern for like counting fast, but I was just thinking about it. And if it takes me like 3.5 seconds to say the charge incantation, which is pretty much about right, I can just about get a shake it off charge back while I'm stopped from something. Then 3.5 seconds to say the charge incantation, wait 5 seconds, stay charging 1, wait 5 seconds, stay charging 2, wait 5 seconds, stay charging 3, shake it off charged. That's going to take me like 20 seconds to do something I could have charged back in 11 seconds if I just kept talking. You'd have to count pretty awful fast to make any better progress. I mean, though you would get to not talk as much, which is the benefit. So I don't know. It seems okay to me. I like the idea of not having to talk so much, despite evidence to the contrary.
Fair enough. All right, I guess I appreciate that. All right. We still have a couple of minutes left on the clock. Do we have anybody in the negative? Dragon Spawn, are you in the negative? Checkers, take it away.
This is just more rules creep and alternative ways to do the same thing. And we want the game simpler and easier and the same rules applying to everything, just not multiple ways to do everything. So we're looking to vote no on all of these.
Thank you very much. Iron Mountains, if you're in the affirmative, you have the floor.
I am in the affirmative. Having been on a field where somebody with accessibility issues could not get the charge incant out, and going through and walking it through, it certainly took us more than the count time. But from an accessibility point of view, I think that this is probably a really good way to bring more people into the game and keep them on the field.
Iron Mountains, thank you very much. I appreciate that. All right. We have 1 minute. Is there anybody who would like to speak in the negative? Checkers, you're back at it. Go ahead.
In regards to accessibility, those are always a case-by-case basis. The reef can make the decision on the field if you want someone to count because they're having issues speaking or they can't speak. That's always still an option in our game.
All right. Okay. Seeing as that, I mean, we have probably 30 seconds if anybody has a response to that on the other end of that. If you don't, that's okay. We're going to move ourselves to the vote. All right. Golden Veil, take it away. You will be the last one to take the floor.
I said this a little bit earlier in the chat regarding something else. There are people who, if it is not explicitly allowed in the rule book, will not let you do things like that. So I feel that if we're trying to be accessible to our players and not have that variability from kingdom to kingdom and at inter-kingdom events, it really should be explicitly allowed or explicitly not allowed.
Well, thank you very much. That ends our time for the window of discussion. I do appreciate you all. Unless there's a motion to continue discussion, you can ask us to extend that. I'll give a second in case anybody wants to make that motion. All right, seeing as there is none, I'm going to go ahead and move us to our vote here. And understand, I already know Rising Ones that says they're going to be looking at changing their vote. And so I'm just going to kind of go down this pretty quickly, saying your kingdom's name and just let us know what your vote is. Blackspire on Resting Incantation, how do you vote?
Blackspire votes yes.
All right, Burning Lands.
Yes.
Celestial Kingdom.
Still no.
Crystal Groves.
Yes.
Desert Winds. Desert Winds again. All right. Looks like a Desert Wind's going to be a non-vote. Dragon Spine.
No.
Emerald Hills.
We vote yes.
Golden Plains.
Golden Plains maintains their no.
Golden Vale.
Golden Vale maintains their yes.
Iron Mountains.
Yes.
Neverwinter.
Neverwinter, no.
Nine Blades.
Oh, sorry, still yes.
All right. Northern Lights.
Still yes.
North Reach.
Northreach votes yes.
Polaris.
Yes.
Rising Winds.
Encountering new data and new points of view, the Rising Winds changes its vote to yes.
All right. Rivermore.
Rivermore maintains its yes.
Tal'Dagor.
Tal'Dagor maintains yes.
13 Roads.
13 Roads will be changing the abstain to yes.
Viridian Outlands.
We are a yes.
West March.
West March votes no.
Wetlands.
No.
Hamlinger's Edge.
No.
With that, the RP19 resting incantation vote fails with 15 yeses to 7 nos. It does not meet our threshold for passing. I'm going to move us on to ROP 20A, resting at base. And then we also have ROP 20B coming up after that. So if everybody understands how this works, we're good to go. So we're looking at currently resting at base. ROP 20A 5 seconds is going to be failing with 11 yeses and 11 nos and 1 abstain. So that's where we're sitting at the moment. Is there any opposition or any nay vote to the current pre-vote to move us into discussion? If you are a nay and want to hear discussion. All right, we have Rivermore intending to change, so I'm going to take that as a nay. We do not want to accept the pre-vote as is. All right, so that's not unanimous consent. We'll move ourselves into discussion. Is there anybody in the affirmative for the resting at base for 5 seconds that would like to speak to it? Rivermore, you have the floor.
Yep. So I'm following very much my reasoning from the last one. I think that we need an accessibility solution. And while I would have preferred the option in 19, if we can't agree on that, I think that having a solution for better accessibility for charging is still very important.
All right, Rivermore, I appreciate that. Do we have anybody in the negative that would like to speak? Okay. Seeing as I don't have any more hands for discussion. Oh, there it is. Heron, please, you are more than welcome to take the floor.
Yeah, a lot of our reasoning, of course, is the same as the accessibility, in the resting incantation item. The difference with this one is by requiring it be at base, it's much less likely to be happening in combat. So there's a lot less like adrenaline pressure for people to be counting quickly. Obviously, if somebody's going to cheat, they're going to cheat, whether it's the charge incantation or this. But my main point of discussion for this one and how it differs from the others is that I'm noticing on A, B, and C for this one that there are people who are voting yes on 5 but no on 10, and they're voting no on 10 but yes on 5. And I think that if everybody who voted yes on at least one of these options were to vote yes on one of the options, I don't know if we could compromise on 10 as like the slowest one. I think I'd have to check, but I think it would be, if not passing, then very close to it. So I'm very curious for the folks who voted yes on 5 but no on 10 or no on 6, what their reasoning might be. I can find out who that is real quick, I suppose.
I appreciate that. Give me just 1 second. I'm going to need to respond to somebody in a private message for a second. All right. Okay. So, they didn't tell me why. I understand that. So with that, again, remember you guys have the opportunity to, for lack of better words, overrule decisions that I make or how I'm doing stuff. So feel free if you don't like how that's happening, by all means, let me know. I'd like to try to speed our process up a little bit more. I know we still have a lot more to go through. So with this one, looking at our pre-vote, I know this put us in discussion. We're going to go to vote. Instead of going kingdom by kingdom by kingdom, I'm going to ask if there's anybody who wants to change their vote from what's on the ballot as is currently on the screen. And if so, please raise your hand and put yourself in the queue, and we will adjust that vote. And then I will ask for confirmation for everybody if their vote is okay as is. Milk, you have the floor.
Rising Winds is changing their vote to yes.
Thank you. Rising Winds is going to change from no to yes. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I've been trying to figure it out, and I just didn't want to mess it up, if that makes any sense. All right. Northern Lights, you have the floor.
I'm not changing my vote, but I am wondering what this means for the kingdom who decided to leave during the meeting, if you're changing the process.
Desert Winds would still at this point become a non-vote because we're having to take votes from everybody. So theirs automatically will change to a non-vote because they're not here. All right, Rivermore?
Just changing our vote to a yes.
Rivermore changing to a yes. And 13 Roads?
13 Roads will be changing the vote to a yes.
We change the vote to a yes. All right, thank you. All right, I'd like everybody, please pay attention to your screen there on ROP 20A resting at base 5 seconds. So looking at that, we've asked for the change votes. Seeing as I see no other hands, I will assume that these votes are now locked in and this is what is being wished by all of our kingdoms. So with that, that means this vote fails 13-9 as it sits. So before that, I'm going to actually give the floor to our parliamentarian. She has brought something up that is actually a pretty good point that we probably should all know and probably try to keep with us and understand that moving forward for every COM meeting that we have. So Madeline, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Just to remind this body that they have the ability to engage in necromancy if they so wish. If any of these motions or proposals fail, you do have the option to attempt to resurrect that dead body at the end once we have finished our agenda. And it would require a 2/3 vote to resurrect the dead body. And then it would move to discussion and then to a revote, with the revote being the same supermajority as dictated by the bylaws. So if there's something this afternoon that has failed that you are super passionate about, you have every right. Just ask to be recognized by the chair after we have concluded the agenda business to resurrect dead bodies. Thank you, Chair.
You started to vote in the yellow strip. It's so good. I love this game. All right. Madeline, thank you very much for clarifying that for us. I do appreciate you. Let's go ahead and go to ROP 20B, resting at base. I believe this is 6 seconds. So let's see here. Vidal, do you mind scrolling that up for us just to make sure we have all the language in front of us in case we go to discussion? All right, we have our pre-vote over here with the votes being 7 yes and 15 no's. Currently, this item is failing. And so if there's anybody who would like for us to reject the pre-vote as it is and move us into discussion, please signify by saying nay right now or that you're in opposition to the vote.
Nay.
Nay.
All right, we have a couple, so we can't have unanimous consent. I'll move us into discussion. We're doing the exact same thing as we did before. I will give affirmative the floor first. Is there anybody in the affirmative that would like to speak on behalf of ROP 20B resting at base 6 seconds? Please signify by raising your hand. Heron, you have the floor.
Some of the feedback that we got from polling on this one is that the intervals are really weird for 6 seconds because times 3 is 18 seconds, and that's not a round number like everything else. The reason for that one on this one, for anybody who's like also makes their brain itch. The idea is that people are probably not going to be doing resting at base for times 3s most of the time. And this makes a times 5 into 30 seconds and a times 10 into 60 seconds. So if that explains that for folks, that's That's why we have this one weird one that has the 18. But yeah, we know the 5 and the 10 are probably more popular, but that's the reason.
Aaron, thank you very much. All right, the chair recognizes the CK Meliodas.
Hello. Quick Vidalia thing. Can you move to the next pre-vote ballot, please? Okay, just curious. That's all.
Thank you for your randomness. Is there anybody in the opposition to RLP 20B? Or that would like to speak in opposition? All right, seeing as I have no hands raised or anybody saying anything, I'm going to go ahead and move us to our vote. I'm going to do the exact same thing I did last time. If there is anyone who would like to change their vote, please look at the screen to the left, raise your hand, put yourself in the queue, and let us know what you are changing your vote to. All right, I will start with Rising Winds. You are recognized. You have the floor.
Rising Winds is changing its vote to yes.
Rising Winds changes to yes. Thank you. Rivermore, you have the floor.
Rivermore changes to yes.
All right, Rivermore changes yes. Thank you. And 13 Roads.
13 Roads will be changing to a no.
To a no. All right, thank you. Do I have any more? Okay, with that, please double check. I'll give us just a second. Make sure you see what your vote is for your kingdom. If you're like, oh, yep, I need to change it. Now is the time to let me know. Okay, seeing as there is nobody else who wants to change their vote, we will lock these votes in. Desert Winds would actually be a non-vote, Vidalia, with them no longer being here in the meeting since we're actually going to it itself. So with that, we have the vote failing with 8 yeses and 14 nos. So thank you all. All right, let's move on to ROP 20C, resting at base 10 seconds. All right, here's our pre-vote. It is failing 10. And nope, what? I missed it. Yeah, there we go. It's failing 10 yeses with 11 nos. So is there any opposition to accepting the pre-vote as it is? If there is, please signify by raising your hand or saying nay, and we will move into discussion.
Nay.
Rivermore has nay. We don't have unanimous consent. We'll move to discussion. Is there anybody who would like to take the floor in the affirmative for resting at base for 10 seconds? Heron, you have the floor. Take it away.
This is just the point where I just want to briefly ask folks that if your kingdom is supporting doing some form of resting at base that it has a faster timer, I would really encourage you to vote yes on at least the slower option, because we'd really like to get information on how viable this is, on just whether resting is beneficial for battle games in general, because it's something that has come up a lot for accessibility over the last few years, and we have a lot of speculation on how impactful and how effective it would be for folks in games, but we won't actually know until we play test it. So just if this is something that your kingdom is interested in at all, I think this is probably the most slow but still functional version of it that we could probably do. You have to do it at base. It's 10 seconds per iteration. It might only be useful for quests at this point, but I think it is worth trying. So that is what I have to say on it.
All right, thank you very much. Nine Blades, you have the floor. Are you in the affirmative or the negative?
I just wanted to change my vote.
Which one? Okay, hang tight. We'll get to the change of the vote in just a second.
Problem.
Yep. Golden Plains, Ripna, you have the floor. Are you in the affirmative or the negative?
I am actually in the negative on this one.
All right, the floor is yours.
So some of the biggest complaints about this specific one that I've gotten just from my players is that the 10 seconds is just too long. And from what some of my paragons have been telling me is the worst thing that should ever happen to you during a battle game is death. And with this specific one, where you're having to rest up to almost a minute for certain spells, then you're standing there for almost a minute where you could be fighting, and that's just not a plausible like solution, I think, at this point. But that's basically the biggest complaint I've heard about this specific like quantity of time. So that's all.
Battle Plains, thank you. Viridian Outlands, are you in the affirmative or the negative?
With the affirmative.
All right, you have the floor.
Alrighty, just got my note here. One of the things we think is a good change on this 10 seconds, it may put you in a bit of a disadvantage, depending, but we like it because then if you have your water at your base, you can take that and even use the 10 seconds. I, for example, am in my 40s and like sometimes take it at 10 seconds extra just to breathe. But it also can help with people with other things. This is more of a accessibility than a rule. Like for the class abilities, I would say, and that's why we really liked the 10 second, even just 10 seconds or less, whatever, for that, because being good at the rest and can't can still be a clear advantage and whatnot if you're good at any of that. But just having the ability to have a game option that says take 10, we really like it. And people with less physical ability will really help them with their accessibility in the sport, to not feel like I had to step off the field because there's no rule thing that says, hey, you're allowed. But yes, that's all I have.
All right. Thank you. Let's see here. Is there anybody else who would like to jump in discussion? We have just a little bit. Northern Lights?
I'm in the affirmative. Am I allowed to talk?
Is there anybody in the negative that wants to talk? Is there anybody opposed to having another affirmative take the floor for the last 30 seconds of discussion? If so, please raise your hand and that'll be taken as a note and we will keep everything even. All right, seeing as there's none, Northern Lights, you have the floor.
Yeah, I just wanted to propose that any kingdom that likes the shorter counts, but dislikes the longer counts, I would think that it would be similar to battle game scenarios where you say you're doing half count spell balls. You could say you're doing half count resting. It's the same function of battle game designer options.
Awesome. Northern Lights, thank you very much. That thus ends our discussion. I will move us to vote the same way we have been doing. If you would like to change your vote, given where the pre-votes are at currently, please raise your hand and put yourself in the queue. Rivermore.
Rivermore changes its vote to yes.
Yes. Would anybody else like to change their vote? Winter's Edge.
Change to yes.
Winter's Edge changes to yes. 13 Roads.
13 rows will be changing to no.
All right. 9 Blades.
Changing to yes, please.
Yes. All right. Is there anyone else who would like to change their vote? All right, seeing as there is none, I will accept an understanding that we are saying that the way the votes are is how all of our kingdoms have chosen to vote. And with that, this RLP 20C also fails with 13 yes and 9 no. So we will move ourselves on and keep ourselves going. RLP 21. rewrite casting abilities. All right, currently right now this is passing with 20 yes and 2 no and 1 abstain. I'm going to ask the exact same thing. Is there anybody who's opposed to the way the vote is and that we believes we need to move into discussion? If so, please raise your hand and state that you have opposition, or just state nay as a no vote, that you don't want to keep it the way it is. All right, seeing as I have no nays and no opposition, we will move forward with the pre-vote as is, taking that as unanimous consent to accept it as is. This ROP 21 passes with 20 yeses, 2 noes, and 1 abstain. All right, we'll move on to ROP 22, allow flexible pronoun use. And so with that right now, currently it is passing with 22 yeses and 1 no. So with that, is there any opposition or want to move us in discussion? So you can say I oppose or vote nay, and we'll move ourselves in discussion for this item. All right, seeing as there is none at this moment, I'm going to accept that as us taking the pre-vote as is with unanimous consent. Therefore, allowing flexible pronouns does pass. ROP 23, accept nicknames for targeting. Currently, this is also passing with 19 yeses, 3 noes, and 1 abstain. Is there any opposition to there that wants to move us to discussion? All right, seeing as there is none, I will accept that as unanimous consent with the passing of ROP 23. So ROP 23 passes. ROP 24, incantation audibility. Currently, this is passing with 22 yes, 1 no, and 0 abstain. Sorry. I apologize. Is there any opposition to this one and wanting to move us into discussion? Seeing as there is none, ROP 24 incantation audibility will pass. I will assume this is unanimous consent to keep the pre-votes as is. ROP 25, remove pointing requirement for descriptor targeting. Currently, this is failing with 13 yeses and 10 noes. Is there any opposition to this with the pre-vote as stands that would want to move us into discussion? If not, we will assume this is how the vote needs to stay. All right, seeing none, we will accept that as unanimous consent. ROP 25 fails with 13 to 10. ROP 26, empty hand definition. Currently, this is passing 21 yes, 2 noes. Is there any opposition to this as it stands that would like to move us into discussion? Seeing none, I'll accept that as unanimous consent for the pre-vote to stand as it is. Therefore, ROP 26, empty hand definition passes 21 to 2. ROP 27. We're looking at the rework and empty hand requirements. Currently, this is passing at 20 to yes, 2 to no, 1 to abstain. Is there anyone that is in opposition to the pre-vote as is and would like to move us into discussion? Seeing as there is none, we will accept it as is with unanimous consent. Therefore, ROP 27 passes. ROP 28, 30-second magic balls. Currently, this is failing with 12 yes, 10 no, and 1 abstain. Is there any opposition to how the pre-voting with this ballot sits? If there is, please let me know now, and we will move to discussion. I will take that as we're accepting it as unanimous consent. ROP 28 fails with 12 to 10 with 1 abstain. ROP 29, standardized pronoun use in incantations. Currently, this is passing 19 yes, 3 no, 1 abstain. Is there any opposition to keeping the pre-votes as is? If so, please let me know now. We'll move to discussion. Seeing none, I believe we got unanimous consent. RP 29 passes. Okay. ROP 30 is 5-foot limitation for greater release. All right. Currently, this is failing with 14 yes and 8 no and 1 abstain. Is there any opposition to how the ballot stands at the moment with our pre-voting? If so, please let me know. And again, we'll move to discussion. Seeing none, we'll take that as unanimous consent to accept RP 30's vote as is. It does fail.
Sorry. I got some new information on the survey, so I have to change my vote.
You'd like to change your vote?
Yes.
All right, we will open ourselves to discussion. Again, we'll start with the affirmative and then go to the negative. Is there anybody who would like to speak to the affirmative with the 5-foot limitation for greater release?
The CK can speak to that.
All right, Meliodas, take the floor.
Hi, everybody. It's me again. This is mostly looked at in our kingdom as a nerf to Resbot healers, which, take that as you will, is kind of a fun thing for us down here. That's all.
10-4, thank you. All right, Rivermore, are you in the opposition?
Yes, and opposed largely for exactly the reasons stated in the affirmative. This very much feels to be a targeted nerf to a play style, specifically a play style that falls in line with some of our more accessibility friendly options for players on field. So I don't understand why a playstyle that can so easily be made less impactful by the game design is getting so much hate with a change to an otherwise very useful spell.
That's fair. All right. Do we have anybody on the other side that would like to take the floor? Black Squire?
Hey, yeah, I want to kind of specifically speak to the it being about accessibility because I had a sitting senator for a while and I was a rules rep for a few years and repeatedly like different ways to try to nerf base priests that uh people like feel better about have been, you know, suggested to and failed. And I just want to state that like I don't think that anybody like thinks it's bad that base priest is accessible. In fact, like I think that most amp guarders that like have an opinion on it or think about it as far as like our accessibility really like that there's ways to play amp guard if you're less abled and still like make big impacts. I think that the problem with base priest is that it makes a really large impact on tempo of games while being a very low risk play style, like meaning it's really hard to kill a base priest because they're in the back. And because of that, I think that it's still okay to try to find ways to nerf it. It just needs to also still be playable. Like it doesn't need to be a problematic play style and be like immune to being nerfed because it's an accessibility option. But yeah, that's my thought.
Gotcha. Thank you, Black Squire. Crystal Groves, are you in the opposite here?
I had abstained on the pre-balloting. My kingdom was sort of split, and when I talked to the battle masters and the various paragons and people, it was sort of like there was some no, this doesn't need to change because it's fine the way it is now, and there was some, it does mean that most curse that gets applied kind of doesn't matter. Because you curse somebody and then, all right, well, then we'll really choose and do the thing. And it's like, that's kind of a bummer for the people who are relying on curse as a major part of their kit. So like, I don't know. I think I'm trying to be persuaded as to, would this improve the experience for assassins and barbarians and anti-paladins versus would this make it too much harder to play a primary play style as a healer? I don't play assassin or healer, so I don't have a lot of first aid experience. So just putting out why I'm still on the fence about this a little bit, and if anyone can speak to those concerns, that would be helpful for me.
Thank you. Thank you, Arrakis. The chair recognizes Bernie Lands. Phoebe?
Yeah, I'm gonna be the bad guy here and motion to end discussion and vote.
So we have a
I'm
motion. We have a motion to end discussion, or debate, I guess.
Second.
And we will vote. So do we have a second?
Second.
We have a
Second.
second from Dragon
Second.
Spine? All right, so we have to have a 2/3 vote for that to be able to pass. So Vidalia, are you ready to take that vote? Or okay.
I'm sorry, am I taking a vote on moving to discussion or are we just voting on this?
No, moving to discussion. So it has to be a 2/3 vote for us to end discussion, given that we still have some time left on the discussion clock.
Sure.
All right. So we have a motion and a second. Burning Land's motion, Dragonspine seconded. Way to be neighboring kingdoms. And with that, for us to end discussion, and that would take us directly to our vote. So let me see.
How much time is left in discussion?
Here, I'm going to start with Black Spire. Vidalia, are you ready?
Yes.
All right, Black Spire, how do you vote on the motion?
Yes.
All right. Burning Lands, how do you vote?
yes.
All right. Celestial Kingdom, how do you vote?
Yes.
All right. Crystal Groves, how do you vote?
Abstain.
All right. Desert Winds, how do you vote?
Not here.
All right. Non-vote. Dragonspine, how do you vote?
Yes.
Emerald Hills, how do you vote?
Yes.
Let me ask this. Is there anybody who wants to vote no?
Yes.
All right. Rising Winds votes no. Is there anyone else who wants to vote no?
9 Blades.
Nine Blades would like to vote no on ending discussion. So I figured that might be a little easier. If you guys are opposed to that, please let me know. If there's no one else that wants to vote no, I'm going to assume that this voting record is correct. The motion overwhelmingly passes to end discussion and debate. So now we will go to our vote. All right.
Ready when you are.
All right. Let's go ahead and go with this. Looking at our current vote as is, if you can look over to your left, is there anyone who would like to change their vote from their pre-vote? Or if your pre-vote's going to be exactly the same, we'll leave it the same. We know Desert Wind's going to become a non-vote because they're not here. Crystal Groves. Rackus, I can't hear you.
Please change my vote to yes.
Yes. All right, you got it. Taldagore.
Please change my vote to yes.
You got it. Is there anyone else who would like to change their vote? Arrakis, your hand is still up, just to give you a heads up. All right, seeing as I see no more hands to change the votes, I will also assume that means we're accepting the votes as is, as you see them on your screen from each kingdom. Thank you for noting that. Desert Winds is a non-vote. That is correct. We would need to change that one too.
Desert Winds is here, and we can just leave it as yes. Sorry,
Desert
we had a
Winds
little
is here?
shuffle. We are now,
Hey.
as of the second.
Yes, Desert Winds vote yes. All right, I will remember that. Please, please. If I keep forgetting that, just chime in and remind me. All right, I appreciate you. Thank you. All right, looking at that vote, that means that that vote failed. Am I looking at that correctly?
Hey, why am I on an abstain?
But
sorry.
we had moved on to the next vote. I
Oh,
apologize.
sorry.
This one on ROP 30 does fail. There are no abstains.
All right, sounds good. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to ROP 31, alternate mutual base exclusivity. So with that one, is there any objections or anything to where how the pre-vote actually stands and looks now? If there is, Rivermore, you have the floor.
I do just want to get some clarity from Heron on this one, and we don't necessarily need to move into discussion unless other people also have questions. But was it intended for there to be a nerf to undead minion inside of what seems to largely be a clarification change?
Let me pause this here to make sure we're going to go into discussion. Let me just ask our parliamentarian, because I don't have the Robert's rules in front of me. Is there a way we can still take this question without, would this eliminate the pre-vote if we were to open this up for them to have this discussion with each other? Madeline, do you have any idea?
I'm sorry, can you restate the question? My apologies.
No problem. So Rivermore has wants a clarification from the RO on this, and would that be opening up discussion, thus eliminating the pre-vote, or would we allow the clarification to come through the RO?
The thing is this regarding before we've even voted to discuss yet?
Yes.
The voting to discuss has always taken place before we've allowed any conversation to go back and forth, and that's been how we've operated for 31 rules changes now. So we
Right.
should probably stick with that process unless someone wants to override you.
That's fair. I guess they could appeal the decision, correct?
Absolutely. And appealing is only 50% plus one to appeal the ruling of the chair.
All right. So for everybody to understand exactly what's happening is the ruling of the chairs that we're still going forward. So what this will do is this will open discussion. We'll have to go back and forth, and then we will end up voting officially, because that will not keep our pre-vote. We will then go to vote after discussion. If there's anybody who would like to move to appeal the chair's decision, you can do so, and then we can do a basically plurality vote of ayes and nays. So is there anybody who would like to make that motion now? If not, we'll move into discussion, and then we'll go to our vote like we've been doing. All right, Rising was going to. Gotcha. Sounds good. All right. Heron, take it away to the response, or if we want to restate the question, we can, but please take it away.
Okay. So it sounded like your question was whether this was meant to be a nerf instead of a clarification, and I just want to make it clear that this one is definitely a rules change. It is definitely a balance change. Currently, if two players enchant one another with Golem, they can use one another as their base. This change makes it so they can't do that. If you are a Golem, you cannot, and if you have an alternate base, you can't act as an alternate base for somebody else. If you've enchanted somebody else with Golem, you can't use alternate bases. And that applies for Undead Minion, that applies for Golem. And I think those are the ones in here. It also defines the term of alternate base, such that like that's a defined term that abilities reference. So yeah, just making that clear that that is like actually a balance change. It also applies to Heart of the Swarm. So if you have Heart of the Swarm on you, then people who are acting as an alternate base for other people, like if they've enchanted somebody with Golem, can't respawn at you, the Heart of the Swarm. So it's a lot of moving parts, but that's basically how it works.
Awesome. Thank you. Rivermore, you have the floor.
Yep, I realized that I had a second clarification on this after I consulted my notes. I'm concerned that the proposed text regarding page 59, the last sentence may either be a typo, or I am concerned about it if it is not. It says a player may act as an alternate base while dead, frozen, or insubstantial, which, if I'm understanding that right, a deceased druid who has enchanted someone with Golem while dead can act as a base for their Golem? Is that what is meant to be there?
Yes, that is how it currently works. Currently, if you have a Golem, they can respawn at you even if you are dead.
And that is intended to still be the case with the proposed text.
It wasn't proposed to change, so we've maintained the current behavior. If that's something that people would want to change, it's something we could change in the future.
Okay.
But yeah, that one is not a difference between the current text and the new text.
Awesome. Aaron, thank you for that. Just to make sure everybody understands, that text is already what we're doing. It is not changing anything by what they have there. Okay. Is there anybody else who would like to have a discussion? All right. Seeing as I don't see any hands, I'm going to go ahead and move us to our vote. And so with that, again, if you look to the left of your screen, currently this is passing. If you would like to change your vote, please raise your hand, put yourself in the queue, and let us know what you would like to change your vote to. Rising Winds, do you have the floor?
Rising Winds votes yes.
Rising Winds votes yes. All right. Is there anybody else who would like to change their vote? All right, then I will take that as we are accepting this as the votes of each kingdom. And so with that, it passes with 18-4 and 1 abstain. All right, thank you guys. Let's keep going. We are now on ROP 32. Ancestral Armor Incantation. Currently, this is passing 17-4 with 2 abstains. Is there anybody who is opposed to the pre-vote as is and would like to move us to discussion? Seeing as there is none, I will assume that that is unanimous consent. ROP 32 passes. Now we're in ROP 33A. Combine ward self plus blessing against harm. Wow, my eyesight's really bad. I really thought that said blessing against ham. I was speaking time.
Second ham.
So, sorry, guys. Thank you for your patience with me. I really do appreciate it. All right, ROP 33A currently it is. Thanks, but it is passing 22 yes and 1 no. Trying really hard. And so, is there anybody who is opposed to the pre-vote as is and would like to move us to discussion? All right, seeing as there is none, we'll take that as unanimous consent. ROP 33A passes. This means you're hungry. Yeah, that's probably true. She's got a great idea for the end playtest. That's awesome. To be fantastic. All right, so we're ROP 33B. Currently, this is also passing, and currently it's passing unanimously, 23-0. Is there anyone who is opposed to how the pre-vote sits? I'm going to assume there's not. Seeing as I have nobody raising hands, ROP 33B passes unanimously. I don't know how you guys actually became unanimous on something, but I'm proud of you. So, ROP 34, Greater Mend. It looks like you guys are unanimous again. Is there anybody who's opposed to the pre-vote as it is? If not, I will take that as unanimous consent to accept the vote. All right, with not, we will go ahead and look at that as passing. So we are now on ROP 35, Heat/Shatter Weapon Incant. Oh, and there's the 2 no's. We have 21 yeses, 2 no's. Is there anybody who is in opposition to how the pre-vote stands and would like to move to discussion? Seeing none, I'll accept that as unanimous consent. ROP 35 passes. So now we're on ROP 36. What is that? Make resurrection require a willing target. Oh man, now you guys are ruining my fun in battle games. Gosh, gotta be a willing target. Ugh. All right, so that was sarcasm. Please, nobody try to get me banned. ROP 36 currently is passing 19 yes, 3 no, 1 abstain. Is there anyone opposed to how this ballot stands and move to discussion?
I am CK.
All right, seeing as that would leave us with not being able to have unanimous consent, we will open up discussion. Is there anybody who would like to speak to ROP 36, make resurrection require a willing target in the affirmative? You may raise your hand and I'll recognize you, I promise. All right, Arrakis, you have the floor.
There's only 3 no's. There had to be, what, 4 for this to not pass? 4 more, 7 or something like that.
Yeah.
Do we think that many people are going to change their vote, or can we just jump to the vote on this?
You can call the question at any time if you wanted to, and we can move straight to vote.
Yeah.
All right, so we have a call to question, which we will go ahead and take that. Is there anybody opposed to that? I just want to make sure I'm asking. All right, so with that, with us having the call to question, we're going to go straight to the vote on ROP 36. Madeline, if I messed that up, please hit me with something. Yeah, but you can go straight to RLP 36. And we'll because it's just a call to question and it won't come with debate. All right. Is there anybody who would like to change their vote on RLP 36 resurrection require willing target?
Desert Winds does. If I figured out how to raise my hand, I would have done that. Sorry.
No, you're okay. Desert Winds. You want to change from no to yes? Okay.
Yes, please.
All right. Is there anybody else who would like to change their vote? All right. Seeing as I don't see anybody else, I'm going to assume that is as accepting everybody's saying that that's how they want to vote. So therefore, this passes with 20 yeses and 2 nos. All right. RLP, where am I at? 37. No more vector math shoves. Fair enough. And this is almost unanimous. 22 yes and 1 abstain. Is there any opposition with how the current pre-votes are and would like us to go to discussion? Seeing as there is none, I'll accept that as unanimous consent. The vote passes for that one. RP 38, Phoenix Tiers, redundancy removal. Yay. Currently, that is also passing 22 yeses, 1 abstain. Is there anybody in opposition to how the pre-vote stands here? Seeing as there is none, we'll accept that as unanimous consent. RLP 38 passes. All right. RLP 39, rework imbue armor. Currently, it is also passing with 19 yes, 3 no, and 1 abstain. Is there anybody opposed to how the pre-vote is and would like to move us to discussion? All right, seeing as there is none, RLP 39 thus passes. All right, RLP 40, rework imbue shield / imbue weapon. Currently, this is passing 17 yes, 5 no, and 1 abstain. Is there anybody who is opposed to how the pre-votes are and would like to move us to discussion? Seeing none, I will take that as unanimous consent, and RLP 40 thus passes as is. Let's see here. Next is going to be RLP 41. Unify Lost and Banish Ending. Look at you guys being unanimous on stuff again. All right, so we have RP 41. Currently, it is sitting at 23 yes, 0 no. Is there anybody opposed to how that sits and would like to move us to discussion? All right, then seeing none, that'll be unanimous consent. That one passes. RP 42A, corrupt, tweak, and rebrand. Currently, this is passing at 18 yes, 5 no, and 0 abstains. Is there anybody opposed to how this pre-vote sits and would like to move us to discussion?
Yes.
Polaris says yes. This will move us into discussion. So with RP 42A, corrupt, tweak, and rebrand, is there anybody who would like to speak in the affirmative? Fair. Heron, you have the floor.
Just giving the perspective of the rules committee on this one, the intention of this change is to make Corruptor more consistent from field to field, with the understanding that the current version, which gives Void Touch 2 per refresh, is extremely strong if you don't get dispelled, which is more common on fields with smaller teams or lower level players, and is very common to be dispelled on larger fields or fields where Wizard is more common. So basically the problem that people have brought to us as a committee is that either Corruptor is incredibly weak because it constantly gets dispelled, or it's incredibly strong because it doesn't get dispelled and they have access to Void Touch for the entire game. So the intention of this one is to kind of normalize it a little bit, where it's a little bit stronger than if you have Dispel constantly removing your abilities, but it's not as strong as having Void Touch the entire time. Basically to make it less affected by how much Dispel is on the field. So that is the intention for the change.
All right. Thank you, Heron, for that. Golden Plains, you have the floor.
Yeah, I'm actually against this one. Mainly because of the fact that with Void Touch, it basically allows for an anti-magic like effect, which then in turn would just completely unbalance the paladin ability where they already get pro mag. So it's, to me, this is not a good compromise. And it's echoed throughout my kingdom as well. So on this one, like, it feels like it's not a good enough counter for against a paladin who has their pro mag. So that's all I gotta say on that one.
Thank you, Golden Plains. Polaris, you have the floor. Are you affirmative or opposition?
I'm opposition.
Not give me a second. Let's see if we can find somebody in the affirmative first. Is anybody-
Understandable.
Arrakis, are you in the affirmative?
I sure am.
All right, please take the floor.
I like this. I like the tweak and the rebrand on this because I have found it to be really swingy. Either someone will drop their VT on and then rush down, like, and just be in it and not get dispelled and be immune to bards and just cause problems. Or someone will be playing Corruptor at a park day with like 10 people on it and there's no dispel on the opposite team and they're just VT the entire time. And it's just a lot. Whereas what's in this Corruptor sort of setup, the Shadow Step, Terror, Chargeable, and then the Steal Life, it's a good mix of the stuff that makes Corruptor fun without any of the stuff that makes Corruptor untouchable, in my opinion. Yeah, I think it improves the functionality of Corruptor across different field sizes. And it also gets rid of a lot of horrible, Void Touched. What are you immune to? Death and sorcery and spirit. Well, only magical stuff, death and sorcery, but you're still not immune to EX stuff from spirit because you're also cursed, and it's just a headache. It's just a massive, any enchantment that takes that long to explain. I don't want more of it on the field, Like give me something simpler. That's my take.
Rex, thank you very much. I will now come back to Polaris, knowing that you're in the negative. We're sitting at 2 minutes left for discussion. Polaris, you have the floor.
All right. So after talking to different people in my kingdom, more or less, this is removing enchantment, giving the trait with some of the better stuff of the enchantment, opening up another enchantment slot for the class versus the other archetypes for other classes where more or less they just get access to an enchantment. But because anti-paladin gets targeted, we're changing it. It's like this is just going to set a precedence of changing it for other classes, like down the road. It's if majority of people get like enchantments for their archetype, we should leave it the way it is. That's my opinion, and other people I have talked to in my kingdom. So thank you.
Well, Polaris, thank you very much. Heron, as RO, I'm assuming you want to make some clarifications, or do you have an argument for either side?
It was a point in favor, but it was addressing something that Revna brought up briefly.
Okay, absolutely, go for it.
Yeah, just that the intention of them maintaining the Shadow Step aspect is because Shadow Step does protect from abilities in a similar way to protection from magic would, because very few abilities would affect you. Obviously, there's tracking and so forth, but the vast majority of spells they would be able to dodge by using their rechargeable Shadow Step is the intention.
All right, thank you. With that'll close our discussion at this time. And so we'll be moving ourselves to vote. So with that, remember we were looking at ROP 42A, Corruptor, tweak and rebrand. We're going to be doing the same thing. If there's anyone who would like to change their vote from the pre-vote that we have in the ballot to the left of your screen, please raise your hand, put yourself in the queue, and let us know what you'd like to change it to. Winter's Edge.
Like change to no.
Winter's Edge is going to no. Is there anybody else who'd like to change their vote? Okay, seeing as I have none, I'll take that as unanimous consent to everybody saying, yep, this is our kingdom's vote. We're okay with it. It is, and ROP 42A fails. All right, we'll move to ROP 42B, Corruptor rename.
This item does not pass if
Sorry. RP42A does not pass. This proposal will be ignored. Okay, 10-4. So with that, looking as we're going to Archer, I've had a couple of requests that we take a break, and I'm willing to give us a 10-minute break. And so I know right now we're at 18 minutes after the hour. So we'll come back at 28 minutes after the hour. Take a break, use the bathroom, come back. We're over halfway there, at least on this part. So
Hang on real quick.
yeah,
Was
listening
the
records.
the last vote says 17 out of 17. It says success, says it fails, but it's got the supermajority, right? The RLP change majority. We need 17. We got 17.
17 yes, 6 no. I see what you're saying.
Oh, let me see. Oh, it should say greater than or equal to.
So that one does pass. So we will have to look at 42B.
Okay. Sorry about that,
Yes.
gang.
Arrakis, thank you for catching that.
As 17 out of 23 is not 75%.
Why
It's
is it?
73.9%.
73. Oh, it's rounding up.
Right.
Let me go back and fix that then. That would be why it was showing as a fail. So
All right, we're going to let Vidalia fix that. I'm going to put us on a 10-minute recess break, whatever you want to call it, and we'll come back at 28 after the hour.
Yep, there it goes.
Hey, during this break, shameless plug for all the Kodiaks. You should read Kodiak's book. You can't see it because my blur is on. It's called Kodiak Demons Rising. Y'all should get it and read it. He's in Dragonspine. He's awesome. I hope he's watching the live feed so he sees that I did that.
Okay, I'm back. I know we still got a few minutes. Did we check and fix the math problem?
Yeah, so it wasn't a math problem. It was the way that the sheet was displaying the numbers. I had chosen it to round up to the nearest value. But if it was like 17.25, it was rounding down instead of rounding up, but only in display, not in calculation. So it was correct in how it was calculating. It was incorrect in how it was displaying the threshold. So I've gone ahead and updated that formula. Here, let me show you while we're in recess. And I'm going through and applying it to all of the sheets really quickly. So if you look, I can't. There's the zoom in. The heads up in the way. So if you look at this formula, it now rounds to the nearest whole number.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's now just copying all of it so that it will display correctly.
Okay. And 4, Vidali, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
You're awesome as always.
Not the awesome part, but this part is literally my job, so.
Yeah, Vidalia, if Smiley hasn't told you how much of a good job you do, I want to make sure I reiterate that.
Shucks. Thank you.
I'm telling you, all of you should find a way to, like, I don't know, DoorDash your food, send her money, I don't know, something.
I'm very food motivated. So. But
Do you already have one of those Clippy shirts?
I do not have one of the Clippy shirts. However, my parkmate last annual meeting did buy me one of the shirts. Shout out Penelope.
That's it. You guys heard it. She would like every single person on the COM to send her a Clippy shirt.
I'm a size medium.
Strength. That is the truth.
I cast Blessing of Ham on Vidalia. That's never gonna go away.
I'm gonna be real. The merch ideas from this particular meeting between Golden Veins and Blessed Ham.
April's gonna be fun. That's all I'm saying. All right, everybody, we're at 2:28. We still got a lot to go through, so I'm going to push us forward. I hope everybody's back. If they're not, hopefully get here quickly. So, you just let me know whenever you're ready.
I am approaching the halfway point. It'll just take me a couple seconds. About 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes, boss.
All right. I'll give you 2 more minutes. All right. Let's see here.
Hey, Smiley, for clarification, blessing against ham does include Canadian bacon, correct?
Absolutely.
Well, Smiley doesn't get to make rules clarifications. That would be Heron. So
My
In the
bad.
Rising Winds, it does not count Canadian bacon.
It does not count Canadian. Oh man, now we're getting technical here.
Wait, are we going to have to open discussion for bacon definition? Because I will second that motion.
I would buy
Let's just trust our local
against
GMRs.
ham shirt. You guys should see the chat in the YouTube channel right now. We have one comment. It's like, I'd buy a Blessing against ham shirt. You know, I think we're on to something.
I mean,
Somebody
I
let
think-
the merch department know.
I mean, I would buy a Golden Vein shirt, just saying.
That depends on the shirt real bad. That can go south real quick. I'm not saying I wouldn't buy it still. I'm just saying the greater Ape Guard world may or may not.
It's fair. It's fair.
Those shirts are like wrestling shirts. You can't wear most of them out in public without feeling weird.
Oh, there was a Druid shirt back in the day that said Strip Club on it, and I was like, "That's an awesome shirt," because I played Summoner Druid, and then I also was like, I don't want to wear this anywhere because it says Strip Club."
Yep.
That's fair.
Thank you. I designed that. That was the Paragon Academy for sure.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, thank you, appreciate that.
Oh, sorry. I'm not even looking in the message chat, Talgor. I do apologize. Yes. So I believe that failed on 42A. So I need a definitive yes or no. How about a definite maybe?
My understanding is that it failed.
Right.
We will go back and pull it up as soon as I'm done copying and pasting on the rules revision changes, and I have maybe 5 more to go.
In 4. How many people do you think are actually going to take a persona name that's just Ham now after this meeting?
And off to the orc I go.
I was about to say, do I need to start giving out honorifics? I know my KGMR would be all over it.
So, just to verify, this is now displaying as a rounded whole number. So 75% rounded to the nearest whole vote would be 18. There are currently 17 yes votes, meaning this fails. Correct.
If it were not rounded, would it pass?
No, because it would need 17.23 votes, which doesn't exist.
Right. And so what we discovered over the past year when we did a couple things is that we have to round up. We can't round down.
Yes, everything has to round. It's not actually rounded. It's raised to the next.
Right. It's raised to the next one. So at that point, yeah, 17 would fail because you need 17 plus. So you need because we can't cut kingdoms in half, the 18 would have to be it.
All right, so this one it's already failing, but this item fails because 42A fails.
Right. So we're not going to be 42B will be ignored if 42A fails, right?
Correct. And so we may now resume at 43A at the discretion of the chair.
The abstains do change things when it comes to calculations. That is correct.
Yes, so you can see when abstains are applied here, it reduces the threshold.
Right. Okay.
What is the official happening to 42B? 42B is withdrawn, or
yes, specifically says ignored, but that would be withdrawn or.
So 43A
it's dependent on 42A to pass.
Ignored.
Right, but I'll pass it over to Heron as our RRO to answer that question specifically. Heron, take it away.
Yeah, the intention with this structure is that because we're not changing it, and because in the agenda we've got it marked as it not being voted on or not really influencing anything if another change doesn't pass, if the chair is amenable to it, we could probably just skip voting on it because whether it passes or not, we've already determined in the agenda that it's not going to change the rule book. Just because we don't want to be making changes to names of things if we're not also changing the mechanics is the thought behind this one.
Yeah, I'll take the privilege I have and I'll rule that we can bypass that one. If you guys want to appeal my ruling, by all means, you're more than welcome to do so, and we can still deal with it. But yeah, yes, I would say that we can bypass that one going into it. This is everything was presented that even states that it would be ignored anyways. So that's my ruling. Does anybody challenge it? Okay, cool. Then we will go to 43A, right?
Yes.
Check wording on 42A, please.
I think it may be worded wrong. Sorry, Smiley.
On which part? Can you point it out to us?
I'm sorry, 42B.
42B.
The vote itself in the ruling.
If ROP 42A does not pass, this proposal will be ignored.
The wording there, 42A. Yeah, there you go, Vidalia.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No, you're good. I just for clarity's sake.
Yes. I had it backwards.
Gotcha. I'm with you. Melioda's always trying to be on top of stuff.
Okay.
Okay. With that, are we good to move on to get us started again? We'll be back in order. We're looking at RLP 43A, more suppression arrows for archers. I'm excited about this. Paragon Archer, here I come. All right, so we're going to do the exact same thing that we have been doing. RLP 43A is passing currently with 23 yeses and 0 nos. Is there anybody who is in the negative of this that would need to change their vote or opposed to it, and we need to have discussion? If so, please raise your hand. All right, seeing none, RLP 43A passes. All right. That will move us to RLP 43B, more suppression arrows for artificers. Everybody's getting like, what is this? You get a suppression arrow, you get a suppression arrow, everybody gets suppression arrows. Like, yeah. All right, so we're on 43B. Correct? All right, more suppression arrows for artificers. Right now it's passing 19 yes, 4 no. Is there anybody who is opposed to this or would like needs to change their vote? If so, raise your hand and we will move ourselves to discussion. Seeing as there is none, we'll take that as unanimous consent. We'll accept the pre-vote as it is. It does pass. So is this the 44A, more phase arrows for archers. I'm loving everything about this. Currently we have 22 yeses, 1 no. Is there anybody who's opposed who would like to change their vote or is opposed to the pre-vote and would like us to move to discussion?
Yeah, Desert Winds. Let's move it to yes, please.
All right. Does anybody want to have any discussion on this, or are we just okay with moving it to letting Desert Winds change their vote to yes? Beautiful. We'll just let Desert Winds change to yes. That's another unanimous vote. Seeing as we have nobody opposed, I'll take that as unanimous consent. All right. We are on 44B, more phase arrows for the arrows as well. We have 18 yeses, 4 nos, and 1 abstain. Is there anyone who is opposed to how the pre-vote is and would like to change votes and have discussion? Or have discussion or change votes and or anyways, you guys get what I'm saying. All right,
Yeah, you can
seeing as
change wetlands vote. I think that was a mistake on my part.
So we're dealing with a clerical error. Okay. I will handle that. That's fine. All right. Seeing as I have no one in opposition to it, that one will carry as is and thus passes. All right. So now we're into ROP 45, reload limitation. Currently, we have it passing at 22 with 1 abstain. Is there anybody who does not accept the pre-vote as is, objects to it, and we'll move to discussion? Seeing none, I'll take it as unanimous consent. We'll accept the pre-vote as is. That passes 22 to 0 with 1 abstain. So now we're on Assassin RLP 46. Stop rogues from benefiting from friendly fire. And we have that passing currently with 20 to 3. Is there anybody in opposition that would like us to see discussion? Seeing none, we'll take that as unanimous consent as well. RLP 46 passes. RLP 47, spy charge times. Sorry, guys. Currently it's failing with 10 yeses, 12 nos, and 1 abstain. Is anybody who is opposed to the pre-votes as they are, and thus therefore we will move to discussion? All right, seeing none, RLP 47 thus therefore fails, and we accept the pre-votes as is. Looking at BARD, RLP 48, Battlefield Triage Normalization. Currently that's passing 21 yes, 2 no. Is there anybody who is opposed to the pre-vote and would like to move us to discussion? Seeing none, we will take that as unanimous consent. Therefore, 48 passes. 49, reduce Song of Power. We're looking at 21 yeses, 1 no, 1 abstain. Is there anybody who would like to oppose the pre-vote here and vote nay to it, and thus puts into discussion? Okay, seeing none, we will move ourselves forward. That passes as well. So we're on 50 now. Rewrite Song of Visit. Currently, that is passing with 19 yeses, 3 nos, and 1 abstain. Is there anybody who is opposed to the pre-vote ballot as is? Seeing none, that will pass, and we'll move on to 51. Let's see. So 51 is Avatar of Nature Cost. Is anybody opposed to the pre-votes as they are? Seeing none, we will accept it as is and move on to where are we at? Are we on 52? Okay, cool. So Essence Graph nerf. Right now it is failing with 16 yeses, 7 nos. Is there anybody who is opposed to the pre-ballot as it is and would like to see us move to discussion? All right, seeing none, we'll accept it as it is. It fails. Moving on to RLP 53, remove imbue armor from Golem. It is failing with 13 yeses, 7 nos, 3 abstains. Any opposition to the pre-vote? Black Spire, we see your opposition. That'll move us to discussion. All right. Opening us up for discussion. Do we have anybody who would like to speak in the affirmative? All right. Heron, I'll give you the floor. I saw your hand first.
Sorry, it was muted. We're on 53, right?
Yeah. RP
Yeah, just-
remove imbue armor from Golem.
Yeah, I just wanted to note that if ROP 39 passes, which I believe it did, this item would be redundant because that change already removes imbue armor from Golem because it changes how imbue armor works.
Okay, so even if this fails, let me just make sure I have a clarification right. Even if this fails, we still already have this happening with another rules change that we already passed.
Correct, yes.
Okay. I see what you're saying. If the item ROP 39 passes, this item will be made redundant and will be discarded. So we're not voting on 53. This one would be discarded. I apologize. Black Spire. Knowing that, does that change anything for you?
No, I honestly missed that on the ballot, and I was just going to urge people to like, hey, let's pass this because we have an imbue armor buff that we're accidentally buffing Golem with by not taking it off by passing 39 at the same time. But since 39 deals with that, my point is moot.
All right, then I'm going to move us on to 54. Circle of Protection and Banish. Is anybody opposed to how the pre-vote stands on this one? No. Well, I'll take that as unanimous consent. So that one currently passes as well. All right, we're looking at 55. Fewer undead minions. I want more undead minions, not fewer. Currently that is failing with 9 yeses, 13 nos, and 1 abstain. Is there anybody who is opposed to the pre-vote as it is and would like to see us go to discussion?
Westmarch changes our vote to no.
To no? Okay. Is anybody opposed to us allowing Westmarch to have their vote changed to no, and everybody else's vote stay the same without discussion? All right, I'm going to assume that we're okay with that. We'll go ahead and change Westmarch vote and then keep it as is. Where are we at now? Are we on 56? Is that right? Or 50? Yeah. Make all blessings per life for healer. Currently that is passing with 21 yes and 2 no's. Is there anybody who's opposed to how the pre-vote sits and would like to see us have discussion? Oh, all right. That one, 56 passes as is. We will move to 57, the necromancer cost. We're right now that is passing with 18 yes to 5 no's. Would anybody is anybody opposed to the pre-vote as it is and would like to see us go to discussion and change votes? All right, seeing none, 57 passes as it stands. 58, priest cost. Currently, this is failing with 14 yeses and 9 no's. Anybody opposed to the pre-vote on this one?
The CK opposes.
CK opposes. That will open us up in discussion. Do we have anybody who would like to speak in favor of ROP 58, the priest cost?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'll speak in favor.
Meliodas, you're killing me. Go for it.
Long meeting. First time senator. I don't know. I'll blame it on something else later. The reason we voted yes for this is so that all archetypes are made equal. Seeing as we just voted yes to making Necromancer cost 2, Avatar of Nature costing 2, I think it's pretty fair that we move all archetypes for casters to a cost of 2. It's a standard that should probably be kept and upheld. And that's all.
Rivermore, you have the floor.
Speaking on the negative, I realize that we approved those other archetype changes. We're opposed to them despite that approval and opposed to this specifically because Rivermore feels that making the blending of archetypes less possible removes skill and personal expression from the game, and we're not on board with the idea of changing costs specifically to make it more challenging for our players to engage in that expression.
Dragon Spine Checkers, you have the floor.
Dragonspine would just like to point out that not all archetypes are created equal, so I don't think all costs should be equal either.
No. All right, do we have anybody else in the affirmative? Seeing as I had 2 negatives in a row. All right, seeing none, I'm going to move us to vote. Is there anybody who would like to change their vote on the pre-vote ballot? All right, seeing as there is none, we will accept this as our final votes with the exception of, no, Desert Winds, you are still here, correct? See, I almost did that again.
Yeah.
All right, solid, thank you. All right, RLP 59, Undead Minion Incantation. Currently, this is passing with a yes of 21 and a no of 2. Is there anybody that is opposed to the pre-vote as it stands and would like to have their vote changed or move us to discussion? All right, seeing as I don't have any, I will take that as unanimous consent to accept the pre-vote. Therefore, it passes. Now, RLP 60, Buff Monk Capstone. Let's look at this one. Currently, it is passing 17 yeses, 4 noes, and 2 abstains. Is there anybody opposed to how the pre-vote stands on this one? Seeing none, we will accept the pre-vote as is. ROP 60 passes. Let's see here. 61, make monks bench. Okay, we have this passing at 17 yes. ROP do I have the right? Yeah, ROP 61 yes. Okay. Passing 21 yes, 2 noes. Anybody opposed to how the pre-vote sits? All right, seeing none, we'll take unanimous consent there and accept the pre-vote. That one passes. Mystic Phase on ROP 62. Currently, this is also passing with 15 yes, 5 noes, and 3 abstains. Is anybody opposed to how this pre-vote sits and would like to move us to discussion? Seeing none, ROP 62 will pass. ROP 63A. I just want to make note down here as I'm bringing this up because we've missed this a couple times in the notes down here. The rules representatives preferred ROP 63B over ROP 63A by 64% to 36%. If both pass, ROP 63B will be implemented. All right, currently we have ROP 63A failing with the 13 yes, 10 no. Is there anybody opposed to this pre-vote and would like to move us to discussion? Okay, seeing none, ROP 63A fails.
Sorry.
You okay, Rakis?
Sorry, I was going to ask if we could see. I couldn't see the other one on the sheet. I was going to ask which one, if B was passing or not, and it looks like it is. So never mind.
Okay, so all right, we have ROP 63B, simpler sanctuary. It's passing currently with 20 yeses, 3 noes. Is there anybody opposed to this pre-vote? Okay, we'll keep it as is. 63B passes. 64, protection from evil. We have 17 yeses, 5 noes, 1 abstain. Anybody opposed to our pre-vote as is? Seeing none, we'll take that as unanimous consent. 64 passes. 65, peasant rewrite. Currently, it's passing with 21 yeses and 2 noes. Is there anybody who is opposed to how the pre-vote sits and would like to see us have discussion and then vote? All right, seeing none. And as Meliodas has said, as a Paragon peasant, he appreciates this. That one will pass. ROP 66, evolution to level 1. This one is passing. 22 yeses, 1 no. Is there anybody who does not accept the pre-ballot and would like to see us go to discussion? All right, 66 passes, seeing as we have an opposition. 67 makes Scout Heal chargeable. Currently, that is passing with 18 yeses, 5 noes. Is there anybody who's opposed to this and would like to see us go into discussion? All right, 66 passes. Please note, referring back to 66, it does say if ROP 67 passes, heal will be charged times 5 at level 5 as well. So, Heron, you have the floor.
I had to unmute. Just got a question in the chat from Meliodas. Heron, where is the tracking applies planar grounding? In the last round of rules change proposals, when the rules reps were voting, we did an either or between the planar grounding change and the scout frequency change, because the rules reps felt that it would be too strong of a change in favor of scout for both of them to be implemented. So we decided to send only one of those to the COM, which was the scout charge times. So that one is not on here.
Understood. Thank you for the clarification.
Awesome. Thank you both. All right, so we are sitting on 68. Increase, shake it off to per life. This is passing currently with 20 yeses and 3 noes. Is there anybody opposed to how the pre-vote sits? Seeing none, I'll take that as unanimous consent. That one will pass. 69, Warlock applies to magic balls. Right now we have that sitting at 17 yeses, 5 noes, and 1 abstain, sitting for us as a pass. So do we have any opposition to the pre-vote for ROP 69? Seeing none, ROP 69 passes. ROP 70, Wizard Max purchases. Currently, this is passing 18 yeses, 5 noes. Any opposition here? Raise your hand, please. All right, we'll take that as is. ROP 70 passes. Okay. Now, we're moving into other cool stuff now. You guys excited yet? All right. So that completes our voting item 1 for AmpGuard Rules of Play revision package. Thank you all for your time on that one. I know that was long, but I greatly appreciate you. We will now be moving into voting item 2, the rules revision process proposals. And so I'm going to give the floor to the rules rep organizer here in just a second. We do have the pre-ballots. We're going to do the same things here. There is a couple things that we have talked about with our RO, and there are some things that we want to address and try to take care of real quick. It's not necessarily anything bad. We just want to make sure we're getting it right. So we may have to do something similar to what we've done earlier in the meeting, but we'll get to that. I'll give the floor to Heron, and I'll let them take it from there.
Oh, okay. Let me just pull up the rules change process proposals on my laptop here. Sorry, I'm a little bit behind here. Okay, so basically, this is the work of the Rules Revision Committee, which is a committee that was assembled about a year ago to look at our current rules revision process and suggest changes to it. So our voting items here are largely a result of that discussion from our various members. Most of them are fairly minor adjustments to how the process works to make it easier to understand and just add in a couple things that are common practice that are not actually written down. There are a couple things that have come up with discussion that I think Smiley may be able to walk through in a little bit more detail. But our item 1, I believe there's been a little bit of concern just procedurally with how some of it is phrased, where we may need to come back to that one. Smiley, you may have the exact details on that one, but that one may not wind up be voted on at this one. If you have more to say
Yes.
on that one.
So the AICoM has discussed this one as well with we've also discussed this with Heron. So the RP-V1, we're asking that this one be postponed until the Q4 meeting. It's just like we did earlier when we were tabling 1 to be at the Q4 meeting, right? So we're asking if we will be able to do that if somebody from the com would represent, and there's reasons why. As we were reviewing it, we had some concerns just with how the current language reads, identifying a couple of conflicts that might be with the award standardization agreement. There's also some things we really want legal counsel to kind of look at to make sure we're getting it right. So it's not an issue of, man, this is terrible, we have to rewrite. We really just want to be able to get it right. And that's honestly what we're trying to do here. So with that, the executive committee is asking the COM if you would allow us to table this one until the Q4, and that's just the RRP-V1 is what we're looking at there. If you guys are willing to do that. Milk, you have the floor.
So move.
All right. So we have a motion to table RRP-V1 until Q4. Now, do remember, because of how we're dealing with this has to be dealt with at Q4. You can't keep kicking the ball down the road. Does that make sense? Okay. All right, Arrakis, you have the floor.
I'd like to second that motion.
All right. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion that needs to be had, or are we okay with going straight to the vote on this motion? Seeing none, I'll take that as us going straight to the vote on this motion. I'm just going to go ahead and ask for ayes and nays. And so if I hear no nays, we're gonna assume it's unanimous consent. All right. So we're gonna mute your mics. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye, Captain.
Thanks. Are there any nays? All right, we'll take that as unanimous consent. We will move this forward to Q4.
I would like to be marked down as an abstain if okay.
No, we will not allow. Yeah, we can do abstain. Thank you, Northern Lights. So, all right, with that, we'll move this to Q4. And like I said, we're just trying to make sure we get it 100% right and that everything is applying the way that it needs to. And if there's just some simplistic grammatical things as well that might actually change things in a legal fashion, we want to fix that now. So we appreciate you all. Thank you for allowing us to mention that and bring it to you. I will give the floor now back to Heron as we to let them finish discussing everything that's being presented.
Okay. Yeah, so as far as the voting items here, I assume it's going to work fairly similarly to the rules change process. Did you want me to like talk about what each of them does, or I guess I'm not quite sure what you're asking.
Yes, I want to make sure for this one specifically we have no confusion for all of them. So as we hit each item, we're going to go through it so we can vote. And as we hit each item, I just want to make sure that if there's people that want discussion, I'm going to hand you the floor first just to make sure we have proper clarification for that discussion. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah, that sounds doable.
All right, awesome. So we're going to be in RRP V2. I believe that is correct, right? Yeah, okay. And so this is the clarification process. Currently, this is also passing 22 yes and 0 no's and 1 abstain. And so with that, we're going to be doing the same things we did before. The only exception that we have is with all these things, I want to make sure if there is discussion, I'm going to allow Heron the floor first so they can clarify things. If you don't like it, by all means, make an appeal. We'll go through that. So with this one, is there anybody opposed to how the pre-vote ballot sits and would like to see us move to discussion? Seeing none, then RP V2 passes. I'm just going to start saying V3 because I think we all understand the RP part. All right, so V3. Looking at that, currently it is passing 20 yeses, 1 no, 2 abstains. Is there anybody opposed to the pre-vote as it is?
The CK will move their vote to yes.
Move their vote to yes. Is there anybody opposed to allowing the CK to change their vote to yes without discussion? I'll take that as unanimous consent. CK, your vote has been moved to yes. All right. Seeing as we have no ones for discussion there, I'm going to take that as unanimous consent to accept the votes as they are. V3 passes. We're now on to V4. Vitaly, can you scroll that on the other side too for us? There we go. The nature of playtesting currently, this is passing with 20 yes, 1 no, and 2 abstain. Is there anybody opposed to this? Rivermore, you have the floor.
Y'all can discuss if you want or not, but I want it specifically verbally stated that I am concerned about the inclusion in section 3B1 that specifically gives the Rules Rep Committee the ability to control its own scope. I don't know that I love that idea.
So, Rivermore, are you saying you're opposed to how the votes are currently and you would like to have discussion on this?
If no one else wants to make any changes to their votes, we don't need to have a discussion about it. I just want to make sure that that is stated and that people are tracking that that is a concern. So that if they wish to change their vote based on that, they have that opportunity.
Point taken. Is there anyone that is opposed to how the pre-vote is and would like to open discussion for these matters?
Player says, I would like to hear more from Rivermore.
10-4. So we have somebody that is supposed to where the vote stands. That will open us up for discussion. So we will start in the negative. I guess I will go to Burning Lands, or we'll start in the affirmative. Sorry. starting with affirmative because that's what I have been doing. Is that okay? Are you in the affirmative, Phoebe?
Yeah, I just want clarification because I feel like we've already had that discussion and the scope is already with the RRO. So that doesn't change anything. It just puts it in verbal form or in written form because we've had this discussion in the past. So if Heron could clarify, but I feel like we've already said that that scope is the RROs.
Fair enough. All right. Do we have anybody that's in the negative that would like to speak? Meliodas, are you in the negative?
I'm not in the negative, but a clarification if you'll allow it.
Sure, I'll allow for you to ask for a clarification.
RRP section 3B, last sentence, the scope of the playtest is at the discretion of the RRO. RRP section 3BI or B1 is where it gets moved to. That's all.
You're right. That is in the old version as well.
That is a good clarification, Meliodas. Thank you. I saw a lot of hands go down, so I'm going to pass this over to Heron now, seeing that your hand is up.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that the reason for this specific wording change is because during the last year when the concern was raised about the existing line that the scope of the playtest is at the discretion of the RRO, that there was some concern as to whether that meant like the scope of like which parks are playtesting is at the discretion of the RRO. But because we had a vote by the COM that says that everybody is playtesting, this is just like specifying that the scope as it is defined is to changes specifically and not in who gets to or who has to playtest, that's not in the RRO's hands.
Thank you for the clarification, Heron. I hope that helps everybody. All right. Is there any further discussion that anybody would like to have? Please raise your hand. If not, I'm going to move us to voting. Okay. So you can see the pre-ballot as it is. If there's anybody who would like to change their vote, given the discussion that we just had, please raise your hand, come to the queue, and let us know how you would like to change your vote. All right. CK, you have the floor.
CK will move to yes.
Is there anybody else who would like to change their vote? All right, seeing none, I will assume that is us saying the way those votes are. That's how our candidates are going to vote. So that does pass. All right, V5 is passing currently with 19 yeses, 2 noes, and 2 abstains. Is there anybody who is opposed to how the pre-vote sits and would like to move us to discussion? All right, seeing as there is none, I'll take that as unanimous consent to accept the pre-vote as is. Thus, it does pass. All right. Now we're on V6. Currently, it is failing with 14 yeses and 7 noes and 2 abstains. Is there anybody opposed to how the pre-vote sits and would like to move us to discussion? Seeing as there is none, I'll take that as unanimous consent to accept the pre-vote as is. V6 fails. All right, going to, are we on V7? Yeah, okay. Rules representative, okay. So the vote breakdown currently right now is that it's passing with 17 yes, 4 no, and 2 abstains. Is there anyone opposed to the pre-vote as is and would like to see us have discussion and vote on it? Right. Seeing as there is none, we'll take that as unanimous consent. V7 does pass. All right. Now we're on to V8A, change the cycle layout. Okay, and with that, we have that currently passing with 20 yeses, 1 no, and 2 abstains. And so with that, is there anybody who's opposed to our current vote? Burning Lands, you have the floor.
I'm not opposed to the vote or wanting to change it. I just wanted to ask, because we just passed V4, changing the word playtest to probationary, will that change in this section as well, Heron?
Yeah, the intention is where the two conflict, we're going to try and overlap them so that we're using that probationary period language. They're just not worded in that way in both of these, just in case y'all voted no on that one, that it wouldn't be implemented in this one section. But yeah, we will be using that language as well.
Aaron, thank you for that clarification. Thank you for the question. All right, so are we having opposition to the way the pre-vote is sitting? Is that CK?
CK will change their vote to yes, no discussion necessary.
All right, again, is everybody okay with us doing that without going to discussion to allow CK to change their vote? Seeing as none, I'll take that as unanimous consent. CK, you may change your vote. All right, looks like V8A passes. So now we're on V8B. Currently, this is passing with 14 yeses, 7 noes, and 2 abstains. Is there anybody opposed to how the pre-vote is at? Bernie Lynch, you have the floor.
Yeah, I would like to have some discussion on tabling this, tabling 8C, because I kind of feel like it's disingenuous to have a vote on there to change the cycle and then like we can't discuss that. I don't know. I just don't like that this vote is there to begin with. I feel like we need to be able to discuss and vote on the 3-year change cycle personally, and my kingdom does as well. So if we could just discuss that, I guess maybe.
All right. Do we have anybody who would like to go to the opposite side of that or the negative of that? All right. Arrakis, you have the floor. You're still muted also.
Thank you. Yeah, I was trying to figure out how to unmute this particular situation.
Fair enough.
The cycle length change that we're talking about tabling was proposed by two kingdoms. And the vision process stuff that is being presented right now was the result of the work of a committee. And I don't think we should be voting on ad hoc changes. We have a procedural process in place right now that's working to change it. It just seems like it would be kind of randomly changing something. I don't feel like that would be helpful for the work the committee's doing that we approved of. It just seems like it would be a bit premature to do that change now, partway through the other thing that's changing. It would be a little bit confusing for me personally.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Northern Lights.
Looking on the spreadsheet that Natalia posted earlier so that we could follow along, it looks like if we don't table it, it simply fails. So
on C?
I'm personally.
Thank you, Vidalia. Okay, I understand.
So I'm a little confused on a couple of points. Is this table going to be the same as the other tables where it's a Q4 table now?
If so, for that to happen, if this needed to be handled before the Q3 meeting next year, yes, it would have to be tabled with a time stamp on it, a time frame on it that would go to Q4.
It's proposed as being until the Q4 2027 meeting.
Right. No, what I'm saying is if we were to vote to table the RRPV 8B as a motion that we have right now, we would be kicking it to Q4. Otherwise, we'd have to wait for this all the way again until next year, which already is sitting with inside of its verbiage of what it's trying to do. I hope that made sense. Yeah. Heron, you have the floor.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just wanted to share the reasoning from the committee of posing this one is just to make sure that when the kingdoms vote on this, that we have the most information possible. It looks like at the moment this is not passing, but if we get through the bulk of the changes for this one and we're at Q4 2027 and people do want a 3-year change cycle, that those people we'll have that option in the future. Or if we get through this one and it's pretty chill and there are a bunch of changes that people are really wanting to put in next year, that they have the ability to do that as well. It's basically just waiting until we have like the knowledge of that future before making the change now. Because if we lock ourselves in now, but then we wind up having a different situation than we expect in the future, then we're kind of like doing those future monarchs a disservice, is the idea behind it.
Thank you for that, Heron.
I'm sorry, can I add a point of clarification, Chair?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. This item is not a change to the rules of play, and it only should require a simple majority to pass, which I think is not how the math is being calculated. Oh, there it is. Yep, it is. Okay. Nope, thank you.
Got it. Thank you, Madeline. Appreciate you. The chair recognizes Burning Lands.
Okay, so reading it, this will delay voting on changing the cycle from a 2-year that we currently have to potentially 3 or more by a year and a half. We already have argumentation that the game is too hard for people to get involved in and understand. That's been 90% of the argument about these rule changes. And yet we want to continue to change year after year after year. And I have 3 new players on my little bitty park that have come in, read the rule book, and I had to say, it's great that you read it, but in 2 weeks, everything's going to change again. Like, I just don't understand the reasoning behind we're going to change rules constantly to bring new people in and make them want to stay, but we don't want to give them a dead year to learn those rules and make them want to stay.
Thank you. All right. The chair recognizes Dragonspine.
I just have a couple of questions. Why is the 3-year change cycle requested by the kingdom and seconded by another one attached to the Rules Representative Revision Committee? And why does the Rules Representative Revision Committee get to ask us to table things?
We'll give the floor over to Heron on that one if you would like to take it.
Yeah, I see Meliodas has a hand up too, but this proposal was made at the previous meeting, and then in discussion, like basically their proposal was almost identical, except it didn't have a couple of the other things that we were working on to like just clarify the timeline of changes, like what is a proposal year, what is a submission year, whatnot. And basically so that we weren't changing the process prior to the Q3 meeting, we basically just came to a verbal agreement that we would definitely have the option for a 3-year change cycle at this one, incorporating what they wanted to do with the language that we were aiming for, so that like y'all would have a chance to vote on it with language that would fit in with all of the other proposals and cover things like the RRO election time period, which wasn't covered by that proposal, to make sure that those matched up as well. But if Meliodas has more details, I think they've got a hand up too.
Got it. Meliodas, you have the floor.
Hi, everybody. Still me. As the author of the 3-year change cycle, I think, Heron, we had discussed this and that this was going to be proposed at this meeting. I stand with the Burning Lands in that it is pretty disingenuous for you to submit a table to the length change in the same proposal as the cycle change. And I would ask that the COM look to vote against tabling the cycle change, as this would delay everything a year and a half, which is already problematic and could possibly be swept over in that time. But also, there's nothing wrong with voting this in now and then, letting the rules change and rules cycle play out as it will. And then as soon as it ends, we just move right into the 3-year cycle. I don't understand why we need to sit here and table and debate and let this drag out longer than it has to be. This game has seen enough change.
Thank you, Meliodas. To also give clarification for Dragonspine, given how the COM works and how we operate as well, any one of our directors' organization pieces committees, they all have the ability within inside of the meeting to request of the COM to table something or to look at something differently. It is up to the COM if they actually want to do that. So with this being placed in DL's hands, you can make the vote to say, yeah, we don't want to table it, or we do want to table it. But essentially anybody, including our RO and directors and volunteers, have that capability within inside of this meeting that are part of it to make that type of request. And just in general. Heron, your hand is raised again. You have the floor, and with that, that's going to end the discussion time that we have.
Yeah, just one thing that I'm not sure if was covered already or if folks connected with the timing of it is that the next RRO election is at Q3 2027. So part of the idea of having that happen later is that if we wind up having somebody like back up slightly. If we change the cycle now, what this does is basically extend the current term for another year, and then that cycle starts in whatever the year after. By tabling it until later, then there's the potential for the new RRO to take over in advance of the prior cycle, which is a consideration. I am iffy on whether I'm going to run again, just because this is a lot of work. So I think that it would probably be good to have a new RRO in place before making that change. That wasn't actually a reason behind this, but it's something that I just realized from the timing of it. So if that matters to folks, that is something worth considering.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Aaron. With that, that is going to end our time for discussion, so that we'll move us directly to a vote. We're doing the exact same things we've done before. I see that we have GP and Winter's Edge both already raising their hands. I'm assuming you guys were prepping to do the vote. So with that, we will ask what your votes are and how you want to change those. And then once we have no more, we will accept that vote as is. Golden Plains.
Golden Plains would like to change their vote from yes to no.
Thank you. Winter's Edge.
Winter's Edge will change its vote from yes to no.
CK.
CK will change from abstain to no.
All right. Taldagore.
Taldagore will change his vote from yes to no.
Neverwinter.
Neverwinter changes from yes to no.
Northern Lights.
Northern Lights would not like to table. However, I do have a question about whether it would be possible to do the next implementation if we do vote yes on it to start at an effective date.
I guess I'm having trouble understanding the question, Kodiak.
I'll ask it in the next discussion if it becomes relevant.
Okay, 10-4, 10-4. I do apologize. Like I said, I'm just not understanding exactly what the ask there is. But in Northern Lights, you don't want to change your vote from where it is. You want to keep it as is. Is that correct?
Northern Lights does not want to table.
Okay, so you would like to change your vote from yes to no?
Correct.
Okay, gotcha. Who do I have next? 13 Roads.
13 Roads would like to change vote to no.
Okay. Desert Winds.
Desert Winds would also like to change to no.
All right. Emerald Hills.
We would like to change ours from yes to no.
All right. Wetlands.
Yeah, same. I will also vote to not table. So no.
C13 Roads and Desert Winds, your hands are still up. There's okay, 10-4. Gotcha. Okay. Okay. So with that, that changes V8B from passing to failing. So that is our vote. V8B fails. I'm going to move us on into V8C, unless there's any great opposition to that. All right. The 3-year change cycle requested by CK and Wetlands. Currently, this is also failing with a 14 yes and 6 no and 3 abstain. Is there anybody opposed to how the pre-vote stands?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Meliodas, you have the floor.
Oh, sorry. The CK no discussion wants to. Oh, I'm already a yes. Never mind. Screw me.
I love you, man. I swear. Okay. Rivermore, you have the floor.
Yeah, wanted to engage in discussion, specifically on the affirmative. Just continuing to echo what Burning Land's already pointed out. We've got a lot of rules change, overload, burnout, whatever you want to call it. Even from players that are established and have been playing the game a while, not just our new players. So, I mean, I would love to hear from anyone who is strongly opposed to this why we don't want to give our players more time to enjoy the rules that we have implemented.
Thank you, Rivermore. Arrakis, the floor is yours.
Hi. Maybe CG is just different in its attitude, but like I've been messaging on and off with various players from Battle Masters to new players in my kingdom and in my like melted family and stuff like that during the meeting. And anytime I'm like, this change failed, people are like, no, dang, I really wanted that rules change to happen. Like people in CG are like thirsty for rules changes. My kingdom loves it. They think a 2-year cycle is too long. Actually, they'd love to see one every year. So I mean, there's some data. I guess we just feel differently about it.
Gore, the floor is yours. Tell Gore, your mic is still muted.
Oh, sorry about that. Something to take into consideration is that we are having some people step up and create these like resources for keeping track of the rules changes. And sometimes the rules change so quickly that these things don't get updated. So I see multiple people operating with older versions of the rules and like which just causes more, confusion on the field and everything. So giving us kind of like a break in between changes does help with updating those resources.
Thank you, Tyler Gore. Blackspire, the floor is yours.
Yeah, so I'm currently an abstain because my kingdom is pretty split on this, but um and it is kind of like with CG where like our newer players kind of trend more toward, oh, let's do changes more often because they don't like, waiting for um the problems to be fixed for a long time. And you know, usually the more established players are don't want to keep up with the changes or feel, overwhelmed with them. Uh, Now, that being said, I think that a solid reason to oppose that hasn't been brought up is that we tend to be getting something of like a backlog of desired changes. I mean, all of us just went through 70 proposals. So, there it is, right? It's looking at us. And I think that if we move to the 3-year cycle, we can, expect for there to be roughly 50% more changes every time that the cycle happens. Which like, there is something to be said about bigger change or a larger collection of changes with a bit less frequency, but there's also something to be said about, more changes at once and how hard that can be to process for people. But that's it.
Thank you, Blackspire. No, we have about a minute left. I'll recognize Dragonspine if they finish with their points in time. Arrakis, I will make sure you have the floor as well. Dragonspine, you have the floor.
Dragonspine's complaint with so many rules changes so often is it's not like a video game where the changes just happen and you live with it. Every single player has to study every time, it feels like every few months at the moment. And we get a lot of complaints about the rapid fire rules changes.
Thank you, Dragonspine. Arrakis, you have the floor for being the last one, and after this, we'll end discussion.
Yes, and sorry, I should have brought this up earlier. There is a proposal a little further down the line here that directs the assistant director for data science and AppGuard to do a lot of heavy duty polling to see broadly across the game how do people feel about rules changes? Do they want more of them? Do they want less of them? Do they want a new major version? Do they not want a new major version? Do they think the rules are literally perfect and we should get rid of rules changes altogether forever? Like there's a whole like, and the idea is that we can get some information about how people feel real. And so I just wanted to remind us that that's on the docket for today, is to really go out and see what people feel like and think about this stuff, because it's clear that there are a lot of different opinions across Amcard and people feel differently and have different levels of passion about it. And it would be really cool to have data for this sort of reason. So just pre-politicking now, I guess. Sorry.
Marcus, thank you. All right, that closes discussion for V8C. And so with that, we're going to be doing the same thing. If you would like to change your vote from where the pre-votes have already sat, you can see your voting over here on the left. I do appreciate the discussion. I think it was really good. I think it was something we need to have. So if you want to make your vote change, go ahead and raise your hand now. We'll get you in the queue. Northern Lights.
Northern Lights would like to change from abstain to no.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to change their vote? Rising Winds.
I do not want to change my vote, but I do have a question about a point of order. As these are not actual rules of play changes, can they be amended here in person or in real time, at least to the such that we could set an effective date? So we could say yes to this effective, 2028, Q3 2028, in that sort of no change to the actual proposal, just setting an effective date.
So given that we're already into the voting aspect for these motions, we've passed the point of amending them, but do remember that you do have the capability when we get to the end of the meeting of everything on our agenda. Again, necromancy is a thing apparently through all the stuff we do here. You can bring something back out of the dead, and I'm not sure from there if we can amend them. I'm going to pass that to our parliamentarian Madeline for clarification.
I can give that a quick clarification. When it comes to gently amending things, as long our bylaws allow for, as long as you do not change the intent of the proposal. So that could happen during the necromancy phase if this is something that this group would like to resurrect at the end of today's proceedings.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Heron, I'll give you the floor real quick.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that because the rules change process is part of the rules of play, any change to it does constitute a rules of play change. That's something that item 1 may change in the future. Obviously, we didn't vote on that at this meeting, but because it's part of the rule book, it is kind of by default a rules change proposal, which can't be changed at the meeting.
We did discuss that last meeting too, I believe.
Yeah.
So thank you, Aaron. All right, to continue on with this, I'm assuming nobody else wants to change their votes as they sit. If so, please raise your hand now. All right, seeing as I see nobody else, I'm going to assume that that's us accepting this with unanimous consent. This is how we want our votes to be. The V8C fails with 14 yes, 7 no, and 2 abstain. All right, let's move ourselves forward. All right. Voting item. We're looking at Project Phoenix now. Correct.
Yep.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to take some privilege here for just a second because we've had some long conversations on this one. And so I would like to give the floor to the creator of this motion, which is Black Spire. That would be Oso. And we've talked about some things here. And so Oso, I will give you the floor for your motion.
Okay. So, hi everyone. I'm also so I'll start just saying I'm going to rescind this motion to be voted on again at Q1. Seeing that the item 7 that we're talking about later seems to be in no danger of failing. But I am going to use my floor time a bit just to kind of take an opportunity to address the Circle of Monarchs directly in a way where we wouldn't normally have, that kind of opportunity in a group setting. So first, Project Phoenix, we're a group of people that formed shortly after the V9 project dissolved. We are a different group of people from that, aside from we do have one person that was on that team. I just wanted to say that directly because I saw a lot of confusion about that online and whatnot. Um, we did so because we're a group of people that um, have believed in a need of a new version to fix some problems that the rules revision process really we think isn't equipped to handle, and hopefully to stabilize the game because as you know, like I said before, we all just went through 70 rules change proposals, and it seems that there is an amount of in-demand change that exists that we're wanting to address in a kind of all at once way. Um, the so I had not rescinded yet because um, by the time that I, I had to make the decision too before the agenda got finalized, or I would have done it earlier, but we didn't rescind be until now because we had thought that playtesting would still be valuable for us to keep like some momentum and to continue developing our project. And then we'd figured, hey, if the data collection probe says people don't want a new version, then we would just, dissolve then. And maybe the playtesting we did would be useful for the V8 revision process. But it kind of became apparent to me, just kind of seeing reactions that that kind of came off to some as like us being like obstinate or stubborn or otherwise trying to force through our thing, which is not our intention. I just kind of wanted to keep some momentum going. So we're rescinding. It will come up again in Q1, or well, for us to talk about in Q1 at least, depending on how the data probe goes. And I wanted to say in that time, like between now and Q1, we'll continue working on it with, however much we can without having wide playtest data. We did take on a new team member who is Meliodas from the CK, who's the senator here in this meeting, and he's been excellent about getting us feedback from the South and Texans and kind of helping us get some representation that we needed and were lacking. And in that time, we're going to be continuing to work on it and hopefully creating or bringing our product forward and kind of closer to where we want to be for if Amcard does want to pursue a new version. But that's it. I thank everyone for the consideration of this. We'll talk about it again later in Q1. And I rescind. That's it.
So thank you for that. So with that note, then being the creator of that motion, that will they'll officially make that motion removed from our docket. Dragonspine, I see you have your hand raised. I will recognize you to speak.
Dragonspine doesn't want to see this rescinded. We want to vote on it. We vote to appeal your decision. We motion to appeal it.
So yeah, how does that work?
Well,
Madeline, I'm gonna have to ask you to step in here because I'm like, I didn't make a decision.
No problem. The thing is, you didn't. You can't appeal the decision of the chair. The decision was made by the proposing kingdom. The proposing kingdom has chosen to withdraw it, and so it is noted in the minutes as withdrawn, and you cannot reappeal. Because the chair did not make a decision, it was the individual. Just if you checkers had made a proposal at some point, you were proposal number 11. If you chose to withdraw that proposal, you chose to withdraw.
Checkers, does that clarify and help?
Was this a joint proposal that you put on as like a joint one with this particular kingdom, in which case you still are part owner, but a second does not count?
I don't
It was
believe
not
they
a
were.
joint proposal, no.
Okay. Well, then that answers the question. So yeah, at this point, it's withdrawn. From this point, from us considering it and having it on the agenda. So I appreciate you, checkers. So that will move us on to voting item number 4. All right. Um, uh, that's something for Rivermore in the comments. That's something you would have to discuss probably after this meeting for that one directly. But there you go. Okay, so we're on voting item number 4, delegation of the ban authority. If you guys do remember, this is something we previously did vote on in the last meeting, and after much discussion and looking at everything, we realized we really wanted to get this right, and this needed to be in this meeting by our own bylaws. So we had messed it up, and we're bringing it forward where it's supposed to be. So if you think this seat looks familiar, it's because it does. So with that being said, we have our pre-voting right here. Currently it is passing. What do we have? 17 yes and 5 no with 1 abstain. And so with that, is there anybody who is opposed to what our pre-vote is and would like to either change their vote and have us go to discussion? Seeing as there is none, then we will take that as a unanimous consent to accept the pre-vote as is, and voting item number 4, delegation of ban authority, does pass. Sorry, I'm getting a lot of messages at the moment at the same time, so I'm trying to bounce all over the place, everybody. All right, so we're on voting item number 5, the Order of the Warrior clarification. This currently is also passing with a vote of 21 yeses and 2 nos with 0 abstains. So is there anybody who is opposed to the pre-vote, how it stands on voting item number 5? Seeing as there is none, I will take that as unanimous consent to accept the pre-votes as they are. And so therefore this item does pass. All right. So now we're on number 6. Let's see here. Suggest an official statement against AI generated art. But do you mind scrolling for the voting on number 6 on the right side as well? Thank you. All right. Suggest an official statement against AI generated art. So that currently this is passing with 18 yes and 3 no's and 2 abstains. Is there anybody who would like to say anything? Burning Land, you have the floor.
I don't want to change our kingdom's vote. However, I would like to open for discussion because we need to figure out who is doing this workshopping and the scope of that, because AmpGuard International encompasses the AICoM, the AIBOD, the AICoM, the executive director, and all of their teams. This is just very vague. So we need to make some clarifications.
So let me just to get some clarifications here, reading it. Winter's Edge, you are the author of this motion. Is that correct?
Yep.
All right. So looking at it here, I just want to read the proposal. It says that the COM vote to make a statement against the use of AI generated art to be workshopped by AmpGuard International.
Yep.
Just to make some clarifications on our end, AmpGuard International is the AICoM and the AIBOD in conjunction with the XCOM.
Yep.
So that includes the COM, the AIBOD, and the XCOM. Was that the intention when you said workshop by AmpGuard International?
The intention was to give flexibility to the organization to determine how to go about making the statement. So it doesn't necessarily have to involve all parties, or at least that wasn't my intent. The intent was to give a space to, like, maybe the COM doesn't want to make or decide specifically who makes this statement, and they just want to hand it off to the BOD, which would be understandable because there's a lot of us in the COM, right? Then I would want to allow us that level of flexibility.
Okay.
Does that track?
It does track. I'm just looking at the wording. I think in general, this should be okay in that context that the COM can decide this is kind of what we want and workshops that with AIBOD, or the COM takes it themselves. I am noticing that there isn't really anything in here that is specifying those things. So I'm going to make an assumption somebody may want to try to amend it. And Madeline, I just want to make sure that if somebody wanted to in this phase, could they amend that to give clarification of how this was going to work out?
Yes, whether it is outside of the intent of the motion is traditionally at the chair's discretion. So you could call their edits out of order if you felt it was not germane to the original motion. And of course, your ruling can always be appealed if the body feels that it is germane, even though you
Right.
said it wasn't. But yes,
Right.
so as long as it's germane to the original intent, that falls in line with our bylaws.
Okay. So with that, I'm looking at that. I believe an amendment to this motion could be made to specify more in detail what, like workshop by AmpGuard International, who that is and the expectations that are there. I would say that that's germane, just to give clarification of what the original author wanted. Currently, I'm going to recognize Burning Lands for the floor.
Considering we've been here for a exorbitant amount of time, I would like to motion that we table this till the Q4 meeting, and who is it? Winter's Edge can work with maybe the XCOM or members of the board or members of the COM to actually create that statement, then to be voted on at the Q4 meeting.
We do have a motion on the floor to table. Is there a second?
CK will second.
We have a second from CK. So with that, we will move to plurality vote. I will recognize Northern Lights just in case
Cough,
there's
cough.
clarification.
Discussion on the motion. Cough, cough.
Do what?
Sorry, discussion on that particular motion to table before we move to
Right.
vote.
I was just going to go over to Northern Lights first if they had a point of order before I open discussion. Northern Lights, are you there
No,
for
I was
discussion
ready
or
for
a point of order?
discussion.
Okay, 10-4. All right, so we will now end up having a plurality vote after discussion for this. And so we will open the floor for discussion, starting with Northern Lights. And please raise your hands to get yourself in the queue. It makes my life easier. Northern Lights, take it away.
If I remember correctly, there was a statement written up that then was withdrawn because in the online Discord discussion, it was said, hey, we should get somebody who's a little bit more official than the COM, like the bot or the XCOM, to make the actual wording. So I feel like tabling this is kind of silly when we ask, like, when we, I guess not we, it was like a small subsection of us who participate on the Discord.
Fair. Let me be very clear, though, to take some privilege on for just a second for you guys on AICoM. I need you guys to understand, because we fought this for years, even when I was in AIBOD. You are official. You are important. AMPGuard International is not AMPGuard International Board of Directors. It is the COM and the board together. So you are equal in that type of function. So yes, you can make an official statement as the COM representing all kingdoms from that type of vote. So please, if we could all just understand, don't step back as the COM because you think you're not AMPGuard International. You are. That's the structure of our organization. So with that clarification done, Northern Lights, do you have anything else?
Yes, sorry, I feel like I stepped on a pain point that I didn't know was there.
No, you're good. I'm probably having PTSD from when I was AI Beauty president, so you're fine.
Okay. Well, the point still stands. This was already a written up declaration that was withdrawn because we wanted people we elect to have business minded things. Is that better wording than official? But
so yeah, sure.
Regardless, I feel like this has already been submitted, withdrawn with a less specific statement, and now saying that we want to table it in favor of a more specific. That's just a lot of back and forth.
Fair enough. Thank you. Winter's Edge, you have the floor.
Yeah. So I think really the intent of I believe it was maybe Burning Lands who suggested tabling it. I think the intent that Phoebe had there was that we're all tired. And I think that's a very understandable reason to want to table it, especially considering that When people talked to me about it prior, their concern is that they just wanted to be careful about the statement. And I understand that. This is also not an urgent matter from my perspective. Like, it's something I want done, but it's not something that like is going to make or break the organization right away. So I'm okay with tabling it personally, as the person who made the original suggestion. Until Q4, maybe we can workshop it and pass it around. I'm game. I don't want to withdraw it out of turn, though, in case there are people here who are very passionate and are just like, I want this done, then I suggest that we would move to a vote on tabling, if that's the case. But I'm just saying, personally, as the guy who wrote it, I'm happy to work either way, to whatever we think is best.
There's it. Thank you. Crystal Groves, you have the floor.
Hi, yeah, I seconded this because I was also one of the people who was commenting on the original proposal, which went up very close to the agenda deadline, and it was just the sort of thing where I was thinking, if we want to make a statement as a game, it's great that somebody brought a proposal forward for this. I think a lot of people are going to be in favor of a proposal related to this, but it was really close to submission deadline time, and there wasn't a lot of time to workshop it. It came up, but it was like, I would want to maybe think about it's a really fast moving technology we're talking about. Maybe we want to word this in a really specific way, and there just wasn't time. But there was time to say, maybe we just say, all right, let's see if people want to do something like this. And if people vote yeah, then we can, for Q4, we'll put together a proposal with something really specific as a statement. We all vote, whether we like that statement or not. So that was sort of the intention behind the vagary of this one, I think, at least from my perspective. Was we get a consensus. Is this something we want to do as a body? And then we say, all right, now let's write it up, and we all get involved, and anybody wants to get their hands in the wording has time to do it between now and Q4. So just my little wording explanation of what I did.
All right, thank you. All right, we have a little under a minute left, so more. I'm going to assume you'll probably be our last person in discussion, and then we'll move ourselves to vote for this motion to table. More, take it away.
I think it's all well and good that we want to wait to workshop the actual statement until the Q4 meeting, but I don't see any added burden or harm in us finishing out this vote and saying that we are either committing or not committing to working on this statement, because that does send a clear message even without the statement itself. And I would have a strong preference for sending that message as an organization that we are committed to taking a stance of some kind on this and that we need to get our verbiage figured out.
More, thank you very much. That ends our discussion. I see our board president has their hand up. Is there a clarification that our board president is wanting to make?
Sorry, I'm listening from my car. I just wanted to say I'm absolutely on board with workshopping with you guys until Q4. I just want to mention that as kingdoms, you can make your own statement as per your kingdom to say our kingdom does not support AI, just as a holdover from Q4, and then we can make it more official on a higher level later on down the road.
Thank you for the clarification. All right, I'm going to move ourselves to vote. I'm going to have I'm actually going to assume there's going to be enough of votes that might go back and forth here. So I am going to ask for us to have a roll call vote unless somebody opposes my decision to do so, just to make sure we have all the votes locked down correctly to see if it properly passes or doesn't. So remember, this is to table and move item 6 to Q4. So going down the row of Blackspire, how do you vote on the table?
Table. I'm
Right,
going to vote no on tabling.
All right, thank you. Burning Lands, what is your vote?
Yes.
STK, what is your vote?
STK? STK votes yes.
You're welcome. It's better than, blessings from Ham, or against Ham. All right, Crystal Groves.
No to table it.
All right, Desert Winds.
No to tabling.
Dragon Spine.
No to tabling.
Emerald Hills.
Yes, for tabling for now.
Golden Plains,
No for tabling.
Golden Vale,
No for tabling.
Iron Mountains,
No to tabling.
Neverwinter,
No to tabling.
Nine Blades, Nine Blades,
Sorry, I was muted. No to tabling.
Northern Lights,
No.
Northreach,
Northreach votes no.
Polaris,
No.
Rising Winds,
Blessings from Ham be upon us all, and we vote no.
every time. More.
Rivermore votes no to tabling.
All right. Talagore,
Nay.
13 Roads,
No, thank you.
Viridian Outlands,
Sorry,
Viridian.
audio problem. No to tabling.
West March,
No.
Wetlands,
No.
and Winter's Edge.
Abstain.
Abstain. All right. So with that, the motion to table fails. And so I'm assuming we can now move to voting on the item 6. So we will move forward with voting on item 6 as it is. So please look over to the pre-votes if you would like to change that. And change your vote, please raise your hand and put yourself in the queue. Desert Winds.
Oops,
Desert.
sorry, muted. Desert Winds will change to yes.
All right. But is there anybody else who would like to change their vote?
Crystal Groves would like to change to yes.
Crystal Groves would like to change to yes as well. All right. Anyone else? Okay, seeing no one else. Item 6 does pass with a yes of 20 and no of 3. And so we will place that. That'll essentially be placed in the hands of your new XCOM and your AIBOD, because that's essentially what's going to make up the AMCARD International for you whenever you're not in session. So good luck with you guys. Okay, so now let's go to item number 7. Aaron, you're killing me. All right, polling rules, satisfaction, and a potential new major version. Currently, this is passing 21 yes and 2 no. So is there anybody who would like to change their votes or interested into discussion saying they do not approve and accept the pre-vote? All right, seeing none, voting item 7 passes. I see a hand raised from our executive director. Yes.
We want to make it very clear to this body that this proposal was put together without actually talking to the assistant director of data strategy and his personal schedule and professional schedule. So timelines here that are suggested maybe have to be amended, but I can commit our volunteer teams to keeping the Circle of Monarchs apprised to the timeliness of execution.
Awesome. Viridian Outlands, you have the floor at the moment.
We just want to say that we appreciate the time that the executive director and her team are going to put in, and the dates put in there as suggestions are perfectly fine, as we don't expect them to work 24/7 miracles when they already pull what they can for us.
Appreciate it greatly. Thank you.
Thank you both. All right, I'm going to move us on into our next item.
So we're done with voting items, I
That's
believe.
right. We moved item 8 all the way to the beginning, correct?
Yes. However, we do have discussion items on the rules revision process that have not been discussed.
And 4. All right. So that means I should give the floor to Heron if I am not correct on that.
Yes, and there is technically one other voting item, I believe, here at the end of this document. And Yeah, so we have our items that we already voted on that were like minor adjustments to the current process. The other items in this document are discussion items that are more like ideas that we've come up with for ways that the rules change process could be adjusted, that are more like total overhauls, but because these are things that we haven't had the opportunity to do like large scale polling about, like find like good information about these. At the moment, these are still very much in a brainstorming phase. What we were hoping for was to have some time at this meeting to get some feedback from the com about these and just like see which one of these we should pursue, if any of these, that sort of thing. I know this meeting has been very long already. We do have an item at the end, which is whether or not to continue the rules revision committee, because originally that was slated to go for 1 year and end at this meeting. Because these are still like very much works in progress. Basically continuing the committee would be like, should we go pursue one of these? Because there's not much more polishing we can do on the current process. Like, should we start researching like how it should be changed in more substantive ways? But I know that our meeting has been very long, and I know that discussion sometimes is not as useful when people are exhausted. Sorry, as I'm sure many of us are. So I kind of do want to poll the representatives who are here to find out whether they would like to table these items for discussion at the Q4 meeting, with the understanding that the rules revision committee would be like, I guess, on standby for that. I guess we could keep working on them for that, but we kind of need more information from you folks before we progress with any of these. So I'm happy to like help facilitate the discussion of these if folks want to, but if folks just don't really have it in them after 6 hours, I completely understand. So I would just like to hear from folks on that.
All right, I will recognize Golden Plains at the moment. And I will try to limit us to about 5 minutes here to try to keep us moving as quickly as possible for some of the discussion, what was just brought up. Golden Plains, you have the floor.
Yes, I would actually like to table this discussion until the Q4 meeting.
And 4. So with that, is that a formal motion that you're making?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So I have a motion on the floor by Golden Plains to table the leftover discussion that we have for this meeting to Q4. Is there a second?
CK will second.
We have a second from CK. So now I will open this for discussion and about the tabling. Does anybody have any discussion for in the affirmative or negative? We'll go ahead and put it that way. Milk, go for it.
Kind of points on both. We're okay to table. I'm happy to table with the understanding that the rules revision committee still continuing their work in good faith, even though their time has officially or in whatever deadline has coming or is soon to pass in whatever way. Keep going. You're doing what you're doing. You're doing great work. Keep working in good faith as we table this and have those discussions at Q4.
Thank you, Milk. Viridian Outlands.
Actually, Milk said it, so I'm just going to second what Milk said. We appreciate what they have done, and while this has been a long meeting, we would hope that they would feel the pride to continue until Q4.
All right. Anyone else? Strider from as one of our XCOM representatives. You have the floor.
I would like to say that I believe we are working on some things that will make it much better for our committees as we go along. As we work as the XCOM to put together, I'm having trouble wording right now. I've been here for a long time, but as we put together
the charters,
I thank you, Valeria. As we put together these charters, I think it's gonna make it much better for each one of our committees to do their work so that they won't feel like they're coming up with things on their own and maybe feeling as though they're not uh, actually doing what the COM may believe, may think that they should be doing. So the charters should make things better. I hope that that happens, and that's what I hope to do as we work on these charters for you.
Try thank you for that. I want to make sure that we're doing all this right, given our rules revision committee. So I'm gonna tag in our parliamentarian because I have a clarification and question because I want to make sure we got this right. And seeing also you're going to be the one taking over as the new XCOM chair. Because of how the vote happened for the rules revision committee to last only a year, can they still exist after this meeting without a vote on it or anything else?
So I was looking in the bylaws, and according to the bylaws, the COM retains the ability to basically create and or dismiss ad hoc committees at will, which is something you guys all retain the power to do. So I think in order to maintain at least some semblance of rules, if we go ahead and decide to table this item, having a COM vote on continuation of our ad hoc committee is something that you could entertain as chair without objection.
Awesome. That's what I was hoping that we would hear. Because I was like, I'm going to do this. And I was like, I should probably ask first. Alan, your lifesaver. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Okay, so at this point, then we would move. Did we have a motion and a second for us to table this? Did we already have that?
Yes, we did.
Okay. So with a motion and a second, and we've already had our discussion, I will move us to vote. And so simply for this one, I will do yeas and nays. And if the yeas have it, awesome. If the nays have it, awesome. And if you want me to go and appeal that and have us go kingdom by kingdom, you can also do that as well. So this is where you get to unmute your mics, and all in favor of tabling this until Q4, please say aye.
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 All those
Aye.
opposed say all those opposed say nay. All right, seeing as there's no nays, it looks like there's unanimous consent. We'll move that forward. So I guess now I need to, Madeline, I need to entertain a motion to keep this committee moving forward, correct?
Yes, and in the motion, you can be specific and say we would like to extend the rules revision committee for an additional year. And it can be just, and it requires nothing but a simple majority. I just checked the bylaws.
All right, perfect. So with that, do we
Northern
have
Light so
anybody?
moves.
All right, Northern Light so moves. Do we have a second?
Rising Wind seconds.
Rising Wind seconds. All right. Now we would open for discussion. Is there any discussion that anybody would like to have on this? If not, we can move ourselves directly to voting. All right, Dragon Spine, you have the floor.
Dragonstein would just like to remind the Circle of Monarchs about the motion to table run around with the 3-year vote, and we just didn't like the feel of that. Thank you.
Fair enough. Point taken. Anybody else want to have discussion for this table? All
We
right.
need to vote on this first, don't we?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Do we have any more discussion for this table vote or for this table motion?
Isn't it?
This
Or
is the
for the
create,
committee-
this is the
for the com-
extension of a committee vote.
Right, the extension of the committee motion. Correct. My bad. I got that backwards in my head. All right, seeing as I'm not getting anybody more for more discussion, I'll move us to vote. Again, we'll do the ayes and nays. All in favor?
Oh,
say
wait a
aye.
minute.
I'm
It says
listening.
another year. I thought it was another 3 months right now.
Do
I
you
thought the
want,
so move was for 3 months until the next Q meeting.
seeing as you made the motion, is that what you were intending for it to be 3 months?
I think so. There's already one on the agenda for a year, but this, since everything was tabled
Okay.
it makes sense for us to do that specific
If-
vote.
Correct. If your original intention with your motion was for 3 months, then that's what we would have to take.
It was for 3 months.
Okay. So please, everybody understand that we're looking at extending this committee for 3 months, not for a year with this vote. Is there any discussion on that, knowing that? Okay.
Hold on. I do have something. Sorry, Brittany.
All right, Bernie Lenz, you have the floor.
I guess I'm just confused because they keep saying that it's already on the agenda. However, I don't remember voting on that. Like, did we pre-vote on continuing the committee?
I think it was missed on the pre-ballot, but it is on the end of that
Then it's
agenda
not
item.
technically a voting item on the agenda.
Correct. I did not finalize that as a voting item on the agenda. So therefore, theoretically, you couldn't vote it for the agenda, but we could look at new business if we wanted to. In
I
some
believe
ways.
that was a clerical error on my part. Hold on, I can pull up the specific document that was put into.
The agenda says simple majority for the continuation of the committee or tabling the vote under voting item 2.
Voting item 2.
I'll take a look.
I just missed it in the pre-ballot because I went with the voting items that were prior to discussion. It is at the bottom here.
Was that presented to the COM itself as part of the agenda?
Yes, it is linked in the agenda here. It says rules revision process proposals. And then when you click this link that is in the agenda, at the very bottom, is that last voting item. I just missed it because it was after discussion and not in the first chunk of voting items. I apologize.
Okay. So yeah,
If I'm
that
looking
would
at
still
the
be on the agenda.
agenda
That should be our last
correctly,
voting item at this point.
well, if I'm looking at the agenda correctly, it's not listed as a voting item. It's just finale. It's not listed as a voting item. Therefore, like, I don't know how many of us as kingdoms that poll our populace treated it that as such. So if our parliamentarian could help maybe clarify how we would need to handle this situation, because I just want to make sure that we're being as transparent and
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, that's, I
yeah.
guess, so in looking at, and Vidalia scrolls so fast, it's giving me, like riding in a car, with
Sorry
a
about
dog.
that.
No, that's okay. So in looking at this situation here, this finale, I'm noticing throughout this document that there's a whole bunch of yellow things that are highlighted very brightly. And those are the changes to the document that we voted on today as part of voting item 2. Am I correct in that assumption?
Yes, they are highlighted changes.
Okay.
However, this isn't a rules of play change, so it wouldn't have highlighted text that would have been changed. So the reason that they're highlighted in this document is to
Mhm.
show what is changing. And
Right.
since this last vote is not a rules of play change, there is no text to highlight.
Okay. And this document, I'm assuming, is something that this group has voted on year to year to year, as in this language that I'm viewing on my screen right now, is this the same language that was there the prior year?
This would be the first continuation of the committee.
So for first continuation, that to me, that is a big enough change with it not being highlighted is probably something that should have been highlighted if this is the very first time that it has come before a vote for this body. That is my opinion on that. And I would encourage discussion amongst the body on whether or not they think that that is a big enough change in order to highlight for this group if this is the very first time it had been decided. And it looks like there's a lot of discussion for the chair to call on.
Yeah. So I was still reading stuff as well. I'm gonna recognize stuff on the floor. Madeline, do me a favor as we kind of hear stuff. If you need to step in as parliamentarian, please do. Heron, I'll recognize you. Take it away.
Okay. So as the person who submitted this proposal to the COM, under my ability to do so as the rules revision organizer, I can confirm that this was supposed to be a voting item. In the info, it says this vote, if passed, would authorize the rules revision committee. It is the finale section because it is meant to be the part that was after discussion, because the idea was that we would discuss things, and then if people wanted to pursue any of those options, we would continue the committee, and if they didn't want to pursue any of those options, there wouldn't be any reason to continue the committee, which is why that one's in a separate section from the other voting items. The intention was not to make it some undefined kind of agenda item that is neither a voting item nor a discussion item. It's just a simple question for the COM of whether they would like to continue the committee. So just as the author, I'm confirming that it was intended to be a voting item.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So just for confirmation, yes, in our agenda here where we see voting item number 2, and you look at vote conditions, that last sentence does say simple majority for the continuation of the committee or tabling the vote. I'm assuming, Heron, that is what you're referring to.
That and the info box under the proposal itself on the document. This vote.
Correct. Yeah, no, I'm totally with that one in this document here.
Yes.
Given everything that our parliamentarian has also told us, I just wanted to make sure everybody understood that in our agenda here that everybody has access to as well. Makes that statement. Go to Plains. You have the floor.
Yeah, no, it's like I also was unaware that that was going to be a voting item, and because I believe we are tabling this, correct? Correct me if I'm wrong. But like as someone who polled their populace and was not aware of this, I would be remiss into voting on this specific topic without conferring with my populace. So as far as like this specific proposal or voting item goes, I'm 100% good with tabling it.
Winter's Edge, you have the floor.
Yeah, ultimately, like I understand, like we're wanting to figure out whatever the structure is behind this, but I think we all sounded. I mean, we didn't get super far into the tabling thing. Like we were down to table it till Q4. So I think like the best move in this case is to say, hey, we're gonna put that committee on hold until Q4, so that way we can poll our populaces and get a better sense of what we want to do.
I'm having a hard time kind of hearing you. I'm going to try to sum up what you said and just tell me if I'm dumb. That you're okay and think that we should probably move forward trying to table this so we have the opportunity to let our populace know about it and get their opinion.
Yes, and to probably put the committee on hold until Q4.
Okay. So, all right. So on procedural issues, which I have not followed this last little bit because I started reading with everything else. We do have a motion and a second on the floor to table and let the committee work for the next 3 months. And so this is also a voting item that I believe I would be willing to entertain a motion for this as well after the current motion is resolved to table the confirmation of the Rules Revision Committee to continue for another year, and that being done at Q4. I do think all of you have enough good arguments that this is something that was how we put this together as the XCOM. That's my fault. I should have went through the agenda and double checked that and proofread that better. That you guys need to have the opportunity to make sure your kingdoms are also aware and are polled on that, and you're able to ask them that. So I think it's the only fair way to move forward. So my decision currently is to resolve the current motion that's on the floor, which would be to allow them to continue to work for the next 3 months until we get to Q4. So this is discussion for everything else can happen, and then to also then entertain a motion for the committee's vote to be moved to Q4. Does that make sense? Is there anybody who is opposed to what the chair has decided? Okay, awesome. So currently we have a motion on the floor by Northern Lights for what Aaron was talking about on all these discussion items to move that to Q4. So I'm going to ask for a civil vote, so we already had discussion on that one, and we're going to do the ayes and nays. So everybody in favor, please unmute your mics and say aye.
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 Anybody
Aye.
opposed, say nay. All right, the ayes have it. It looks unanimous. All those discussion items and stuff will be moved to Q4. So now I'm willing to entertain a motion for us to move the voting of allowing the Rules Revision Committee to Q4 because they've now been allowed to exist for 3 more months. So do we have a motion in that context?
I so move.
Northern Lights so moves. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, that opens the floor for discussion. Would you guys like to discuss this item? If not, we will move directly to voting.
Can you state the question, please?
The question is that the voting item and the finale of what we were looking at about the rules revision process proposal, the committee that did that, they were in the final part of that was supposed to be voted on for us to extend them or not for another year. And so that got overlooked and it's not something that was being put on the agenda. So we are moving that vote for that committee to extend them for 1 year or not to Q4. Does that help, Milt?
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. All right. So is there any other discussion? All right, seeing as there's no other discussion, I'm going to ask for a vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
I have 1 nay. All right. I'm assuming that was Dragonspine?
That was Dragonspine.
I was like, that sounded like checkers. So, all right. All right. The ayes have it. It will be moved to Q4. Guys, I do apologize. That is an oversight on our part. Like I said, I should have done that better. Should have looked at it better. So thank you for your understanding and allowing us to work through that and make sure we're going to get it right. Like I said, I messed it up, but thank you for allowing me to get an opportunity to make sure we can get it right. All right. Where are we now? I guess this is now would officially put us at the end of the meeting. Am I correct on that?
This would be correct on the agenda. This is also the time, if anybody was interested in necromancy, now is the time to ask to be recognized by the chair and make a motion to revisit a failed motion from earlier in the day.
For necromancy, speak now or forever hold your peace. Awesome. Seeing as there is none, I guess that will allow me to close the meeting, right? So as your outgoing XCOM chair, as I told you guys, I'm retiring from leadership in our game with the exception of the local level. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for allowing me to be your XCOM chair and your AIBOD chair and serving in monarchy positions on the comm with you. Trust me, you guys have made my life better and you've made my life harder, but I love all of you. I do want to say a couple of things in the exit here, and then I will close the meeting and we can all be dismissed. As kingdoms, I really hope that we understand we are better together by the way we work with each other. One of the greatest things that I came into this role to be XCOM chair was coming straight out of the COC task force with an understanding that our biggest problem was how each one of our kingdoms handled COC bans concerning one another when we tried to share information. I want people to understand that if we ban somebody, please check your state laws. If you're dealing with Texas and New Mexico, if you have an appeals process inside of your Capora, you must allow the person you're banning know why you banned them. No, that doesn't mean you're giving them all the evidence. That doesn't mean you're giving everybody's name, but you have to allow them the opportunity to actually appeal what they're being banned for. Some other states don't actually have that, but you need to check your state laws. And one of the biggest things we can do as kingdoms is if we share information with each other while we banned. Yes, I understand NDAs sit there and you're like, I can't do this. You still can share those things to make sure you're having protective stuff. Otherwise, we're just taking on liabilities, saying we don't want to share it, and that person played over there, and we were unwilling to tell that kingdom why. And so they had to make a hard decision. Therefore, the liability now goes back to your kingdom. Your best opportunity is to work with each other. And that's the best opportunity we have to make sure we have people inside of our game are not being banned for unjust reasons. That was one of the things we found in our COC task force. We had numerous occasions that we could actually prove that people were banned under COC that actually was abused in that context, broke whistleblower policies. And even as us sitting on AIBOD, we've had to take actions before to make sure those were corrected because people were banned maliciously. We need to eliminate those things, but we don't need to swing the pendulum so far to where we're eliminating that to where everybody's not going to be banned if they do terrible things. Take it from a guy that was sexually molested by 2 players in our game, and I was told I was a liar and I should forget about it. That happened in my home kingdom, and that's how I grew up. I'm in my 40s now, and I want to make sure people are protected on all sides. People don't need to be banned for dumb reasons or just because we're mad at them or we're trying to get vengeance on them. We also don't want to make sure people are not going to be banned because they are being abusive. We've got to get this one right, guys. Like, we're sitting here making statements on how we are so opposed to AI to make sure that we aren't doing things in a way that's going to hurt our environment, hurt our artists, hurt everybody else, and trying to get that right. But we still can't come together as kingdoms to make sure we're sharing information to make sure that people are violating the things they're violating, aren't doing it elsewhere. And then the other people that need to be protected that are being abused by people getting in power aren't being abused by people getting in power. I know that's a long speech to say all those things, but guys, look, I literally wouldn't be alive if AmpGuard didn't exist. You guys all together make things better. I'm an old guy that's been playing for 30 years. Here's the old man yelling at clouds. I'm hoping some of you hear me. Find better ways to adjust our COC in connection of how our kingdoms work together so we can be better people and better kingdoms for it. That's it. And whatever you do, make sure your next XCOM chair is taken care of. She may have some headaches with some of you. Just saying. But other than that, guys, that's my speech. I love you guys. I'm going to slightly miss being in international leadership, but I'm probably going to sit at home a lot more often with my kids. So I love you. Unless there's any other concerns or comments, I will officially close this meeting. Sweet. This meeting is now officially closed. I will end our live feed.